Hola, buenos dias, good morning everybody. Bonus points to all of you for being here bright and early. Yes, all the bonus points. I suspect some of you have had some caffeine. This is wonderful, you are amongst friends. My name is Oisín Lunny. I help great people, companies and organizations tell their very best stories through podcasts, through digital experiences and through hosting awesome events like South Summit. Now, I'm so thrilled to be back here once again. I've been coming to South Summit for as long as I can remember, and always I'm so impressed by the strength of the ecosystem and the power of the ecosystem to come together and address some of the biggest challenges and opportunities on the planet. And today is no exception. Just a couple of little housekeeping reminders. Remember to set your phones to silent. We love your ringtones, don't necessarily want to hear them during the sessions. Please do remember to share the love on social media. It's important to build the global buzz about what's happening here today. Some of the incredible speakers who you're going to see. Just make sure to tag South Summit, tag me if I'm in the photographs. More filters, please, all the filters. And also use the hashtag SouthSummit23. That's the key, because people will follow that hashtag, they will see your posts, and they will be very, very impressed. Just another reminder to install the South Summit app. It means you can connect with all of the speakers, all of the delegates. Everyone who's here you can get via the app. It's a brilliant app. You can hook up meetings, you can get lots of live streaming. It's very cool. And I should say good morning to everyone who's joining us via the live stream on YouTube and via the South Summit app. Okay, we're going to kick off with an amazing topic. It's all about maximizing renewable energy and the role of data monitoring. So in terms of environmental intelligence, this looks at how data monitoring and analytics can be used to improve asset performance, reduce downtime, hugely important, and increase energy output. Tick, tick, tick. And we are delighted to be joined by 4 experts on the stage now. One of them is on his way in a taxi, battling through the Madrid rain. So I'm going to introduce him anyway, and then you'll know who's coming to join the empty seat. But I'm going to welcome them to the stage one by one. Now, I appreciate it is early. We've just had coffees. Maybe we're waking up. Maybe we went out. We enjoyed a bit of the fiesta last night. Muy bien. But we want to bring the energy and give them a good warm welcome on stage, the playground stage today. So please give it up for artificial intelligence partner at Elewit, Iago Verrias-Lenz. Welcome, Iago. Thank you. Yeah. Bonus points. I love the applause. Brilliant. Next, we're going to welcome the founder and CEO at Powin, Jose Benjumea. Welcome, Jose. Excellent. Bienvenidos. He's going to be joined by the founder and CPO at Clevergy, Alvaro Perez Bello. Welcome, Alvaro Perez. Muy bien. Okay, and they will be joined by the co-founder and CIO, Innovation Manager at Green Urban Data when his taxi arrives, Jose Miguel Ferrer. So when somebody jumps on the stage, give him a big round of applause. Okay, gentlemen, the stage is yours. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. So, talking about data monitoring, well, at first I think all the audience will ask also, what are your role or your company in this topic of data monitoring? Could you give us a little glimpse, or what do you do?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, for me, it's very important. I have 2 nephews here in me, so I need to make sure that they feel proud of his uncle. So, yes, in Powin, we like to call us the utility of those who want to generate their own electricity. We help them to generate the electricity, to storage and to use it. And in all this process, we try to support them and to make sure that they understand what energy means and what they can do with them. We are in Spain, we are in Mexico, we want to go all around Europe, and the main aspect of this is the data. With the data is when really you can inform people and you can give the tools to really use in the proper way their energy.
Okay, thank you. Alvaro?
So I'm Alvaro, I'm CPO at Clevergy. At Clevergy, we help companies such as Powin and other energy providers to help their users understand their consumption, help them save it. And we do this by helping them access their data consumption, understand it, and identify different ways of optimizing it.
Okay, thank you. Well, Jose Miguel will have the opportunity later to explain himself. So, talking about opportunities and challenges, what are your takes on why this topic of data monitoring on energy sector is a solid opportunity right now?
Well, I always like to say that I have been in the renewable energy sector for more than 18 years, and in all these 18 years, the only thing we have done is to start. So we are in the starting point right now after 18 years. So keeping this information in mind shows you the penetration of the energy transformation that we are suffering right now. So I like to say that it's one of the biggest sector with the highest opportunities right now. So many people don't know this. I think I always say that this is the sector of unemployment. There is no unemployment here. We need people in this sector because there is so much opportunities, so many things to do that any good brain that thinks about how to develop this transition is absolutely welcome. No? So the second thing of this opportunity is that the investors understand very well this. So not only we have opportunities, but we have money to support those opportunities. No? So with these two tools and with the strength of young people is when really we can develop and be in Spain leaders of this energy transition.
I think that's the key because you're matching two worlds, the world of energy, electricity, and the world of data. So both of them are just emerging and having a big slope in order to increase and to develop that challenge that is currently the energy transition. So it's, I think, like you said, it's no unemployment, because of the big challenges we have right now. So what do you think about it, Álvaro?
Yeah, I totally support the trend. I think that we are living in a shift of how we produce and consume energy. By 2030, the electrification is going to go crazy, and more equipment at home are going to demand more power. And the EU knows it, and that's why we are shifting from, 20% in 2020 of renewable generation to a 40%. So it's a completely shift on how we produce energy. It's going to be more volatile and with higher demand peaks. So monitoring for me, it's a key component to understand what's going on the network so that we can really act on it before bad things happen. And I totally support the problem is huge, so there's huge opportunity. There's needs for manpower to really solve this challenging problem, and I think that companies such as Powin or Elewit or Clevergy are really trying to push the society to that new type of landscape.
Yep. I just remember that I forgot to present Elewit and what we do.
You should do it.
Yeah. So we just are on the spot of this challenge, these two challenges, because we are the innovation and technology platform of Red Eléctrica. So Red Eléctrica is asking us to search and find for opportunities and technologies that able its work to enable the energy transition in Spain. So we are just in search of different collaborations and partners that could help us to manage this goal as soon as possible. So that's our take and our proposition here. Talking about opportunities and this good spot on the energy and energy transition sector and data, what about challenges and risk we have? Because everything, I think everybody is talking these last weeks about risks of not only data, but maybe AI, but all about data at all. So what are your takes or your opinion on these risks or challenges just into the energy sector and energy transition topic?
Well, when there is a transition and there is new opportunities, normally there is also risk that we need to manage. So if we are working in a transition of an electrification of the demand, that means that almost everything is going to be managed with electricity. This is fantastic because if we have renewable energy, it's sustainable because we can use those data to be more efficient. We can use the artificial intelligence to take decision or normal decision for us and help us to better design the needs and the consumptions to really be more sustainable. So there is very, very good things on top of the table that we need to work on it. But if everything is linked to electricity, if someone attacks the origin or moves something beyond our control, then we have a problem because we can stop everything. So what we really need to work is how we get all these advantages and we try to make a higher standards of security and backups and plan Bs that allowed us to avoid having those problems. But we need to manage the risk. We need to work. At some moment, we will find some very highlighted scandals of something happening. It's part of the learning curve. But at the end, the positive things are much higher than the negative ones.
Also highlighting the AI topic that you were bringing up, I think that the solution to some of our problems is clear. With more data, you can make better decisions. And then these new type of models, the transformer models that are becoming so popular, they need to be trained on higher volumes of data. No? And I think that although the technology is there, we need to also be careful at what type of data we are feeding to those models, trying to respect people's privacy, people's, at the end of the day, lifestyles. And that's not only a technical part, right? We need to train the people that are making the models and the new technology, be aware of this type of behaviors. And then also there's the cyber part of it, right? Where do we store this data and how we protect it so that we don't suffer attacks on basically people's lives, you know? And I think that this is not only from the information side, but also as we control more things at home, we will need to ensure that our homes are protected and that we can have certain autonomy on the system, from the system.
Yeah, I think those two topics, the cyber or physical security that just surrounds the energy sector and the energy activities, and also the bias or the black boxes we may implement in our processes. That's something we take into consideration very much in our activity because of our neutral point in Red Eléctrica in the energy sector. So that's something we are, I think, investing a lot of energy and manpower just to not go out of focus and to not make a false step into one direction that it may not be the optimum one. Always thinking about maximizing the integration of renewable energies and being safe on the delivery of the energy, of course. Just going a little bit down and going deep on your side, on your activity, you have any highlight project or activity that you may come up here with regarding data monitoring, not AI also, or only, but using data in order to change the process and to have this opportunity to make the energy transition happen?
Okay, my friends, I actually have a surprise announcement. Not so much of a surprise, but just some brilliant news. Jose Miguel Ferre has battled through the Madrid traffic in the rain and is joining us now. Please give him a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome. Bienvenidos.
Thanks. Excuse me, delay.
Hi, Jose Miguel. We had the opportunity before to introduce ourselves a little bit and just to talk just a minute about our activity, our company. So
Okay,
it's your turn
thanks.
right now.
Excuse my the interrupt in your dialogue. I'm Jose Ferrer. I'm the head of innovation in Green Urban Data. We are a startup that works in providing information for the urban transition sustainability processes for companies and governments, mainly. So that I'm not sure if I don't want to spend some time.
We also had the opportunity to talk about the opportunity this energy transition is about how it can use the data monitoring and the data analysis to make it happen. But we skip that part. We also talk about risks and how we manage the challenges that it brings up. So what are the main challenges and the main risks that you detected and how do you tackle them?
Okay, we are more related to the climate adaptation risks. We work with temperature, urban heat island effect, and also with drought, for example. It's a recent risk we have, especially in Spain, suffer, and also with other like flooding or biodiversity, the loss of biodiversity in general. I think also the cities are working a lot in this transition these decades and also in the next decades, and there are a lot of opportunities we think in that sense. Also related to the energy integration in cities, of course renewable, and also integration nature in cities. I think these trends are now I think are working in different stages, but for me has sense to try to work together.
Okay. Just before you came with us and you joined us, we were trying to just highlight a couple of activities or projects that we are developing in our companies in order to maximize the renewable energy and to make this happen, this energy transition and environmental transition. So, any project you want to bring up?
Well, as we are in the renewable energy sector, in the self-consumption, for us, the most important part is to make sure we are able to work together with solar energy and storage, and to make sure we can really understand the needs of the consumption needs that a customer has, in order to minimize the investment we need to do in solar panels and storage, in order to make a cheaper electricity for the customer. No? And we do that in a single home, in a house in Madrid, where we have been able, through the data, to not only having electricity, but also heating and hot water all together with storage and solar modules without any connectivity to the grid. So we have been able to isolate the house. It's a challenge, and the only way really to survive in that situation is having the right data that the company of Álvaro can provide. It's the only way, because otherwise the investment you need to do in a house is huge. The second project in the other extreme side is, and I have mentioned here before last year, is our diamond factory in Trujillo. And the diamond factory in Trujillo is an investment of 800 million, and it's going to create in the middle of nowhere. Every time I say Trujillo is in the middle of nowhere, his mayor complains, but is in the open escape. And we are going to generate more than 1,000 employments. So the reason why this company from San Francisco came to Spain is because we were able to provide 24 hours renewable energy to his factory. And we can do that with storage, with solar panels, but what is more important, with data. Because again, if we need to provide this, we need to have a very quick response in seconds to really avoid having a problem in the production process. No? So two different or two extreme examples, a house and a huge factory, both with only renewable energy and storage, but without data, we cannot do anything. But on top of data, we need the artificial intelligence, because we cannot be taking decisions every time by ourselves. So we need to be able to learn to a machine to take decisions for us to make it much more efficient.
I think it's amazing that you guys are doing that also in manufacturing, where you need to have such high standards of availability, and it's amazing. So we're starting a project with some customers that I think it's quite interesting. On top of the monitoring that we do from the grid, which it's basically the available data that utilities have to bill you, we're installing actuators and sensors that enable us to have eyes inside the house. And what we are trying to accomplish by the end of the year is to have something similar to what Jose was saying, a self-guiding system for the house that can optimize ROI for the customer. Okay, so basically it's going to know when to turn on heating or when to shut off some big load that you have at home, so that the prices that you consume are low. And then on a second phase, we want to help that user sell their electricity to neighbors, so that overall inside a node in the network, they can be self-sufficient from solar, even if they don't have solar panels at their houses, which I think it's going to be a major game changer inside Spain in the following year or so.
Interesting. In our case, we think we are. I have said we are not working directly in the data monitoring of energy, but also most in the environment. And in our case, we have been the opportunity to have some samples. I think that how the environment can influence in the energy. One of them could be this one of the heat urban island, related to the main energy simulation software that we use that does not consider this effect in the cities. They take environmental regional data. Of course, the data monitoring energy take real data. But the software that simulates that, not, and I think this could improve in the future. Other example could be one European project we have the opportunity to collaborate is related to the combination of the solar panel roofs with the green roofs in the bio-solar roofs. And it's demonstrated that this combination can maximize the energy production of these panels to 6%, not too much, but it's a bit. And maybe the most important of this combination is that the benefits of this type of actions is a lot. So it has a lot of sense to reduce the ROI of this investment, because the benefits in the middle term are bigger than the only solar panels. And maybe one more could be, one more is also a research we have done is related to establish the better green corridors in cities, but also it's maybe a reflection also, but these green corridors can also be connected to solar panels areas, or agrivoltaics is a trend also in other countries. I think in Spain, not yet. But we think this has sense also in peri-urban areas to combine this nature and energy integration. We think we are working in that sense.
Well, for our side, I think trying to combine the two worlds, the energy and the environmental responsibility that we have. As you said, you talk about self-consumption. That's something we don't monitor, or we don't have the right to see at some point the lower amount of energy that is generated and self-consumed in every house or in every spot. So that's a challenge for us, because we have to operate the system without having that information. So as we have the forecast for the energy consumption and the energy generation for each hour of the year, we also have to take into consideration how the self-consumption will affect this aggregated demand. So in order to make our activity go right and the safety of the grid doesn't decrease. So that's a big factor, and we have several projects just in that way. But we also take into account that we have a lot of assets just in the whole territory that affects the whole territory and are in the middle of nowhere, as you said before. We have that responsibility to make them safe and to prevent every kind of damage we could have. Thinking about, for example, wildfires, that is something that maybe we have worldwide in our things. With all that's happening in Canada, it's not different here at some point on the summer. So we have that responsibility to just monitor how the corridors are and how our assets and our management of the assets could prevent those kind of damages or risks. So just one last topic to discuss about. Going 5-10 years from now, how do you see the next challenges or the next game changers in this activity of maximizing the renewable energy and the data monitoring in order to make this energy transition work and go beyond?
For me, clearly, energy storage. I think sometimes I hear people, yesterday I was in Barcelona, and some people was complaining that the big problem of Spain is that we are going to have cheap energy during the sun hours. And I told him, this is an amazing information. We are going to have cheap energy. Now what we need to do is to storage and use it later. It's the same as if you have water and you need to storage. It's as simple as that. No? So I think it's the biggest. But we need to do it in a way that really is economically viable. And I think this is the big challenge, because today we can storage energy, it's doable. We have clearly the lithium batteries. We have, and we are looking forward, and I think it will take some time, the green hydrogen. But the important thing is to make sure we do it in an economically way. And for that, data is very important, because if we have very good data, then we can reduce the need of storage we need, so we will immediately reduce the cost of that storage.
We're just on the other side, on the technical part, is easy to store. Well, let's see if it's easy. We have a lot of manpower and energy in order to make it happen, so we will see. We'll try, and that's a challenge we have to address.
But it's easy to storage. You have a telephone and you storage energy. And I have a house in the countryside and I have no grid connection. So it's easy to storage. The problem is the space we need for doing it, the information we need for having the security of the grid, I totally agree, and then to have the money to do it. But I think it's something that technologically is viable today.
That's the key, to integrate it on the grid.
So, I mean, storage is one of the high challenges, no question. But I think that we have, I don't know if it's a bigger challenge, but we need to integrate the different agents that are becoming part of this energy transition. And up to now, I think utilities, transportation, and generation was like one agent, and they sold electricity to consumers. And now we're starting to have more players in the game. So we have the consumers now are producing, now we have OEMs that are delivering equipment to the houses. We have a system that is going to become more flexible, and the rules of how it operates are going to change. So integrating all those interests and activities, I think is going to be one of the highest challenges, and try to unify that complex ecosystem into something that just works. And hopefully we can help something somewhere along the way.
Okay, for us, we think that the next decades, or almost the challenge for 2050, for example, is to be for a lot of cities to be climate neutral, for example. I think the energy is essential for that. I think it's maybe the best thing we can do. And I think it's available, but maybe these topics you are saying is essential to reach this goal. And for us also, for example, for the climate thing, it's not so clear that we can reach the 1.5 degrees of the Paris Agreement. The experts of that are a bit critical in our efforts to do that, but the real thing is that we have changed our vision for the cities, I think. So we are working now in this kind of thing, to integrate our energy, to be more efficient, to reduce emissions, also mobility, very important.
I have a question for you, José Miguel, sorry. I used to say that when I was young, people used to smoke in airplanes, in restaurants, in bars, and now you cannot think about that anymore. When do you think we are going to feel the same feeling in the cities, that we are not going to allow people to put smoke in the city? How long do you think it will take for a city to do that?
No, I'm not sure. It's complicated for me. I don't smoke, but I feel it's difficult.
But it's related to the mobility, I'm talking about.
Yeah. I think this is changing now. I think we have identified this, that cities in last decades have growth, maybe related to the mobility, to the car mobility, of course, and we are changing this trend. Of course, it's not easy because we have this tradition in our habits, and to change that is not easy. But for example, this kind of measures, no, to 2035 about electric cars of these kinds are going to this focus, I think. So it's not one topic we can manage, but a lot of actions we can do. It's easier to reach the goal.
I think that's the point. Just for us to manage more complex scenarios, more complex ecosystem around the energy has to take into consideration that it needs more complex solutions in order to tackle this complexity. So that's a key point for us. And also, on the other hand, you are always rotating around the data availability and the data monitoring, but sometimes we have this lack of data that just if we don't have data, we can make decisions right or with confidence. So I think we have the opportunity right now with these new techniques, with the Gen AI, just to tackle a little bit that problem and just try to not suffer that much on the lack of data. So we can proceed with our...
Alvaro is going to give us the data, the company, so
I hope
we will have it. We will have it.
I hope so. So I think that's all for this time. Thank you very much for this conversation and this useful discussion about the topic, and see you around.
Perfecto, perfecto. Okay, we do have our paparazzi moment. We have a professional photographer here who's going to make you all look absolutely gorgeous. That I can promise you. He's got some magical filters on his camera, and trust me, you're going to look like Hollywood film stars very shortly. And if you're a colleague of these fine gentlemen on stage, please feel free to come. Grab it now. Now's your time. Yeah. Okay. One more for this lady here. Good. Hey, you're so welcome. Okay. That's it. Okay, one more time. A big round of applause for our opening panel. That was wonderful. Thank you. Excellent. Battling through the Madrid rain as well. Brilliant stuff. Okay, I've got a question for you. What are your favorite 2 words and why are they free beer? Do you know how you can get some free beer today? By having a reusable bottle and filling it up with water at one of our water stations. You can get green stamps from the lovely people at South Summit. They are absolutely, on board with the environmental mission, and we are doing our very best to make sure that everybody here can be as environmentally friendly as possible. Another little reminder, share the love, share the buzz of South Summit 23 by using the hashtag South Summit 23 on social media. Tag South Summit, tag all of our speakers, share some nice photographs, more filters for me please, and let's build the global buzz about what's happening here today. Now, speaking of which, I'm absolutely thrilled now to introduce our next panel. I'm going to be moderating it myself for a change, and we have a wonderful session about moving beyond fossil fuels and energy for transportation. It's a huge issue, a huge opportunity, and there are huge challenges in the way to get to the future, the 2030 that we all want to live in, which is the theme of South Summit 2023. Okay, so we're going to discuss alternative energy sources to power the transportation sector and reduce its dependence on fossil fuels. Tick, tick, tick. And we're going to look into the benefits and challenges of each solution, their commercial viability, and their potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve air quality. My friends, it's a deep dive. You're all invited to join us. So I'm going to welcome on stage our wonderful speakers, starting with the general partner at Maniv Mobility. Please give a warm welcome to Nate Jarrett. Thank you. Welcome, Nate. Good to see you. Fantastic. Okay, he's going to be joined by the CEO at Theon, Ulrich Ames. Thank you, Ulrich. Welcome on board. Thank you. Great to see you. And he's going to be joined by the president at Herco Trucks, Juan Melgarejo. Juan, welcome. Great to see you. Good man. You could have had an alternative career in basketball there. You got some decent high.
I have to.
I hope many of you saw Pau Gasol here yesterday. And we're very honored to welcome the CEO at Hyperloop Transportation, none other than Andrés de Leon. Welcome, Andrés. Thank you. Bienvenidos. Muchísimas gracias. Okay, folks, we're going to make ourselves comfortable for this deep dive. And really, it's one of the most important issues on the planet today. We all want to get to this future, the 2030. We want our children and grandchildren to enjoy. But to set the scene, I'd love to invite each of you just to introduce yourself to our esteemed colleagues here. Tell them a bit about what you do and why is it important in the context of this discussion. And we'll start with your good self, Andrés.
Okay, well, I'm Andrés de Leon. I'm the CEO of Hyperloop TT. Hyperloop transportation technologies. We are the first company that was formed to develop the Hyperloop, and we think that it's important because Hyperloop can change drastically the way we live. No? Basically, Hyperloop is a transportation method that is about sustainability, about generating more energy that we consume. It's about also financial viability, creating a system that really doesn't rely on public subsidies, and of course, improving the passenger experience. So putting all the three things together, at the end we can revolutionize and we can change drastically the way we live today.
Excellent. Sounds great. I love it. And we're going to move on to your good self. Juan, talk to us a bit about what you do and why it's important in the context of this discussion.
Good morning. I'm Juan Melgarejo, the president of the board of ERCOTRACS. ERCOTRACS is a Spanish company that we are developing the last mile tracks. That you know that the track that's less than 3.5 tons the capacity. And the most important thing that is, I think that we have the solution to solve one of the biggest problems that we have in transportation with zero net emission of CO2. And one of the most important things that in transport, that is the 25 or 30% of the emissions to solve this in an industrial point of view.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you, Juan. That's brilliant. And same question to your good self, Ulrich.
Thank you, Eugen, for the introduction. My name is Ulrich Emes. I'm the CEO of Theon, a battery startup in Berlin. Yeah, why is it important? The energy transition will only succeed with batteries, with affordable batteries. And if you look to the cost structure, 70% of a battery is material cost. Half of that is the cathode material. So if you want to bring costs down, we need to work with the cathode material. This is exactly what we have done at Theon. We have chosen sulfur as a cathode material. It costs 20 cents per kilogram compared to 20 euros per kilogram of standard cathode material like NMC 811. The good thing about sulfur is it's abundantly available all over the world, so democratically and geographically, a huge advantage compared to all these cathode materials currently processed in China. Second advantage, in sulfur we can store a very high energy, it's a very high energy density. We combine sulfur cathode with lithium for mobile application for a very high gravimetric energy density, and we combine it with sodium for stationary application, which is very, very cheap again. So that is our approach. Thanks for being here.
So, my goodness, 1% of the cost of the nearest competitor.
Yeah, we transform waste of other industries to a cathode material in our batteries.
I love it. Thank you so much. And moving over to your very good self, Nate, the same question.
Thanks a lot. I'm Nate. I'm a partner with a venture capital fund called Maniv Mobility. We're based in Tel Aviv and New York City, and we're investing quite globally in early-stage startups that are driving the next wave of innovation in the transportation sector. We're focused on two themes, one which is the theme of this conversation, the decarbonization of the transportation sector, and the second is the digitization of the entire value chain, and that covers a range of sectors from certainly automotive, but logistics, supply chain, energy, infrastructure, and so on. We've been doing this now for about 7 years. We're now investing out of our third fund, and yeah, I'm excited for this conversation today.
Phenomenal. Thank you very much for joining us from Startup Nation itself. I had way too much fun in Tel Aviv. Some great nightclubs there. Oh my goodness. Less said about that, the better perhaps. But let's kind of set the scene again. I don't know if one of you wants to jump in and just talk to us about the future we're trying to avoid. So we have a good future in mind, 2030, we're reaching it there, we're sustainable, we're green, we're all on board. But like, what happens if we don't meet these targets? What happens if we don't make this happen? What's the alternative? I mean, I think we're all aware of the environmental degradation.
It gets hotter, that's for sure.
It gets hotter. I mean, acknowledging that in Madrid, I think, is enough to make people think about, the importance of this for sure. I mean, hotter covers a multitude of disasters within.
Try August in Tel Aviv.
Oh, yeah, indeed. You're not wrong. So we are trying to avoid the planet heating up. We're trying to avoid the seas becoming dead, ecosystem collapse, the bees die, all this kind of stuff is adding up, and it's easy to kind of, to get down about this stuff. But, what we're talking about here on the stage is real solutions, things that we can do now, things that we can do tomorrow to get ourselves on the right track for the 2030 that we all want to live in, to be better ancestors, if you like. But Juan, talk to us a bit about what kind of real solutions are on the market today, because I know you're kind of working with some of them. What things can we press the go button on right now?
Well, I think that it's something you're talking. Nobody has the real solution for everything. Okay?
Yeah.
So at the end, you can think, we have the solution now. We are part of it. In our company, that ERCOTRACS, we are really focusing in industrial companies. Okay, we are competing with DSL or standard foils. Today, we have a solution for this thing because the goal for all the decarbonization we have is to have zero emission as soon as possible. The bio-GLP, bio-autogas, is 100% renewable material we can use today. So the goal for the industry, that we are an industrial company, is to not to have a product with an amazing cost that the industry and the people cannot do it. I think that today we have the solution, not thinking in the future, because many times you say, well, in 2050, no, we have the solution today, and today we can make a small change to solve one of the biggest problem we have, is zero net emission.
Excellent. I love to hear that. That's fantastic. And you know, of course, it's not just about cleaner sources of energy, it's about energy efficiency as well.
Yeah.
So Ulrich, I know you're all over this. Talk to us a bit about the importance of energy efficiency.
Well, look, when I see all these debates and that we see in the TVs, you know, that everybody talks about alternative energy, and you know, we as Hyperloop, we put solar panels on top of our infrastructure, and we are great believers, you know, that we need to give the clean tech and the new energies and the new alternative energies is an important part of the equation. But the other part of the equation is the energy efficiency. No?
Yeah.
I think that we need to work to be sure that two things happen. Okay? First, that we do the best use of the energy possible. And in our case, in case of Hyperloop, you know, being in a vacuum environment, reduce drastically the consumption of energy. And second, that when we have an approach to this, we have an approach that we see all the supply chain. No? It's not about what are the energy costs that you have when you operate a transportation system. It's also what is the energy cost and what are the energy resources that you are using, you know, to arrive to that when you are manufacturing, when you are building, when you are that. No? So I think that we really need to have like I'd say a P&L of the energy efficiency in every activity that we do, you know. And for us in our company, that has been a must from the beginning. That was a clear, one of the drivers, you know, of how do we think in innovation and how do we think that we have to approach the solution to the different problems that we have. No?
Yeah, well said, absolutely. And Nate, I'll come over to yourself now. Andres was just talking about the need for a multitude of different solutions all coming, you know, moving in the same direction. This is the only way we're going to get to the 2030 and beyond that we want to get to. But what's your thoughts on the role of legislation? Because I guess if you have different industries, they can work in silos, you know, there's P&Ls to consider, there's all different considerations. How can legislation help, or is it important?
So I think legislation is critical in all of this. And you know, actually, my partner, Mike, started an organization 20 years ago in Washington called SAFE, Securing America's Future Energy, that was talking about energy security as a national topic for the first time in a very long time. They actually got across the first EV subsidies in the world. More recently, they drafted most of the language of the Inflation Reduction Act in the US.
Amazing.
Legislation represents a key part of this overall project that I think we're all committed to, in the sense that sometimes markets are not perfectly efficient, and sometimes there is a gap between the minimum viable product of what makes financial sense in the initial years relative to the risk-reward profile of that investment opportunity and what we're actually trying to get to, the end game. And so legislation can smooth those curves. Legislation can create intelligent subsidies, and I think the key word here is intelligent, because it's not always obvious that we do the right things on the legislative side. For example, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to subsidize EVs for regular people, because we don't drive all that much. I think it does make sense to create subsidies that will help us electrify or decarbonize fleet-owned vehicles that are driving around all day. Ultimately, the goal is not to electrify vehicles, it's to electrify miles, the miles that are driven on the road, and we can do that with intelligent legislation.
Outstanding. That's super smart. I love that last comment. It's one of those kind of light bulb things that you hear and you think, of course, that makes perfect sense. We should definitely be doing this. So thank you for sharing that. But I'd like to come over to your good self, Ulrich. Now, talk to us about, how would you compare Europe to some of the great work that Nate just mentioned over on the other side of the pond?
Yeah, thank you. I think we are naive in Europe. If we compare the IRA in the US with $400 billion on subsidies to go in, I think, in the right direction, and we compare that to Europe, what we are doing currently, and there is nothing comparable in terms of size. So we really need to start to think big in Europe in terms of subsidies, but do the right things, yeah, and do the right boundaries around legislation for all this project. And specifically for startups like us, it's very important to have this first government subsidies in order to bring the risk a bit down, yeah. I like your P&L view of things. All what we do, what we are now delivering as solution for bringing renewable energies up and CO2 footprint down needs to be based on our P&L. But it should also be affordable. Yeah. Affordable geographically around the world. It cannot be only a Western world solution. We have really to think that everyone has access to the materials, everyone has access to cheap, in our case, batteries, to cheap solutions. Otherwise, it's not possible.
Yeah. Yes.
No, I would like to add one thing to this. Okay, I think that one of the biggest differences also with Europe and US is not only about that program, but it's also about the contracts. You know, at the end, if you want to push innovation, what you need is the public entities doing contracts with the startups, you know, to help them to develop the projects. No? Yeah. In Europe, we have an incredible framework that is the PPIs, no? The public-private projects for innovation. Okay, in Spain we call it la compra pública innovadora. No? That is something that we should really push. Okay. In our case, for instance, the best thing that Europe has done for us has been helping us now in Italy for having the first project that is going to be 10 kilometers in Venice and Veneto and all that. But I always put the example of SpaceX. No? SpaceX has been developed because they had contracts with the NASA, not because the people was giving only subsidies or things like that. No? So we really need a combination of subsidies, helps, but also contracts, you know, and taking the risk, sharing the risk between the public sector and the private sector, you know, to push innovation.
Yeah, well said. I mean, in industry, there's that concept of externality, which is, you know, the pipe out the side of the factory, it's like, it's in the water, you know, it's not on the P&L. You know, but industry does need to take some of the risk as well. You know, industry can be a bit too risk averse for the global situation that we find ourselves in. And yeah,
that's I completely agree. But the problem is, even like that, we don't have enough resource to obtain the goal. Okay, yeah. If we think about the battery, I'm not an expert, but the production of the lithium around the world in a year is around 200,000 tons, more or less, per year.
Yeah.
If we put this in all the big vehicle, we are talking about not will be more than 7 million vehicles per year. But the reality is only in vehicle, we are talking more than 80 million of vehicles. So if we, for this resource, only for this, we have to obtain this only for vehicle. Yeah. Nothing more. So we have to continue improving new technology like you, or to improving new resource, because if not, could be not happen.
Yeah, indeed. It is about a continuum. We can't just switch everything old off and switch everything new on. You know, there's legacy, there's infrastructures, there's, you know, trillion-dollar industries. You know, oil and gas obviously is, you know, a huge part of all of our lives and of human progress to this point in time. You know, staying with yourself, Juan, what do you think about, you know, that aspect of, you know, could oil and gas be a, you know, I don't know if it's ironically, but, you know, a lot of them are kind of investing in green technology, etc. And could they be a good part of the transition as well to, you know, a future that is less dependent on oil and gas, but maybe uses the same infrastructure and businesses, etc.?
Absolutely. I think that at the end, the big companies of fuels or oil or gas, they are changing their mentality. Okay. Yeah. And this, you know, Repsol, Cepsa here in Spain, they are changing many things. Cepsa is investing in biogas, Repsol as well, but they are linking to convert their standard fuels today to synthetic fuel using renewable material. So even like that, we can support, because if the reality is today and in the mid-time, the mid-future, without them, we cannot solution. Yeah. Talking in cost, resources, supply of points, talking in points to supply points, in electric point of view, we have in Spain, for example, 15,000 points, okay? In biogas, 800. Even like that, we cannot arrive more than 20% of the supply to supply the points. So we need this company, we need to improve themselves to have a new product with less emissions of footprint, because if not, we cannot future.
Yeah, it's got to be progress. We've got to move it forward. But Nate, coming over to yourself with something of a leading question. You know, we all kind of want to be green, and we, you know, have our recyclable bottles, and we've got solar panels where I live in Spain. We all want to do our personal, you know, bit to save the planet. But will wealthy Westerners buying Teslas save the planet?
So I think, you know, going back to what you said a little bit earlier, this is maybe the elephant in the room in our entire conversation here. You know, we're sitting here on a panel in Madrid and talking about decarbonizing our own habits.
Yeah.
And the elephant, or maybe the four elephants in the room, are the billion people in China, the 1.2 billion people in India, the 1 billion people in sub-Saharan Africa, and the 700 million people in Latin America that are going to enter the lower middle class in the next 20 to 30 years. And so, you know, when we talk about our EV targets for 2030, there's something a little bit, you know, self-congratulatory about this concept that we can buy EVs pretty fast, where the real story is that, you know, if you look at the average energy consumption of 5 randomly chosen African countries per capita per year, it is less energy than your fridge uses this year. And that's a mind-blowing fact that we can't lose sight of. And the problem is one of also legislation, but also of the way that politics works, where the time horizons of policy creation and legislation is counted in a few years or maybe a decade if we're lucky. And the challenge that we're talking about here is a 20-year problem, a 40-year problem. It is a little bit grotesque to think that we should expect the 4 billion people that are living a lot closer to absolute poverty to stay there forever, so that we can cool down the planet. And so the question is, what can we do in our role as investors, in our role as innovators, what can we do to ensure, through policy, through innovation, through technology, that this next generation of wealth creation, which is not going to happen in the West, it's going to happen elsewhere, how do we ensure that those changes are happening in the greenest version of themselves? And, you know, maybe, for starters, maybe we need to start rethinking foreign aid. Maybe we need to recondition foreign aid on certain attributes that make foreign direct investment a lot more attractive. Because if we can create structures and incentive structures that allow more responsible capital to flow into these emerging economies, then we're gonna actually be able to make a difference and make sure that the first time someone buys a vehicle in their lives, it's an electric vehicle. I mean, just to give an example, right? If you actually look back to the way that mobile phone adoption actually happened, it happened faster in emerging economies than it did in developed economies. The emerging economies actually leapfrogged the West when it came to mobile adoption, simply because we all started with PCs and only later did we get our mobile phones. They went straight to mobile phones, and what happened is that they created a much more developed ecosystem around mobile payments, e-commerce, everything that can happen through a phone, transportation and mobility apps. These are all ubiquitous in emerging economies. They're ubiquitous in India, ubiquitous in China, ubiquitous in Latin America, and we have 7 scooter apps on our phone. It's just a totally different ecosystem because we didn't skip straight to the end.
Yeah.
We think that, as investors, we think that there's a great opportunity around creating the necessary conditions and environment for emerging economies to go straight to the end, to skip over the West and make sure that first moped or motorcycle that they buy is going to be electric. But it does require legislative change. It does require us to think differently about the way we think about foreign aid. And these are difficult conversations to have and quite politically fraught. So let's hope for the best.
Oh, no doubt. Well said. I loved all of that. You know, I think you're so right. There's that kind of phenomenon of you know, in the States we would have had cord cutters. In developing nations, cord nevers. Straight to mobile, absolutely. Can we go straight to green, straight to renewables? I love that as a mission. Legislation, foreign aid, it's all part of the mix. But Ulrich, coming over to yourself, talk to us about some of the scientific, you know, the science part of some of this. What are you seeing in your work that could maybe, you know, parachute into this scenario where all of a sudden all of the bikes are e-bikes, you know, all of the technology is green, renewable? What are some of the kind of scientific advantages that you think could be deployed?
Before I answer that question, I would like to follow up on your statement, which I like a lot. Exactly. When we are developing as a Startmont technologies, we need to choose solutions which are simple, easy to adopt, easy to produce, and not complex things, because it's great. We can have a lot of IP, yeah, we can make publications scientifically interesting. No, it needs to be accessible for the people. And for the investors, it's important that they have beside the selection criteria, profitability and long-term investment also, that it is applicable all over the world. I think this geographical, what you said, application, it's very important. Now coming to our technology, we could develop sulfur technology within the existing production technologies, but then we would not leverage the potential we have in this material. So we were brave and courageous and changed 30% of the standard production technology in order to make that happen. So therefore, one ingredient in all of what we are doing is courage. On the technology side, as a startup, to leave existing roads and to think what we can really change and what we should keep. And on the investor side, same. We need courageous, brave investors which see the difference and go into these with the right selection criteria.
Yeah, indeed. Any investors in the room, now's your chance to be a superhero. Seize the moment, be brave, be courageous, like these gents on stage. Juan, coming over to yourself now, obviously a lot of this depends on selling upwards to existing industries, existing infrastructure. You know, how do you kind of go about that ROI illustration when you're trying to make this stuff happen?
No, I would like to respond a little bit because, in my opinion, okay, we are thinking that the real change will be in a poor countries. Okay, talking in a income for the people, no, India, China, or all of them. But if a rich country like we are not doing the real change, will be different. So difficult, in my opinion, to make an example for the other country. So for us, it's something that I think that the change we can do it. In small pieces, I think our strategy is solving these small pieces, like Obama said once he stayed here in Madrid, say, we don't have the global solution. We just start with a small solution. And this is the thing that if we are continue thinking in huge things, it will be difficult for us to solve the present and the mid-future.
Yeah, indeed. Andres?
Well, I still think that we have a Western-centric mentality here, no? Because at the end of the day, I fully agree with what you are saying. No? The problem is not here, the problem is going to come. But they are doing the solutions. If you go to China right now are developing more technology than probably a lot of countries in the world together. So it's not that we need to solve them the problem. It's that sometimes we need to learn, what are they doing and how they are doing it right. No? I'm in a lot of panels, in a lot of conferences, listening how, everybody has to invest in sustainability, everybody has to, okay, great, fantastic. But I'm not receiving 100 calls every day from the big banks, telling me I need to invest in Hyperloop, that is the most sustainable solution and all that. So that's, we all know that we have a problem of greenwashing. We all know that we have a problem of big corporations doing some things for marketing, but not that. And then I go to China, I see what they are doing, and I'm impressed, I'm really, really impressed. And I'm impressed about the level of technology that they are developing and how they are advancing in every single area, okay?
Yeah.
Look, today I'm happy, and again, I can say that we're going to do the first 10 kilometers in Italy, but if you asked me 3 months ago or 6 months ago, I would have told you the first Hyperloop in the world is going to be done in China, okay?
Yeah.
Because the Chinese are really, really investing in that, and they have that kind of mentality of public-private partnership that is working.
Yeah.
So, I think that the biggest, or the elephant in the room, like he was saying, is what is happening in China and in India, but it's also true that we have a lot to learn about how they are doing the things in the last 10 or 20 years, because they are pushing really innovation. No? That being said, I agree with you, it's a lot of things. At the end, you don't have a silver bullet. You need to touch here, you need to be sure that the traditional industry make a transformation, you need to push the startups, you need to also think from the point of view of disruption, because it's the only way that you are going to, having new technologies like he's developing are going to solve the problem of the batteries. So a lot of combination of things, no? Yeah. And collaboration. At the end, for me, the most critical point is collaboration. When you put people in a room that comes from different industries, different backgrounds, and different mentalities, you have very, very good results. But we need to learn how to collaborate. And unfortunately, this commercial war that is happening right now is not helping. You know?
Right. Okay, words to live by: collaborate, it's ecosystem thinking, it's cathedral thinking, it's building the future we all want. But I'd like to come back to yourself, Nate. Now, these are, I'll invite you for closing remarks while we have some minutes on the clock. But Nate, you mentioned that while 30% of the bus fleet in China is electric, which is phenomenal, we love it, 100% of the energy is currently, correct me if I'm wrong, from fossil fuels. So there's that joined up ecosystem thinking aspect to it. And like, as you've all been saying, we need to join the dots to make the future we want. Closing remarks, we're going to start with yourself, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm just going to go back to this point because I think it's the central one.
Yeah.
More energy will be consumed in 30 years than today by a dramatic amount. Wow. And it's our responsibility to make sure that that energy consumed is created in the cleanest possible way. Yeah. It means we need to be open-minded about some controversial technologies like nuclear. I don't think Germany shutting down all of its reactors makes all that much sense in this environment. But we need to be open-minded. We need to be creative. We need to move fast, and the innovators will take care of the rest.
Well said. Well said. Great stuff, Ulrich.
Yeah. Message to the government: think big. Take an example: the US. Don't be naive in Europe. Message to the investors: be brave, courageous. Message to the startups: be brave as well, and always think that it should be a solution for the whole world and not only for the Western world.
Oh, well said. You can't negotiate with a hurricane, as they say. Juan, what say you?
I think that the solution that we have is the final client and the people. So we have to give them the solution in an effective cost to make the change. So we will have to do something to give them the possibility to be in a better world.
Yeah, well said. And Andres, you have the last word.
For me, it's energy efficiency and management of the energy cycle.
Yeah.
For me, that's the key point. We need to think about new solutions and new ways that we manage energy, and we understand that energy is a limited resource. Yeah. And that, putting in combination with what you are saying, that's the key point where we need to work.
Well said. So words to live by from all four of these fantastic experts, all doing the right thing. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. My dear friends, please join me in thanking Andres, Juan, Ulrich and Nate. Thank you so much. Okay, and we have a paparazzi moment. So if you are a colleague or indeed a fan of the work of these fabulous individuals and their great companies, please come and grab a photograph with our professional photographer. He's going to make everybody look gorgeous. Thank you so much. Okay, my dear friends, let's continue the discussion. Thank you, guys. That was just great. Thank you so much. Absolutely brilliant. Great job, great job. Thank you. Okay. Muchísimas gracias. Right, we're going to do a little stage change over here. I would just like to remind you, please, if you thought that was impressive, if you like some of the things our esteemed guests were saying, please share it on social media. Use the hashtag SouthSummit23 and make sure to tag South Summit wherever you can find them on social media. And feel free to tag me if I'm in the photographs, but more filters if you don't mind. Thank you so much. Right, we are going to move forward to our next wonderful session. It is all about driving sustainable transportation, a wonderful continuation of that conversation. And we're going to look at ESG in mobility. Now, ESG factors are being integrated into decision-making processes across the mobility value chain. So we're going to look at from vehicle design to manufacturing to transportation services, as we've just discussed, and indeed to infrastructure. We're going to cover all the bases here, and we're thrilled to have a power trio of experts joining us on stage. So I would love for you to welcome them one by one. First, we've got Manuel Barriero, who's the founder and chairman at Aston. Welcome, Manuel. Wonderful to see you. Round of applause for Manuel. Thank you so much. Great to see you. Come and make yourselves comfortable. Great. And Manuel is going to be joined by the investor at InMotion Ventures, Luis Fern. Welcome, Luis. Bienvenidos. Okay, I'm sorry if I've got the order mixed up. I'm doing it on my phone here. And finally, we have the co-founder and partner at Assembly Ventures, Christopher Thomas. A round of applause for Christopher. Yes, great to see you. Excellent stuff. Okay, gents, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, hello everyone, and thank you for joining us today to talk about an important topic of ESG. ESG, for those who are not familiar with the term, stands for environmental, social, and governance. And it's a topic that's really acquired pace in recent years and will continue to do so in the years to come as we move from seeing ESG as merely a nice-to-have to a must-have. So without further ado, let's start with a quick-fire round of introductions. I'll start off with myself. My name's Louis. Hello, everyone. I'm an investor with InMotion Ventures in London. We're the venture arm of Jaguar Land Rover, and we invest globally, seed to Series B, across a number of verticals, including electrification and sustainability. Over to you, Chris.
Sure, I'm Chris Thomas. I'm a co-founder and partner with Assembly Ventures. We're the first transatlantic mobility fund in the world. So we invest in air, land, sea, and space in Detroit, Berlin, and Silicon Valley, but across the entire West. The fund's premised on two ideas. One, that the East and West are bifurcating. So we're going to have very different environments as it relates to logistics, supply chain, and manufacturing. And two, the industrial centers of the legacy West have a huge role to play in the future of the way the world moves.
Fantastic. Manuel?
Thank you. Hi, good morning. I'm Manuel Barreiro. I'm the founder and chairman of the Aston Group. We are a private equity firm that do business in North America and Europe. We have a lot of different investments, but we do a lot of real estate. We do clean energy and telecommunications and technology.
Fantastic. Well, let's jump straight into things. So, what does ESG mean to you, and why do you think business leaders, investors, decision makers have started to adopt ESG principles?
There are many different ways to describe ESG, but usually the simplest way to describe it is the better. So for me, it's like everything that sounds good, or todo lo que suena bien for the Spanish speakers. And basically, it's just be committed to try to do things as sustainable, to be good to community, to be able to be transparent. So if anybody is looking at what you're doing, whether they're investors or stakeholders, or just even your employees, that they can see and everything is transparent and open for everyone. So the better that you can do that and the better that you can contribute to society, it's usually good. And also a lot of the young generations are really looking into this so that when they're looking for a job, they're not looking now just as how much more they're going to be making, but really what's the impact of what they're going to be doing in the society.
And I would agree with all that. I think one important additional point, though, is that to be sustainable, you have to be profitable. And there's a lot of discussions right now as to how can we do remarkable things that are going to improve the world and the environment we live in. All of us in this room today, I'm sure, want completely and clean energy. But we must transition to that world by utilizing what we have today and genuinely having a real impact rather than greenwashing or something that takes away from what you're hoping to get to.
Completely. No, I would agree with that. I think adopting ESG principles doesn't have to result in a lower market return.
No.
It can generate actually quite significant market returns and actually lead to reduced operational risk, increased productivity in manufacturing, and we're seeing that in mobility quite a lot in sustainable design, modular design,
Absolutely.
And also circularity. So no, very good point.
And as recently as 10 years ago, sustainability and profitability were mutually exclusive. And to your point, they're very much now, or can be, one and the same. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, and what do you think the difficulties are for startups as opposed to large corporations in adhering to ESG standards?
I think from our perspective, as I talked about earlier, we have to be sustainable is to be forward-going and profitable. And so when it comes to startups, for us, we see a lot of startups, we see a lot of funds that are marketing sustainability but aren't actually achieving it. So the companies that we've invested in around the globe, companies like Sortira Alloys that take end-of-life materials to ensure that you can take aluminum from recycled vehicles, put it right back into production. On average, you utilize about 5% of carbon input by recycling aluminum rather than mining new. That's real impact. Thinking about all the ways in which you're doing this in a material, quantifiable way, rather than just kind of having a talking point. I think that's what's really important. If you're going to be a fund or a company that claims to be ESG focused or sustainability and have impact, you have to actually have those real results.
Yeah, I think what's really changing nowadays is that before, people were looking into ESGs just because they were accountable for something that happened. Yeah. Nowadays, it's really, that they are actually measuring how this happens. A good example, we invest a lot on the auto industry, and companies or OEMs in Europe and Germany are really pushing down the supply chain on this and saying, well, let's if you want to keep selling product to me, let's go down the supply chain again. And say you need to have at least 30 or 40% of your energy coming from clean sources. If that doesn't happen, then you're not allowed to sell me this product. So I think that's a really, really big change because before it was just about, putting something in paper, putting something in your audits, and now it's really, going, down and really pushing everybody to be part of this and to improving the whole society. And I think that's important, and being able to measure that, it's something that wasn't there 20 years ago when this concept came in.
Fantastic. And I think that brings us on to the next question really well in terms of being able to quantify ESG metrics and what the difference is from CSR, corporate social responsibility, in the past. What would you say are the main differences over those two approaches?
I mean, I think CSR, it's interesting. Sustainability and ESG is really focused on impact, and there's, as to you point out, you can be very profitable and have tremendous impact, second and third order effects. CSR is really focused on, are you being true to the intent of your shareholders, and can you do this in a way in which is ensuring the profit motive is being adhered to, but also that you're doing things by way of what that shareholder base wants. I think those things go together really well, but there is a clear difference I would offer between the two.
Yeah, I would disagree a bit. I mean, I think there's a difference, of course, but I think what happens, the main difference was that before it was a requirement, and today is something that you're looking for. And when you're looking for new investors that are really looking long term and are a little more willing to provide money, sometimes even at a lesser return, just because you're more sustainable and more friendly and more open, I think that's a bit different. Now that you can actually measure that, and investors might select company A versus B because you're really working into those doing those things.
And that's a fair point, but I think that is the difference. Yeah. It's a question of where are you going to see financial flow of funds, and what are the underlying philosophies that are having you invest there, with it be with a fund or in the public markets. I think that's a fair point.
And also long-term investment.
Yeah.
Some people will say, well, I just want to go in and out and make a buck, while the other was is, I want to stay with these guys because they're going to be there for a longer time, and they will last longer just because they're doing things properly. Yeah.
Brilliant. And from your experience, one for you, Manuel, how important is the role of large corporations in applying downward pressure in getting their supply chain to adhere to ESG standards?
A lot more nowadays, especially I would say here in Europe. You see it a lot more than what you see in the US. I think especially when you talk about sustainability and green, it's more and more pushy. I will say in Northern Europe more than in the US. But yeah, they're really pushing, and I think that's the catch. Everybody wants to buy now an electric vehicle, for example. But a lot of the batteries, might be made or transformed in China in not so many really clean processes, and that's the catch. So being able to actually track down everything in the supply chain, whether that's in China or in Latin America or in Africa, that's a challenge, and it's happening more and more. And I would say a little more in Europe rather than the US, but everybody's going into that direction.
And I think you're having it, I agree with you, I think you're having it from both perspectives. The IRA in the US from a governmental industrial policy perspective has certainly ensured that large corporations are saying these are the things we require downstream. But you're also seeing a lot of really interesting innovation that are taking advantage of what they know is required upstream. Mm-hmm. So one of our portfolio companies, Our Next Energy, this is looking at LFP battery pack and cell manufacturing in North America. And you look at the production requirements now as to where that's going on the continent, but also around the Western world. That's incredibly important. But also the national security prerogatives as it relates to how do we ensure that we've got a line of sight from a supply chain perspective on the critical materials and the overall manufacturing components that we're going to need to ensure that our domestic industries are vibrant. The new battery plant in the UK, the battery plants we're seeing in Michigan, those things are very much, I think, in the vanguard of how we're going to see this, the big companies going down and the young dynamic companies supplying up, and hopefully seeing a lot of combinations and working together.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think you're seeing a lot of that. Startups where their business model is optimized to help companies achieve their net zero goals, sustainability goals, and adhere to these ESG standards. Are there any examples, Manuel, you've seen of startup innovators who are helping corporations to achieve these goals?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are plenty, especially, for example, in the construction industry, they're now looking into passports, like what sort of materials are you putting on each building? If you eventually want to refurbish that property, especially on real estate, you know exactly what is on this property, and instead of just demolishing something, you will just retake the materials and let's reuse it somewhere else. And I think that's a really, really big change that's happening. I think one of the leading countries on this is the Netherlands. Holland, Amsterdam really is really working into this and on this circular economy, and I think that's going to be a huge difference in the years to come.
And we have a big thesis at our fund around the future of infrastructure. So digital and physical and how that moves forward. One of our companies, Metropolis, they have 3.3 million users in North America, more than almost 2% of the US driving population. But how do you, from a top of wallet perspective, make sure for parking, car wash, fueling, charging, infrastructure, how do you make that experience and the time saved for the user immediate?
Yeah.
And then how does that flow up to large infrastructure providers, of which Spain has many, that is going to be really interesting around, again, that large company and small company coming together to provide a better service in the built environment.
Absolutely. And interesting you mentioned the construction passport. There's a similar thing, as you'll know, in the automotive industry about battery passports.
Yeah.
And we've got a company in our portfolio called Circular, and essentially they enable large automakers to track the provenance, production flow, and greenhouse gas emissions of critical materials that go into batteries, such as nickel, cobalt, lithium. And that's becoming critical, developing these digital battery passports, so you've got complete visibility through to the production stage all the way through to end of life.
Yeah.
And that is critical. And regulations also coming in, the EU's new battery regulation, they're actually requiring companies to adhere to strict ESG criteria, and this will become more and more stringent in the years to come. And we're seeing thresholds on the amount of recycled raw material that has to go into these batteries, along with other matters. So no, it's an amazing area.
And the EU data regime is fascinating, especially for an American. I mean, I think we have a company in Berlin called Rides that allows for large enterprise, large companies to provide a mobility benefit to all their employees. Yes, they get the ability to utilize any mode that they want, train, bike, car, what have you. Usually it's binary, a bus pass or a car. But the real value is the data. So if I know you're working for Siemens and I know exactly what you're doing every day, understanding what those customers or what those employees are doing, how can you actually better utilize your transportation systems, the cost savings to the large corporation and the benefit in terms of just better carbon mitigation. That would only happen in Europe right now because of the regulatory regime.
And you mentioned data. Where does cybersecurity come into the ESG topic?
I think it's so important, and I've spent a lot of time, I sat on the board of an Israeli cybersecurity company focused uniquely on automotive, and I've been looking at the space for a decade. I think it's a space that was a little in front of its skis. It was a little too early because there wasn't a customer in the eyes of the OEM. But today it's not a nice to have, it's a must have, as we've seen in the Hyundai and Kia kind of propagation of different vehicles being stolen because of like a lack of cybersecurity or a lack of security protocols. This will be something that will be a core part of any forward-going make model, I think, starting as recently as next year. I'm a big believer that it has to be there. Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, I mean, I fully agree. Just, think about, for example, data centers. They storage all the data for basically anything in the world, from gaming to what we buy, what, we store. And they really need to manage this information. And going back to ESGs, now sometimes this data could be more valuable than the actual product that you're building. So it's extremely important to keep it safe. So cybersecurity is a huge deal now, and it will become more and more every day now that everybody's working or interacting with each other, all the young generations, playing in here, the metaverse that everybody will be immersed into that in many years. A lot of people think this is the future, but it's actually happening now. In the next few years, it's going to be there, and a lot of the young generations will basically have, let's say, a double life, what we have in here, and then what you will have online. And if we do not protect that, there's a lot of risks on what's going to happen for our children, and I think that's super important.
Yeah.
And on that topic, what do you feel is a bigger pool? Customer demand, changing customer preferences towards a more sustainable future, or regulation, sort of coming top down in getting companies to adopt these ESG standards?
I was just talking last night with a reporter from Bloomberg on this topic, and we were talking about when you look at the past for battery production going into EVs of the last 20 years, for example, the contention that was being made on the call was, if we just had better regulatory environments, we would have had the Nissan Leaf succeed. I disagree. I think that we have to have outstanding products. Every consumer in this audience has to have full confidence that it's a great product with incredible battery life, with an unbelievable experience. That's why you're going to choose to marshal 20, 30, 40, 50,000 euro to purchase that asset. And so we certainly have to have great products, regulatory environments and government working to ensure that we're doing right by the progression of different technologies is a good thing. But I don't think we can have any regulatory regime without outstanding products and technology.
Yeah, I think it's a dual effort, really. Of course, companies need to be thinking about these, but also the governments. Each government needs to really be thinking, because you cannot be alone. If you just try to do it from the private sector and the government is not helping, it's not going to work. And if you're just the government and the companies are not willing to do it, it's not going to work either. So it's a dual effort, and everybody needs to push in that direction.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, I would agree with you both on that point. I do feel as though automakers are listening to sort of changing customer demands and looking ahead to what preferences will be in the coming decades. We've just invested in 2 companies recently in our portfolio, both in the sustainable materials space. One is called Generation Phoenix, and if you've flown here to Madrid, you've probably sat in an airplane seat that's covered in their material, because they're very big in aviation, but also now in the automotive sector.
I love their name.
Yeah, they were recently rebranded from E-Leather to Generation Phoenix.
The Generation Phoenix is much better.
Yeah. As I said, new generation preferences, it's hitting that point exactly. So I think there is definitely a shift in that direction, and Tesla was an early adopter. They went all vegan interiors in 2019, and I think that is listening to changing preferences in the market. But obviously, this material, it still has to have the quality and reach the standards of traditional animal leather, but with much better ESG credentials.
But I will say, kind of going to the consumer, auto companies are listening to the consumer, and the idea that we will have an EV panacea in our lifetime, I believe, is false. I think we're going to see a multitude of differentiated powertrains, of which ICE engines that all of us are using today, or majority of us are using today, will continue over the next many decades in the Americas and Europe, but in some geographies for a century. And so this is going to be, again, a transition. I think hydrogen is going to have a really important role to play. I think fuel cells will be interesting in certain use cases. But I think we need to be cognizant that this is going to be something where there's not one recipe to feed everyone. It's going to take many. Yeah.
No, and I think it's really, nowadays it's not just about the quality of products, as you're saying.
Yeah.
People and the young generations are really looking into the benefits and what's happening, and they really will buy something even if it has a little bit of a higher price, if it's well built and it's ecological and coming from a company that is thinking long term on the society rather than just making the bucks. So really, they're really looking into these things now.
Okay, and a question that might be quite controversial is, where does politics sit in ESG? Do you think there's any trade-offs that companies have to make in kind of the geopolitical turbulence that we're facing at the moment, where they might have to seek different suppliers, resources, depending on regions?
I mean, I think politics sits right in the center of ESG. But I think that for maybe a different reason than you expect. And so I think when we look across our governments, from both an executive and a cabinet position, but also ministries around all of the Western world, we have many individuals who are sitting in positions of power who have no background for the positions in which they sit. Yeah. And that is something that we must solve. We have to demand that the men and women who are sitting in positions like Secretary of Energy, like Secretary of Transportation, have a deep understanding of these sectors so as to push the type of growth that we require that's going to be there. There'll always be patronage in politics. It's part and parcel, but we have to demand excellence. And I think if we do that, then we will have ESG policies that are sustainable, that are profitable, and that actually represent our ideals. as members of the West. If we don't do that, then I think we'll have much of the morass that we have right now, where there's not that much divide between the three of us, and we just met. I can guarantee that. But there's so much that's brought up that wastes time from getting to real solutions. So I think it's a key part, unfortunately, but maybe fortunately if we get the right men and women in the job.
Yeah, and I think in addition to that, you know, what happens many times is that they do not really think that changing and going more green or going more social is going to make them more money. And sometimes they just think about, you know, the bottom line, which is money, and that's not the case. They really need to think about it, and if they're educated enough, they will understand that in the long run, this will help more, you'll make more money, and you will be better for society.
And more of a general question now, scene setting. What factors do you think will play a pivotal role in increasing the trend for VCs and private equity firms towards ESG credentials in the coming years?
Well, I would say, you know, a lot has to do with the government. Again, going back to, for example, data centers, there are some countries now that would say, you know, they take a lot of energy. So that if, you know, a piece of your energy is not coming from green sources, then we will not provide you the permit. So the more the governments will push down this to everybody, the better that each one will do, and the more that we'll go into that direction. So I think it has to be a lot with policy.
I think it'll be another P. I think it'll be profit. I think PE and VC are going to chase where there's going to be the biggest returns. And I think what we have to do, when you think about places like Spain, when I think about places like Michigan, I want to make sure that the companies that are going to grow and move the world for the rest of our lives are founded by high integrity men and women from the places I love, and that are funded by men and women from the places I love. And so I think when you talk to folks on the coast of the United States, for example, there's a perception sometimes that they have all the answers. That is false. There's amazing men and women in every country in Europe. There's amazing men and women in every state in the US. We need to make sure we're empowering those entrepreneurial centers and letting them grow to create great product, and not let there be a huge divergence in wealth and prosperity based on entrepreneurial and investment in innovation industrial centers.
Okay. And in terms of Assembly Ventures, what ESG metrics do you apply when you're sourcing, doing due diligence on a deal, or even when you're working with portfolio companies? How can you work together with your portfolio to solve the problem together?
No, it's a great question. For us, people always ask me, or it sometimes comes up, are you an impact fund? And I was like, we are not. But every company we invest in will have real empirical impact. So I talked about Sortira. You know, we have hundreds of millions of pounds of aluminum recycled coming into production in the North American market over the next couple of years, and some coming online right now. That is real impact in a way in which other companies that maybe are talking about future carbon mitigation can't go after. Companies like Arnex Energy, looking at lithium as a core component of their overall battery chemistry system, getting away from rare earths. You know, a large minority of cobalt is mined by children in the Congo. We shouldn't tolerate that. How do we actually get out of those ecosystems and get to more sustainable materials that we own in the West, and so on and so forth. And so for us, it's not that we are tracking an individual KPI for the sake of checking a box, but it's when I sit down with that entrepreneur and I say, why are you doing this? And they talk about this from the perspective of, yes, it's a great business. Yes, it has the ability to change core aspects of our industrial policy and how people, you know, move the world. But there's also this piece that really matters by way of environment or, you know, social construct or people's lives. And so we're looking at it very much holistically through that lens.
Okay. Manuel?
And we just you know, like to think in the cities or the communities that we invest in, not just worldwide. Because sometimes, you know, if you do an investment in Switzerland or in the US and you're based in Amsterdam, you know, you might not really care. So when we look at these investments, you look into really how many households are you going to be touching if you're doing programs on, you know, smart cities or helping specific regions. Okay, what's going to be the impact? And people will really feel that. I mean, this is something that is going to change. Our family is going to be changed in a specific area where you're going to be doing this investment. And I'm not saying that you should not think, you know, globally, but also you really really need to think locally. So if you invest in these places and you feel these people, they're getting better wages, they're doing clean jobs, people is excited about coming to work because they're doing something better, then I think you're going in the right direction, and that's the right company to invest in, because you really are touching. And you can feel it, what's happening, next to the company, or, next door, really.
And lastly, final question. We've whittled through those questions. What excites you the most about sort of the changing ESG landscape in the venture capital world?
I mean, I think it's a chance to do well and do good. And there's a misconception still amongst some individuals who are in just pure finance that you can't do both. And I would completely disagree with that. I think the point you made earlier, as it relates to, you have to take the long view. You have to think about this from the perspective of, this is what we're going to be able to do today, but the second and third order effects, which we can actually ascribe value to, and not value that's just fictional, but that we can underwrite and find new ways to actually bring back to the individuals involved. That is something that's a step change, and that will change the way people invest from large corporates to middle market PE to VC. But for us, again, I think the most important thing is finding co-investors that share your philosophy around, it's not just, for us, it's not just air, land, sea, and space. We want to invest in great entrepreneurs that are moving all those realms. But where are we moving to? What are the underlying philosophies? What's the underlying values that we share in the West? That's very important to us.
Yeah, and I think, let's just put it in very simple terms. If you're going to be investing in something that will be good not just for you, but for the next generation, for your children, or even your grandchildren, then it's simple. And I mean, not all the companies will last that long, but if you think that way, and you think you're going to be doing something good for them, and you're going to, provide a better world for them, and water will be cleaner, and the earth will be better, then just that's a simple way to think about where to invest, and just think on a long-term basis.
Well, thank you both. We'll bring it to a close there, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Okay, my friends, we have our paparazzi moment. If you are a colleague of these fine gentlemen, you want to rush to the front, take that golden photograph for your company's intranet. It's all good. I've been there. I know it's important to do. Brilliant. Okay, but this gentleman is a professional. He's going to make you look like Hollywood film stars. I've seen his work. It's brilliant. Thank you so much, Christopher, Luis, and Manuel. Thank you so much. That was great. Muchísimas gracias. Okay, we're going to have a little stage changeover now because we are going to have an inspiring keynote. So there's just enough time for me to remind you to fill up your reusable bottle. You can get one from the South Summit store just by the cloakroom on the entrance from one of our water stations. Using a refillable bottle means you get free beer. I don't make the rules. This is so cool. I don't think we could do this in Ireland. I think the cost would be quite prohibitive. I say this as an Irishman, obviously. But if you refill your refillable bottle, maybe get a South Summit branded one, you get green tokens and become a green warrior, and this means free beer. Tick, tick, tick. What's not to like? Okay, we got our chairs ready. We're going to move on to our next inspiring keynote. Now, this is all about the implications and benefits of opening the long-distance bus market in Spain. The economic opportunities such as job creation and boosting tourism, as well as consumer benefits such as greater choice and competitive fares. All of this is on the table. It's going to be discussed right now in a session called Driving Forward, the opportunities of Spain's transport business. And my friends, we are very honored to be joined by a company that many of you will know about for their many brilliant services. We're going to be joined right now by the CEO of Flix. Please give a huge round of applause to André Schwemmlein. Thank you. Brilliant. Welcome, André. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. It still is good morning. Great to see you. It's an honor to be here. Lovely Madrid. Unfortunately, not the typical Madrid weather today. Nevertheless, who in this room knows Flix and who has used our product before, FlixBus? That's about 5 to 10 people. And that's exactly the problem I want to talk about, because usually if I would be either on a startup summit or in a university, about 90 to 95% would have used our product before, would have liked it. Maybe they would complain about the Wi-Fi, which was not fast enough, but they would have used it. And the 5 or 10% who did not raise their hand would have not listened to the question, most likely. And that's the origin of the problem I want to talk about a bit here in Madrid, because from our perspective, it's a crucial time at the moment for mobility and for societies. Why? Because we see a multiple crisis out there. One is obviously the pressing one, besides the war and so on, the inflation, the recession that is potentially upcoming in some countries, and economic pressure, lower household income. So we have an economic crisis at the moment. And obviously, this also reflects, and if I look at Spain, it also reflects on, like in many other countries, on cities and rural areas. So how do our countries develop? And the other one is the climate crisis. So we need, on the one hand, an affordable way to travel, which is also connecting cities which are not the main towns. And on the other hand, we need a sustainable way to travel. And I think, from my perspective and our perspective, Spain is missing out on an opportunity. And in that sense, how few of you raised your hand, Spain is missing out on an opportunity which every other country in Europe takes. You might know, or you might not know, Spain is one of the very few markets globally that has not an open bus market, which is super strange, because you have an open airline market, you have obviously an open car market, you have an open rail market now, which everyone is celebrating, how great competition is doing for rail, even for the incumbents. Prices are going down, connectivity is going up, quality is going up. Nevertheless, on bus, this is not happening. And I think it misses out an opportunity for Spain. We do that in 40 countries. So you might know Flix a bit. We're running around 4,000 buses globally. So we run from the borders of Turkey to Syria, to the Pacific coast in California, from Brazil to northern Sweden. So we're present in a lot of markets. We just announced that we're going to open Chile, which is a very European-like market in South America from our perspective. And we're going to open India next year. So you see, Flix is a global story on how we roll out a business model that was born in Europe, and that is European by origin, and that has a couple of important aspects. In every country that we establish ourselves, we will become a local company. So we will not only build a team like we have here in Madrid or in any other market where we're active, but we also work with local partners. So the business model of Flix is that we have local companies, more than 1,000 globally, that work with us, that buy the buses, and the buses that you see on the road, the green, beautiful buses, are run by local companies under the Flix brand, and they create real jobs, economic growth, and so on. And what our ambition is, we also have to create a value to the market. We have to bring value to the market in terms of connectivity. So usually we connect a lot of cities that have not been connected before. To give you a number, about 30% of our cities in many markets are below 20,000 inhabitants. So in many markets globally, we have around 5,500 stops in our network globally. We are the only long-distance offer that is available. So yes, we cater for the high-demanded routes, but we also cater for the rural areas. And we do that with an offer which has a better quality and lower prices than incumbents. And speaking about Spain, we offer cross-border services a lot. You can travel to Portugal, to France, to Italy, wherever you want to go, you can travel with FlixBus. With an interconnection, you might even get to Poland or Ukraine. So whatever you want to do, you can do it. The only thing you can't do, travel domestically in Spain. So it's not possible to travel from your hometown to Madrid or between two metropolitan areas. That's simply, it's forbidden. It's called a concession system. Concession system is just a nice word for monopoly, because only a couple of companies own this monopoly. And what a monopoly usually does is it provides bad service at a high price. And to make that transparent, Portugal just opened their market about 1.5 years ago. We started operations. We are meanwhile on eye level with the incumbents in terms of service. And the prices in Spain are 80% higher than in Portugal. And this is just the power of competition. At the end, if you don't have competition, you get a worse offer at lower prices, at higher prices. And even in France, prices are 40%, compared to France, prices in Spain are 40% higher. So I think it's a great opportunity And obviously, I'm pitching a bit our company and also that we are friends of an open market. But I think it's also crucial for our society because one thing is important. We need innovation in the future. We need innovation to keep our societies on an economical viable path. So we need innovative companies born out of Europe. We cannot hand over everything to China or the US, so we need strong European companies. We want to be such a company. We want to be also a local, strong Spanish company. And we will need innovation for the second big challenge, decarbonization. And that's going to be a huge topic from my perspective. Because two things will lead to decarbonization of travel. And I believe that net zero travel is possible. So in a couple of years from now, you will travel carbon-free. I think this is given. The question is what's the date and what's the technology? But I have no doubt that traveling on a bus, and we do also trains in some markets, will be carbon neutral in the future. That's not the question. The question is only the speed and the exact technology. But also here you will need innovation. And if you look around, there's a lot of innovation going on. At the moment it's not happening here, but we have tested solar panels on buses. We have biogas buses rolled out. We are working on electric long-distance buses, which is a pretty big challenge if you want to run 500 to 1,000 kilometers. But we're working on that together with Daimler. We are working on hydrogen buses together with a couple of hydrogen and fuel cell manufacturers. So the innovation is coming, but the innovation can and should be driven not only from public capital, because I think also our countries have not unlimited funds. It also has to come from private companies. We have to put our money into innovation, and we can do that in fair and open regulation. And therefore, I think it's a huge opportunity to think more in open markets. And besides that specific topic I'm talking about, long-distance buses, I think it's also on a broader topic that we are in Europe sometimes too hesitant to take a stand and say, where do we want to go? And then take a brave step forward. I think we have so many resources in Europe in terms of people, our culture, and also our technology and our companies, and we don't utilize it well enough because we are scared of the future sometimes, and we should have a more positive and a more open mind towards the future development, to also have an opportunity to stand at eye level with China and the US. And this comes down at the end that all our countries are too small. They are all too small on a global scale. We need Europe united, we need it together. And obviously, we like that we can do our small part in that by connecting countries, connecting cities, because I think traveling inside of Europe is not only amazing, but it's also very important for us to understand what Europe is about and to have a joint culture. But also to drive innovation, we need one European market. The European Commission also said that these open markets, like Spain, the bus market, would be beneficial for the European unity and for the economic development. And I think that's very, very true. Because at the end, if we want to have global players in a positive sense, with a European DNA, with a European attitude towards doing business, with really job creation, with being local, then at the end we also need European markets, because this is the size where we as a society and we as companies can be large enough and relevant enough that we play a role in the global society. And to give you one example, we were born out of a market opening in Germany. The market was opened 2013, and we started growing out of competition, and it was a lot of new offers and a lot of new attractive services. And then a lot of countries around us anticipated that this is a positive change. And then France opened 2015, Macron opened the market. The buses are still called Car Macron, so the Macron buses, because he's seen what's happening in Germany was something that he liked. On the other hand, we also saw a market opening in Italy, also a market that was closed for 100 years. And what we've seen after 1 year, you have seen 35% more connections and prices significantly lower than before and better services. And this has endured until today. So I think a lot of countries adopting at the moment in our small segment that spirit. And I think it's very important, and also here, not only for our market, but all markets, that we embrace open markets, open competition, because if we Europeans want to have a chance, we only have a chance together, and therefore we need companies that can really operate pan-European. We want to be such a company, and I think we have something to add for Spain. I hope more of you can use our buses in the future. Potentially tomorrow, if you want to go to Lisbon or Paris or Toulouse or whatever, but also the day after tomorrow if you want to go to Barcelona or your hometown. And this is our vision. We are here to stay. We like Spain. I personally like Spain. My kids speak Spanish. My wife is fluent in Spanish, and I spent a lot of time in Spain. So obviously, this is something that is close to my heart, that we are here to stay. We are working here for years. We build international connections, and we are eager to build domestic connections in the future, because from our perspective, there is so much more potential in Europe and in Spain and in our segment that I'm super excited about the future, and we should not be scared of the challenges ahead. I think it's an exciting time, it's a challenging time, but if we really are proactive and embrace change, I think we can make a difference, and Flix can be a small example of that, and I think there are many, many good examples also today here on the summit, and therefore I'm very proud to be here. Thanks a lot for your time. It's highly appreciated that you came in, and I hope that in a couple of years I come back and more hands are raised and you have traveled to your hometowns or to other cities in Spain with us. So thanks a lot for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Absolutely wonderful stuff, and thanks for all of your amazing work. I'm sure that many of you will agree that this really is the route forward. Innovation in transportation can have transformational effects on all of our industries. So I just wanted to take a little bit of a moment to thank our global partners here at South Summit. We are very, very grateful to the following companies for their amazing support. We really could not do this without you. So big up to the teams at Endesa, TopTal, Sabadell, Mutua, Madrileña, Weira, BBVA and Google for Startups. Thank you for everything you do. Now, just a little reminder that, when the night comes in, the most valuable connections are nurtured over sunset drinks. Now, I don't know how much of a sunset we're going to be seeing today. I do live in Spain, but I'm from the beautiful island of Ireland, and this is where we have a lot of rain. When the summer comes out, we have our sunblocks are called pubs. We go in and we drink something called Guinness. You may be familiar with it. So I've actually managed to bring the Irish summer with me today. So I don't know about sunset drinks, but maybe an Irish summer drink you're going to have. But anyway, the captivating atmosphere of Madrid, rain or sunshine, we're going to be enhanced the networking experiences. So it gives you the opportunity to really foster meaningful relationships and maybe uncover some life-changing opportunities. I mean, my favorite phrase is, my personal mantra, if you like, is ABC, always be connecting. And, I really do think at events like South Summit, the connections that you make are from such a high quality of delegates, of speakers, of partners, ecosystem members. You can make some connections that can change your life. They can change the world. And so the way to really go about this, I'm a great believer that my favorite diagram is on one circle it says, your comfort zone. And on another circle, which is way over here and completely unconnected, where the magic happens. So often we have to step out of our comfort zone to make the magic happen. But if you take that chance at South Summit, I promise you the connections you make will be high quality. They could be transformational. So I invite all of you to come to our special fiesta this evening. And this is going to be held at the Plaza de la Paca. I hope I pronounced that right. So this is after-work drinks and music. Now, yesterday evening we had some wonderful drinks and music at the Plaza de Santa Ana, so big shout to you if you are there. But there's really so much fun to be had and so many great connections. So please take the opportunity while you're here, step out of the comfort zone. I challenge all of you to speak to 3 people you've never spoken to before and just see how you can help each other. Because sometimes it seems like there's some nice serendipity there and you'll find yourself speaking to somebody and thinking, this is just fantastic. I am making a great connection here. And, you know, it wouldn't have happened if I didn't step out of the comfort zone. And sometimes you find that, you know, to be a bit of a hippie about it, the universe answers your needs. And you happen to speak to exactly the right person who can help you to do the very important thing that you need to do. So really, that's an invitation. Speak to 3 people you've never spoken to before in your life and just see how you can help each other. Okay, that's my challenge to you. And remember, ABC, always be connecting. That is my personal mantra. Another little reminder, please do install the South Summit app because there's all kinds of cool stuff in there. You can connect with every one of our speakers and delegates. Amazing. Just remember to keep those kind of connections going and keep building this future. Now, of course, this summit is all about a shared vision of the future. It's all about the 2030 we all want to live in. It's about the future we want for our children and grandchildren. It's about being better ancestors. Cathedral thinking. We want to build a future that maybe we won't be here to see. I mean, if you listen to Jose Luis Cordero, who's one of our amazing guests and speakers here, he's talking about the death of death, la muerte de la muerte. So maybe we will be here, but who knows? But we've got to fix this problem right now. And a big part of this is AI and natural intelligence and disruptive technologies in agriculture. Such an important sector for all of our well-being, for our nutrition, for the food we eat, and for the planet and our fellow inhabitants. So in a world full of innovation and shiny new toys, traditional sectors such as agriculture are often left behind. But disruptive technologies have a powerful role to play in improving our food systems and designing a more sustainable world. So how can AI and natural intelligence work together to create the best of both worlds? What solutions exist? What challenges do we need to overcome for them to reach full potential? And how should founders and investors be thinking about the incredible opportunities in this space? Well, I'm thrilled now to welcome a power trio of experts who are going to take a deep dive into exactly this topic. All of you are in the right place right now at the playground stage at South Summit 2023. I'm going to welcome them on one by one. Please join me in bringing to the stage the co-founder and CEO at BeHero, Omer Davidi. Welcome, Omer. Thank you. Excellent. We bring the energy to the stage for our friends. And he's going to be joined by the founder and CEO at Better Origin. Please welcome Fotis Fotiadis. Welcome. Welcome, Fotis. And they are being joined by our wonderful moderator. She is a principal at Balderton. Please welcome to the stage Greta Anderson. Thank you.
I think we need
Morning.
sunglasses.
My name is Greta Anderson. I'm a principal at Balderton Capital. For anyone who doesn't know who we are a multi-stage fund based out of London, investing in the best European founders building businesses worldwide. We invest both from at the early all the way through pre-IPO stages. Our current funds total 1.2 billion between them. And so today the topic of conversation is disruptive technologies in agriculture. And to many generalist investors, agriculture remain, or the perception is that it kind of lags behind other industries. And as a generalist fund, we have made some out there investments that are not your typical SaaS company, whether it's lab-grown meats, vertical farming, sort of hardware businesses that some investors sometimes shy away from. And another one is Better Origin, who I have Fotis here today. So yeah, to begin, maybe you could introduce yourself and speak briefly on what is your business and a few sentences on the journey so far.
Yeah, for sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Fotis. I'm CEO of Better Origin. At Better Origin, our goal is to build a sustainable food system. Something we realized recently is that our food system is not sustainable nor secure, and we've seen that lately with various different shocks in the supply chain, and also if you take a look into how we're sourcing food and feed for animals, it just comes from all over the world, food miles and so on. It's just a pretty non-sustainable situation. So what we do at Better Origin is that we use technology to convert food waste back into animal feed using insects. So yeah, that's what we do.
You want to go next,
Okay.
Omer?
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming here. My name is Omer. I'm CEO and co-founder of BeHero. The short version is that we are helping to future-proof our food supply while saving the bees. Practically, we developed low-cost IoT sensors that goes into beehives, and we help to track and monitor the health and the efficiency of those beehives as they are touring around to pollinate approximately 75% of the crops out there. Founded the company originally in Israel. Now we're spread across Israel, Europe, the US, and Australia. Today we're the largest pollination provider in the world, so things are going pretty well.
Fantastic. And I guess, so to start, maybe you could share, do you want to start, Fotis? What is the level of adoption that you see of technology kind of broadly in your industry and maybe agriculture at large?
Yeah, for sure. I think agriculture is one of those industries that was quite late in the technology kind of transformation, and there's so much potential to change things, whether it is from software and AI in improving efficiency, or with new automation technologies to reduce labor and improve yields. Our approach has been very much about finding what part of the supply chain is more ready to adopt a more sustainable solutions like insect farming. And in the UK, as you know, we started working with supermarkets because we think that's where they have a lot of decision-making power, and they have all these milestones they need to actually hit around food waste and emissions. So what we're trying to do with a supermarket, for example, is connect the two dots. So take food waste from the supply chain, convert that into insect protein to feed animals that produce products that go back to the same supermarket. And we think that's actually quite powerful because we can convey the message throughout the whole value chain, starting from the farmer to the retailer and all the way to the consumer. So I guess that's an area that at the moment we see a lot of interest, coming close to the brand, coming close to the consumer and explaining why something is sustainable.
Makes sense. And in your industry, what is the level of adoption of new technologies and the willingness to embrace kind of more innovative and differentiated ideas?
I think we had this conversation backstage, and it's a slow adopting environment. I mean, I'm coming from the cybersecurity space, the cycles of which you can get feedback from the customers and improve and leverage is like on a monthly basis. And here we're getting into an industry where it takes you sometimes a year to show the value proposition, and then another year until you can build a business model that makes sense, and suddenly it's 2 years into the business, and the typical startup structure usually needs to show results on a more faster time frames. So the adoption is tough. I think that there were companies entering the agricultural space with technology before us, which, let's say, opened the door to at least listen to new innovative approach to do things. But still, it's a slow process. It's about building credibility with more conservative markets and trying to introduce, I would say, easier to digest business model. So even if you think you can improve so many things in the process, but it will take 5 years to prove, let's focus on something simple that can be validated early on. And I think this is what helped us at least to see quite consistent growth over the last 4 or 5 years.
So how did that play out exactly at Be Hero? Like how did you identify those early adopters, and what was the initial kind of pitch?
So first of all, it's door to door. I mean, when we started, it was driving to farms, knocking on doors, telling them the story. Of course, COVID made everything a little bit more complicated. But basically trying to get those 5, 8 customers, like medium to large scale customers that are willing to give it a try. And making sure that everything works well. I mean, the early days of the startup, there are things that doesn't work behind the scene, and you need to know that you can fix it on the long term, but you have to fix it now, because if you fail, it's a done deal. So knocking on doors was the first approach, getting some traction with those guys, getting some of them actually happy with the solution that we provide and getting them to share this. And the second thing, I think, in our industry is conferences. It's actually the parties after the conferences where you close most of the deals. But online marketing, cold calling, those things did not work for us. A lot of boots on the ground work.
That makes sense. And I think something that we were talking about already backstage is, given the volatility in yields just broadly, it's much more difficult to prove the ROI in a single data point or even a few data points. People question whether you are the cause of the increase or the benefit. Is that something that you experience as well, Fotis?
Yeah, massively. And first of all, farmers are probably the most skeptical people in the world. We're speaking with the CEO of a big egg farming company, and they were saying that they just got them insurance for free, and 50% of the farmers think that they got scammed. So that's the level of distrust they have. In our case, yeah, as Omer said, the cycle is about 86 weeks, so it takes so long to prove your yields. And that's why, for us, we went to the farmers in the beginning, and they were like, unless we see the yield, it's difficult to adopt. And that's why we moved one step further up in the value chain, where you can actually start targeting some players that appreciate sustainability and can see how this is the future, and can see how getting early in the industry will benefit them, and then start convincing the farmers. And something else we realized, also experimenting with marketing, that didn't work, is that farmers only trust other farmers. So you have to build a community that they all understand that you're there for them and that you're there to help them. And eventually, if things work, they will actually make more money out of it. And so we've selected, in the beginning, we were kind of trying to work with everyone. Now we're selecting the people that we think can really support the business forward. And then we're holding some open days, for example, where we can buy them food and they can talk to each other about what they've experienced and why they think this works on the farms.
And have you also considered the fact, so farmers only trust farmers, you said, so as you're building out your team, I imagine you're not looking for traditional salespeople who might be coming from a different industry. Are you hiring people who can speak to farmers on their level as well?
Yeah, exactly. I think, obviously I'm not a farmer myself, I kind of get it, but I don't speak the farmer language. So what we've done now is we are building a team of young farmers that they're not salespeople, but they are quite open in speaking and they get it, and then start training them to go and have a chat with the farmer. And I think that works much better than any typical sales technique that they're going to see straight through it and they won't believe it, basically.
Yes. Have you also hired industry insiders to help?
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the strategy in terms of marketing or getting access, it's about identifying the relevant regions and then getting people that grew up in those regions and their friends are working in those farms, and they know that they will not sell them something that they do not believe in. So it's basically a good opportunity, I guess, similar to your model, of them to actually learn exactly what is it that we do, trust what we do, and then go and sell it, because it's their name and they want to maintain their name in the industry. But you definitely need to get people that can relate. I mean, my experience when we first got to the US, I came with the laptop, you know, the Silicon Valley type dude, and my co-founder is a commercial beekeeper, is a second generation commercial beekeeper, and in 2 minutes into the conversation, I figured out that I'm not relevant there. And it was maybe hard to digest, but it was the right thing. I mean, Itai, my co-founder, just spoke to them the same language. They were touring around, looking at the equipment. It wasn't about selling anything. It's about how do you run your business. Oh, I used to do those things. And suddenly you start to build this relationship where you can trust each other, and then you are willing to give it a try. And I think it's critical in this domain. And maybe to add on what you've mentioned, we are looking into sustainability. We see a lot of value in sustainability, but eventually it goes down to the bottom line. Like, someone that uses our solution will not be able necessarily to sell their goods by 5% more just because they save the bees in the process. So they want to make sure that, okay, they're going to invest in something. They want to support sustainability, but if the bottom line doesn't change, then the ROI is in question, and this becomes harder to scale.
No, absolutely. And working with Fotis, I know that when we first heard the pitch of Better Origin, we were so excited because your system had a laundry list of benefits. Some of them were economic. I mean, obviously the bottom line is everything, as you say, but some of them were sustainability, some of them were welfare. And as investors, that was something that we got really excited about, the sum of its parts. But when you go and you sell that, it turns out that some stakeholders may only care or may care more about certain areas, and you have to sort of adjust your pitch. Can you talk a little bit around kind of how you're thinking about the value that you create and how you kind of demonstrate and sell that and hone your pitch to who you're speaking to?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's exactly right. And something we struggled early on is that there's so many messages, right? So we can improve the welfare of the animal, we can make the farm more sustainable, we can reduce food waste, we can cut down CO2 emissions, we can displace soya. But then once you start talking about all these things, the message gets really confusing. So we had to kind of distill and pick one in every conversation, one that we think that the specific stakeholder will resonate with and they care about. And for example, when we speak to retailers, we know that a lot of them have made pretty big commitments around cutting down food waste by 2025, and also about reducing Scope 3 emissions. And when you go a bit deeper into that, you realize that they have no clue how to get there. So for them, that's what matters the most. When you go to the farmer, to be honest with you, they care primarily about money and profit. So you want to talk about how eventually you'll increase the yields, and then about future-proofing their farm on sustainability. So I think that's what we identified. But to Omar's point as well, at the moment at least, sustainability is just more expensive. It's not cheaper. So you need to find what pockets of the industry are ready to pay a bit more to adopt something like this.
That makes sense, and I imagine it's intuitive that it's not the farmers at this stage. Interesting. And then I guess in the last kind of the events of the last year, there's been a lot of food prices are up, inflation is higher. How has that changed the value proposition of your product? How has it changed conversations? Has it been a tailwind? Has it been a headwind? Maybe do you want to speak?
Yeah, I think, first of all, it comes to whether it's a nice-to-have solution or a must-have solution. So crops that requires pollination still need pollination. So we haven't seen a major impact, but definitely we see a lot of motivation, I would say, to invest in technology or innovative solutions where the results are going to be shown in the next few years. We've seen a lot of companies, drawn out from those R&D projects, and so. Yeah, I think it definitely affects the market. It's harder to be a farmer today than, let's say, 3 years ago, before all the implications of COVID and supply chain and inflation and the war. And so there are a lot of things happening. So from our perspective, definitely R&D collaborations were minimized.
Yeah, in our case, we have been talking about sustainability and food security for like nearly 4 years now. And especially in the West, everyone was like, well, food security, what are you talking about? We're quite secure. And I think those two shocks back to back, like the pandemic and the invasion of Russia and Ukraine, has really showed the fragility of the food supply chain when it's so interconnected and so globalized. So I think coming out of that, it's definitely a tailwind because people see that the current food system, the way it's built, it's not sustainable. And we need to think about how we can increase the resilience and reduce the reliance of just importing everything. So people are much more receptive to listening about this. Again, retailers and food producers are looking to reduce the reliance of importing feed, like soy from South America, for example. So we see that people are much more ready to listen and take a call and try to explore new options and technologies.
That makes sense. And maybe we could talk briefly about kind of the role of regulation in your business. I know regulation is quite relevant for Better Origin. What do you need, I guess, from regulators in the next couple of years in order to support your business and to move it forward in the regions that you're focused on?
Yeah, maybe I won't talk about specifically insects because it might be boring for the crowd, but I think that the more wider thing is that we need to get to a point that quantifying sustainability is just common for everyone. How do you measure the impact of food waste reduction? How do you measure the impact of reducing carbon emissions? And I think we need to get to a point that governments regulate carbon credits. And it has to be the case because, as we said earlier, sustainability is more expensive at the moment. And the only way to actually figure that out is if we can develop a market that, by being more sustainable, you actually make somehow more money. And I think certain industries like automotive, energy, and so on are already there. And we can see companies in the US specifically really being successful in that way. Tesla is an example, for example. They make so much money from credits. But then it has to expand into food waste and feed and all these other industries that actually account for, food and agriculture accounts for 26% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. And it's not regulated in carbon credits right now. So I'd say, in my mind, that's number one. And then we can unlock various different insect-related regulations in the different economies.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think that if you can get some sort of a tax benefits, if you're considered to be sustainable, that's definitely something that will push forward this innovation in this area. I think it also goes back to what can be claimed outside. So we've seen a lot of initiatives trying to secure the health of pollinators in general. And in some cases, it was a marketing solution for a certain company and not necessarily aligned with the real impact on pollinators. So we came out with this objective way of how pollinator friendliness should be measured, and that can be adopted by anyone. So it's not something that BeHero is only doing, but at least to get some sort of I would say even a coalition or maybe regulation into the process to try and support those efforts. So we know that if I do want to pay the extra 10% on apples that were pollinated in a bee-friendly way, I can trust that this was actually a bee-friendly way.
Yeah, that makes sense. And greenwashing when you have consumer brands, it really doesn't doesn't help anyone. But that's super interesting that you've created this standard
helps
that
the
other
brands.
exactly that other people can use in your industry.
Yeah.
What that's awesome. Well, looking ahead, I guess what are you excited about in sort of for your business, for your industry in the next couple of years?
Maybe I can start, yeah. I think, again, as I said earlier, there's a lot of excitement about these new technologies, and there's all this push to reduce food waste, and there's all this push to reduce reliance of deforestation-related soya, for example. So, yeah, I think that the industry will grow into a place that we become more local in the way we produce food and feed. And also, something that Omar mentioned earlier, I think, yeah, sustainability will have to be equal to transparency to avoid greenwashing. And we're very excited about increasing the transparency of the consumer about how things work. So, because if they get it and they understand it, then they're much more willing to go and pay for it. So I guess these two areas are really exciting in my mind.
Yeah. I think over the last probably few tens of years, we've seen how the farming industry is becoming more and more efficient, and we put focus on optimizing outputs. And in practical, we were mortgaging the future resources that the next generation would need to have food availability. So what we want to see is definitely adoption of more sustainable approach, that we know that, okay, we're using a lot of resources, but we're also recycling those resources, so we support the long-term existence of human on this planet. And for us, specifically for Be Hero, I think leveraging the data set that we've built over the last 5 years, which is huge, introducing additional value proposition to more stakeholders in different areas, in seed production, beekeepers, and other data plays, I think it's quite exciting. So looking forward to see what's going to happen next.
Me as well. And in the last 5 minutes, maybe we can kind of talk about building the business on the fundraising side. Both of you are, can you speak a little bit around your fundraising journey, kind of where you are today, who you've taken money from, whether it's kind of traditional VCs, whether it's strategics, and what kind of drove that? Would you want to speak?
Sure, yeah. I think we're talking about that backstage as well. As you know, we've gone more on the traditional VC side, and I guess the first few years we spent primarily time building the product, and that was funded by grants. In the beginning, I think it takes quite some time to build the technology to show that you have a product and that you can commercialize that. And then it's interesting because in the last 3-4 years, the appetite for more deep tech solutions and the appetite for more sustainable solutions has definitely increased. And we like to try to merge those two worlds. So we take a lot of the learnings from the traditional farming industry and then from the VC approach into software, if you like, and then try to merge these two things. And now we're starting to explore more strategics, because when you try to scale up, it makes a lot of sense if you involve a large company that can also benefit commercially from the solution. So yeah, we're looking to keep a blended approach.
That makes sense.
I think on our end, first of all, we had a similar journey, I guess. Starting with grants, I think it also shows that the cycles takes time. To show the value proposition takes time, and finding investors in the very, very early stage could be difficult or very expensive. So the grants is definitely a great solution. Our seed, today we are post-Series B, so we've raised $64 million to date from great investors, strategic and traditional. I'll touch it in a second, but the seed round was tough. We were basically spitting blood. We had the date written on the wall saying, okay, if we cannot raise money by that time, we're going home. It was tough because you're exactly in the stage where you start to generate this initial traction. It's not big enough for some of the investors, and people are looking into the industry. It's extremely exciting. Someone tell them things they didn't know about bees, but then when it comes to actually investing, how much do they know about this market? How can they support the company? And is it a niche that they don't want to deal with? And it was tough. And we were privileged to have some investors to take the lead and push us forward. And the following year, when we were looking into additional fundraising opportunity, we had the traction that we needed, and it went a lot more smooth. I mean, it's never easy. Don't read the stories. It always takes time, and it's complex. But traction made the big difference, and I think it's about trying to find the fastest path for traction. For us, it was focusing on the Series A, Series B stage, on strategic investors. We talked about building the credibility in the market is so crucial. If you can bring a player like General Mills or Rabobank that are well known in the industry, and the customers are looking and saying, okay, if they invested, they they trust this can make a big difference, suddenly it makes the acquisition cycle a little bit more efficient, I would say.
That's awesome that you got through that challenging period. And to everyone here today, what would be the things that you want everyone in the audience to take away about your business? I hear a lot of, there are a few other insect businesses in Europe and in the world broadly. What sets Better Origin apart? Or Be Hero, kind of what are you excited for everyone in the audience to take home today?
What we've done differently than most other companies in our sector is that we try to draw a boundary around a farm and a product and try to focus on that. And I think when you blend technology with nature, if you like, which is what we do, it's really important to factor in how the sustainability will make money as well. So yeah, I think that's the most important bit for me, to try to find out in the current market who is more ready to pay for this more sustainable product.
I think for us it's about expansion. So, when we came to the US from Israel at the beginning, we were very confident that we know what we are doing, and then we started to work with the farmers in the US, and they were like, if you didn't prove it here, it doesn't mean anything. So we needed to build everything from scratch, and I think that's probably one of the main question marks as we expand to other places, trying to leverage what we've managed to show so far to shorten those cycles as we enter new crops, new geographies, and so on. The experience is a bit different now, but that's definitely something to take into consideration.
Thank you. Thanks both of you for being here today, and thanks everyone in the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful stuff. Thank you so much. And don't leave the stage just yet, because we have our professional photographer there. He's going to do he's going to make you all look Hollywood film stars. He applies all the filters. Thank you so much. That was a great session. Greta, Fotis, and Omer, thank you so much. That was absolutely brilliant. And kudos for everything you're doing. I loved those technological solutions. Be Hero, Better Origin, tick, tick, tick. It's always inspiring to hear about great people doing great things for all the right reasons. We're all looking to inherit the future that we want to inherit. We want our children and grandchildren to inherit them as well, and we all need to get to the 2030 that is the right 2030 and not the wrong 2030. We're all on a mission to get to the same place at the same time. So thank you everyone for what you're doing. Speaking of which, we are going to move on to one of the most impactful sessions. We're going to talk about money, show me the money, climate tech investing, the path to a low carbon future. If we can't mobilize capital, we cannot do any of this. So this is such an important topic. Now, we are going to now look at the ways in which climate tech investments can drive innovation, promote sustainability, and reduce carbon emissions. I'm going to introduce our 5 rockstar speakers to the stage one by one. Please give them a very warm South Summit 23 welcome. Please share the love on social media. Okay, first up, we're going to welcome the investment associate at Contrarian Ventures, Patricas Feiferas. Welcome, Patricas. Wonderful. Okay, we're next going to welcome the managing director at Ecos Capital, Nityen Lal. Welcome, Nityen. Fantastic. Next, we're going to welcome managing director at Eurazeo Smart City Venture Capital, Pierre Devillard. Welcome, Pierre. Bienvenue. Very good. Next, we're going to welcome the investment manager at HV Capital, Louise Meyer-Schönherr. Welcome, Louise. And rounding off our fabulous investor, we're delighted to welcome climate tech investor at World Fund, our wonderful moderator, Alexis Caporale. Thank you so much. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Thank you for being here as well. So the idea for this panel is for us to share a little bit of our insights as investors on climate tech. And hopefully this will be useful mostly to founders, which are the ones that are really creating the low carbon future. I have my notes here, so allow me to use my phone. So first I want to ask you to introduce yourself and let us know what are the key, maybe 3 things that distinguish your fund's attitude towards climate tech. Want to start?
Thank you so much. My name is Louise. I'm investment manager at HV Capital. We're based out of Berlin. I concentrate on B2B marketplaces and climate tech. We're investing out of a 710 million vehicle, investing from pre-seed to Series D. So get in early and go the entire way, and can go up to 100 million per portfolio companies if you really think There's some winners around them. And I think for us, it is really the next wave of doubling down on climate tech. We've built a large network over the 25 years we've been active, and see a lot of support within our kind of older portfolio that are going towards climate actions, and now also our newer companies with, for example, Agrina, Enpal, Plan A, that really drive climate action. And we get very excited, and it's definitely also something we want to double down on. Our latest fund is an Article 8 fund, which means that 30% of our volume will be dedicated to startups that are supporting climate action.
Thank you, Luis. And let me ask you, are some of your successful former founders now coming into climate tech?
Yes, actually. Like we see, for example, a deal I've done in January, it's EcoPlanet. They help industrial SMBs to engage in the energy transition. We have actually support from the Flixbus founders, from the Sender founders as angels that really drive this ecosystem effect in our portfolio.
That's great. Yes, thank you. Pierre?
So hello everyone. So my name is Pierre de Villard. I'm a managing director in the Eurozero Smart City and Climate Venture team. So we have a fund which is a bit more than 400 million euro. This is a strategy that we've launched about 15 years ago. It used to be called clean tech. Then clean tech became a word that no investor wanted to hear. So now we are talking about climate tech. So we're hoping that it's going to be a better second wave. So what we do is we invest basically late seed, Series A, Series B, sometimes small Series C, all across the world. Still we focus on Europe and Southeast Asia. What we've been building along the years is a lot of partnership with corporates. We have the feeling that climate tech is tough. It involves hardware, it involves operation. We're still seeing few pure SaaS digital companies in the space, but decarbonation and pure digital doesn't work really well. You always have some assets, some operations. And so as it's tough, we've tried to build different value drivers to support our portfolio. So one is the relationship with corporates. So we have a bit more than 20 corporates, German, French, Asian, all across the world, that are helping us, I would say, in a way to accelerate what our funders are doing. The second one is that we're trying to leverage the Eurazeo platform. Eurazeo is managing a bit more than 35 billion euro of assets, so we have 12 offices across the world. So we like international story. We have a strong experience in bringing companies to the US, to Asia, and we believe this is a clear add-on we can bring and what makes us a bit different. And the last one is that we've built a team with people that have experience both in, I would say, infrastructure, in venture, in growth buyout, because we're starting to see that a startup to grow in this field will at some point need to have some asset financing and structure it properly, because again, you have assets, you have hardware. You will need to organize operations and so on, so it's problematic that are more used to growth and buyout and so on. So we're trying to bring, I would say, complementary team of experience to support the growth of our companies. So that's why we hope make us a bit different.
Thank you.
Well, Nitin Lal from ICOS Capital. We also got started around 2006, investing in sustainability. And sustainability tech is hard. It takes a long time. So we don't obviously focus on the pre-revenue companies. We invest in more when you have about $1 million revenue or more. And we work together with corporations that have the urgency of realizing net zero. So if you have solutions that are focused on industry solutions where the industry is the client, we also have investors that are investing in our funds and like to work with our portfolio companies as well. One important thing I would mention is it's not only carbon but also cost leadership. Products need to be cost competitive and carbon competitive. So the traditional use of let's make grid money is still valid very much. But now on top of it, you need to have an impact. And I think that goes for not just an impact company, but for any company.
Thank you.
Cool. So hey everyone, thanks for coming and thanks Alexis for arranging this panel and obviously a lovely panelist discussion. So I'm Patricus, I'm from Contrarian Ventures. We are an early stage climate tech focused fund. Climate tech is something that we describe through the lenses of decarbonization. So if you look into climate equations, there is four major contributions to emissions that you need to reduce or decarbonize. So that's energy, transportation, built environment, and industry. Then obviously there's going to be some of the emissions that you can't reduce and you'll need to offset. So then comes the more, let's say, novel sector of carbon markets. And then obviously some of the damage we just can't change, it's already been there. So that comes the climate risk, adaptation, and mitigation. So we invest within those 6 buckets all across Europe and Israel. So far done 24 investments. I think what's very important for us as seed stage investors is 2 metrics that we track within our portfolio. Metric number 1 is graduation rate from seed to Series A, and that's very specific for climate tech companies, obviously. And metric number 2, portfolio ENPS. So we basically held our portfolio founders as evangelists, which help us bring deal flow, which even assist in the diligence with some other companies. So we really try to keep close to them. And I think most probably the last thing on our side, and referring to most probably Nitya and Pierre, where they started much more earlier. We started in 2017, when again, it was not a word and was a bit different back then, but we've been always taking this platform, open and collaborative approach to get everyone in one space, educate that there is a lot of opportunities to be done in climate tech, there is funding for this. So we run this huge community platform on the climate tech side of things. We run one of the largest energy conferences, startup pitch competition, again, for energy startups, and then climate tech VC list ranking. So again, just democratizing access for entrepreneurs to climate tech and facilitating the financing.
Thank you. I think that is enough of pitching our funds. Now let's try to deliver the insights. I wanted to ask you, what are the key takeaways from investing on climate tech these years? I would say that for us it's embracing complexity. VCs, we tend to try to avoid complexity. We tend to simplify, to create frameworks, but the climate crisis won't be solved just by that. We need to embrace complexity in the investments that we made. So I want to ask you if you can share a few takeaways from learnings. Whoever can take the first one.
Cool, I can continue on rambling. So on our side, I think there is an interesting trend and there is an interesting need in so you look climate tech, there are most probably, if we overgeneralize things, there are 2 different solutions. So one solution is software, and there is a software platform and nothing more to it. And then on the other side, you have completely different hardware, deep tech kind of, So if you take company examples, one would be, hydrogen, carbon capture, something similar, which requires a lot of capital, and some other would be a software platform for solar engineering or whatever. So I think one really big trend we observing up to this date, that obviously we'd love to have more funds focused on the hardware side of things, but even so, if we get those people on board and focused, there is still this gap of financing for later stage hardware companies, where for venture capital funds, so they come to this specific stage, and for venture capital funds, it's too late, and the return and risk and return is too low, and for infrastructure is the same. So some of these startups end up in this middle way of not getting financing and looking for specific solutions which are not yet there developed. But I think on the positive side, there is guys like S2G Ventures from Chicago raised a $300 million fund, and they actually trying to fill that gap where they put 10 to 30 million and aim for 12 to 15% annual return, and kind of filling that gap where no one is willing to play and no financial instruments are yet to be found in that space.
Thank you. Very good. Pierre?
Yeah, I think on our side, and this is a bit back to my presentation first, was that when you look at, obviously software is what every VC would love to see in the climate tech, but we don't see that much, and at the end most of them are very vertical software, which is a bit difficult to exit sometime. There are two main points that we look at now when we invest. The first one is, from scratch, what's going to be the exit? And sometimes people go in the adventure, but they don't think about what's going to be the exit and what the people are going to look for. And it's very important from scratch, will I sell a technology, will I sell a cash machine, and to focus on building something that will sell. And climate tech, there is not that many buyers at the end. When we look at the industry, are not paying very expensively. If you want to look at PE exit, then you will need to have cash. IPO, there's been a lot of IPO without EBITDA. We've seen that sometimes it doesn't go that well. So it's very important from scratch to say, what do I want to build? Is it a cash machine? Is it a pure tech? And focus on that all along the way. So that's the first element, but to have this story kind of in mind from scratch. The second one is most of companies in climate tech, they have assets. There is hardware in a way. And it's very important to look at them kind of a unit economics as we could do on software, CAC LTV and so on. And it's very important to have a mindset of an infrastructure investor when you look at those companies. Is the asset profitable? What's the payback? What's the IRR? All those, I would say, KPI, which are not very used to for VCs usually, but you need to have that in mind from scratch and be sure that what you are delivering and developing will be bankable and will be acceptable for people who are thinking this way, which are infra players, PE players, and even corporate and so on. So very focused on the unit economics, even when you look at hardware. So those would be the two key elements we're looking at.
Thank you so much. Etienne?
Yeah, so I go back to what I mentioned, cost and carbon leadership. So when you start out in a venture, look at how and when your product will be cost competitive, and that is really the point when market will come to you. Rather than trying to build something which is 5 times more expensive, but then you try to sell it on sustainability credentials. It didn't work in 2006, and I think it still doesn't work. So you really have to be careful and focus on making sure that you have cost competitive product that sells and carbon leadership on top of it.
Very good, really strong. Thank you. Luis?
I definitely agree with your point about cost competitiveness. We have, for example, one company in our portfolio I mentioned earlier, Greener, that actually convinced farmers to adopt regenerative farming methods, where they would experience an initial drop in yield, and they actually offset them by giving them the earning of carbon credits. So what they actually do is making this concept financially viable for them, and thus are able to actually get into this target group, which is not always easy to conquer, much easier because it makes economic sense. And maybe an example from another portfolio company, given that climate tech companies are often have a background in regulatory changes or scientific advancement, it doesn't always need to be. For example, NPA, they took an existing kind of infrastructures of solar panels and just really innovated on the go-to-market. Now it's, of course, a bit longer ago. It wouldn't be called an innovation today anymore, but just made the journey of adopting to renewable energy so much easier for and like financially feasible to the end user.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah. Thank you so much. And we see a lot of new people coming into climate tech because climate tech is now, well, we have this panel, right? It's now a thing. So what would be the advice for the newcomers, for the people that are just starting to think about building something and tagging it as climate tech?
Should I continue?
Yes.
We have like a nice rhythm.
Yes.
So I think one learning would be a little bit, don't get kind of catched by the hype. Like really think about what you're wanting to build if you're in for this journey for the next 10 years of your life, and not just because it gets a lot of VC attention, like with this dedication towards it. Then especially in the earlier teams, make sure you have an edge into the market, kind of from the background as a founder perspective. If you're targeting scientific problem, make that reflected in your starting team. I think this is a huge help to kind of get this initial funding, especially if you don't have a product, etc. And lastly, maybe VC funding is not always the way to go. In climate tech, it's been discussed, there might be much longer development cycles beyond 10 years, which is our investment frame, where we really need some kind of revenue to realize the exit, as mentioned. So maybe not all impactful climate tech solutions are made for the VC world.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so what I would recommend is to look at the past, because there has been so many trials, there has been a lot of failure. So climate tech is very tough, I mean, as we've said it. So try to learn from the past. The context overall has changed a bit. Obviously, there is more focus on those topics, a bit more money to invest. But at the end, you need to learn from the past and see what has been done, what has been talked to other companies, because we've seen a lot of, indeed, entrepreneurs from the digital space going into climate tech. Okay, I've made my money in digital. I'm going to do climate now. I want to have an impact. And then they start to put their feet into hardware and so on, and they are not just built to do that. So be really well aware of your strength and indeed build a team that is complementary to you if you're coming from the digital world, because climate tech is not digital. I mean, that's at the end, that's it. And to try to see what has happened, learn from the past, because there's been a lot of mistakes made. Some sectors are just not made for VC. And so learn from that, because again, clean tech has been existing for many, many, many years. So try to focus on things that you
and
can
Pierre, and maybe Luis, could you mention some sectors that are not fit for VC?
Yeah, I don't want to discourage everyone. But, no, but I think the pure hardware stuff, deep tech stuff is tough. That's kind of a learning. So unless you really have something which is crazily revolutioning everything, it's tough. I mean, if it's that's a bit the learning, sadly, for VCs. I think tech-enabled solution operation works really well. We've seen companies like Enpal and so on. Going into market which exist, which when we look at energy renovation, for instance, people are digitalizing that, starting from operation that exists and so on. But like the long journey of 15 years tech development is tough for VCs to be clear. So you need to have corporates, you need to find your way, but unfortunately, that's maybe not us that will be able to finance that.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Thank you.
Well, I come back to my cost leadership point. Don't go into things like bioethanol when you're competing with something that you cannot beat. Same thing with, there's a lot of hype and a lot of interest in bioplastics. We love bioplastic, but be prepared to find €500 million financing to finance your factory. And, realistically speaking, rather you work out with a corporation there and make a deal than go into a venture funding market and say, yeah, give me first 5 million, then give me 100 million, then give me 500 million, then I'll be the big bioplastics company. So there's a realism that needs to come in. Mm-hmm. You have, go for big enough problems, but don't go for a problem that just totally hogs all the money that you want, and which is, especially in Europe, it's unraisable for now.
Yeah, I think maybe to build on that, we've seen many companies in the past that were coming with a very nice technology on plan, which was, okay, today my cost is 1,000, but if I get volume, I will get to 10. But no one was ready to finance the cost curve. So you have to be competitive very fast, I fully agree. And don't bet on customers or the market to finance this cost reduction, because that usually never happens. No one wants to buy and losing money, and VCs now to finance a cost curve this way is too tough. So don't bet that volume is the only driver that will get you to market. Usually is one mistake that we've seen a lot, and people are just not getting the volume, so staying uncompetitive.
Thank you.
Cool. Continue to build on what the colleagues said. I think first and foremost, I think Louis' very good point. Be honest and be truthful to what you're building and to what problem you're solving. Because I think if you've been, and most probably you've been in the space for quite a while, you see that nowadays there's just much more of the same, which used to happen in 2019, 2020. You just, same solutions come back with a little cherry on top and being presented as novel things, which is not always the case. Then I think another great point, and that's again to the patient capital, or the capital which is more so long-term, that there is a lot of patient capital in the space. And patient capital in the space referring to most probably corporate venture capital funds who have a longer period of deployment. So definitely building hardware tech solutions, you can tap into those. But I think one has to be really cautious on when they should take them in, at what kind of company journey, and at least we usually suggest or advise to people, take something else than the funding from them. For example, contract or offtake or whatever they can offer for your company. And then I think for the last one, and that was a learning on our side, be quite strict and reasonable while doing your market sizing you plan to be playing in. Because in climate tech, a lot of the stuff is still new, is still nascent. So most of the time, the typical McKinsey, BCG, 1 trillion type of opportunity doesn't work. And the reality is you do back of the envelope calculations, multiply 4 numbers, and you suddenly understand that instead of 2 trillion, which McKinsey wrote in the report, is actually, 50 million in total. Or the market is non-existent, and then you're betting on something that might exist in the future. So I think this one you also have to be very cautious. But hey, on the positive side, I think there's been very recently a study or a survey done by University of Yale on a global survey on business students and what they want to do in their life. And actually 40% of the people responded that they want to do something with sustainability. So I think happy to see more and more talent flowing into the space from multiple angles.
Yeah, absolutely. I think talent acquisition is by far, let's say, easier for climate tech companies in this context. They are able to hire amazing, experienced people for very early stage businesses, and that is great. And one question I wanted to ask you as well is...
What's your view, Alex?
No, I very much, I'm very much aligned with what you say. I think we have to be cautious. I think when a sector is trendy, hot, it means there is an opportunity, and maybe some of those opportunities can be massive, but it also means that most of what is said is not true, right? So I tend to always side with scientists, We come here all optimistic, the venture capitalists, the founders, and in the end, scientists are usually right. So we need to have a very scientific approach to climate crisis solving, because otherwise we will be doing a lot of well-intended things that will have no relevance. So I wanted to ask you then in terms of regulation, because in the EU there's a lot of regulation tailwinds, and many times the founders come to us and tell us, but this new law is coming, like all goes in favor of my business. But timing is tricky. So how do you work with founders when they bring regulation to the table?
Just one thing, I would say the biggest threat right now is the Inflation Reduction Act in the US. That has totally changed the spectrum. Frankly, at this point in time, a climate tech company is better off building its presence in the US because of access to capital is humongous as compared to regulatory bound complex capital that you have here. Not something I would encourage people to do, but that's simply something that the European Union and European Commission needs to pay attention to, that the Inflation Reduction Act is effectively turned the tables. Quite possibly the next generation of climate tech will be in the US, not in Europe.
The European Union is always taking the stick approach, while US is always taking the carrot approach. So in Europe they say, look, either you comply or you pay up. While in the US we say, look, we'll adjust your price point. You'll be able to sell sustainable aviation fuel at the price that makes sense. So, but yeah, people were trying to stick up with the US, but I think not much progress on that front yet to date.
Yeah, I think that most of us invest only in European companies, I would say. So it is something that we all need to help build, right? It's not an ecosystem that will be built by the government in any way. Of course, we need to work with the regulators.
To add to that quickly, what we sometimes do, especially for companies that operate more in the traditional industries that are less digitized, is to consider an ambassador hire early. So like really get someone from the industry that's not necessarily like a tech-driven talent, but that just knows the structure, the in and outs, kind of where it's relevant to register, to be kind of popping up in the government recommended solutions, etc. So to really just get that intel, and it doesn't have to be like a full, like forever hire, but for like 2 years, open the door, get credibility in the market, and also to really like factor in everything that's happening on the regulatory side.
That's super interesting. Yeah, super. And have you seen like good cultural fit in general?
Sorry?
Good cultural fit between.
Yeah, it's actually funny, like because I have this picture in mind. It's actually, I think you have to be very clear about the expectations, right?
Yes.
Like what actually one team is doing for us. They're using their ambassador hire as kind of a test customer because they're saying, okay, this is our ICP and our product needs to work for this ICP, like for the customer group, and so they're actually getting a lot more synergies out of it.
That's super interesting. I don't know if anyone here at the audience has a question for the panel. Yes, I think getting a mic.
Isn't reducing meat intake an easy way to a low-carbon future? Are you considering those kind of investments in meat analog products?
I can answer that very quickly because we have a couple of portfolio companies that are, yes, focusing on reducing meat intake by many different ways. Some are alternative proteins, some are alternative fats. But of course, it's one of the major decarbonization drivers is bypassing the consumption of animal proteins. Yeah.
It's the same thing I mentioned about cost leadership. Right now, a kilo of cell-based meat will probably run you into a few thousand euros versus a few euros. So there's a process that is taking place. It'll take, 10, 20 years before we get there, but there is a process. There are companies that are making cell-based meat, so that's an alternative. Plant-based meat, plenty. Alternative proteins, we have invested in those are much more real, much more closer to the market.
Oh, I see our time is up. So thank you so much.
Thank
you everyone for being here.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. And is tradition, I would like to invite Alexis, Louise, Pierre, Nityen, and Patrikas to stand very close together while our fine professional photographer makes you all look basically like Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston using his magical, expensive camera there. That's brilliant, and it's wonderful. Okay, thank you so much. That was great. What a wonderful panel. Right, we are going to do a little room changeover now. We're kind of going to segue seamlessly into a slightly different topic. I would just like to remind you all, if you're staying here, bienvenidos, please share the love. We are going to have a great session now. We really invite you to share your excitement about our amazing speakers on social media. Use the hashtag SouthSummit23, and do find me on LinkedIn as well. If we haven't met before, my name is Oisín Lunny, and you can find me. I've got a strange old Irish name, and my personal motto is ABC. Easy to remember, it has to be. Always be connecting. I love to connect with you, and if we do connect on LinkedIn, I will invite you to join my email list, which is a mixtape of great music every 2 weeks. I have a little radio show in Brighton in the UK. Okay, we've seamlessly, magically transformed our stage behind us, and now we are going to segue into a wonderful session, which is all about SaaSing your way to success with a focus on investing in SaaS startups. But of course, we know about the many benefits of SaaS, using SaaS tools to improve productivity, collaboration, communication, payments, and even overall job satisfaction. It really is a kind of magic wand that you can wave over many business scenarios. So we're now going to explore some real-life examples of the way that SaaS solutions have helped organizations to optimize their workflows and streamline their processes. And I'm thrilled to be joined by 4 amazing experts in the field. We're going to welcome them to the stage one by one. And really, we need to bring the energy, give them some big round of applause to make the magic happen right now. So first, we're going to welcome the co-founder at an exceptional company, very successful in many competitions. Please welcome the co-founder at Payflow, Avinash Sukhwani. Welcome, Avinash. Fantastic. Great to see you again. Welcome. Rocking the hat as always. I love it. Good bit of branding there. He's going to be joined by investor at Northzone, Pascual Cortes Monroy. Welcome, Pascual. Excellent. And these two are going to be joined by the principal at Adara from beautiful Scotland, my Celtic neighbour, Ross Strachan. Welcome. Welcome, Ross. And they are going to be joined by our fabulous moderator, my neighbour near Barcelona, the director at Wayra Barcelona. Please give it up for Marta Antunes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a big pleasure to be here at South Summit another year. It's great to see so many familiar faces and this vibrant ecosystem. So yes, as he was saying, my name is Marta Antunes and I'm the director of Wayra in Barcelona. For the ones that you don't know Wayra, we are part of Telefónica Open Innovation Initiative. We invest in startups that can bring innovation to Telefónica and its customers. We were born 12 years ago and we have different hubs all around the world, particularly in Spain, UK, Germany, and in different countries in Latin America. And well, I'm very happy to be here today. And we will start introducing our panelists, starting with Payflow. And in fact, we're like very proud investors of Payflow. So yes, if Avi, you can introduce yourself and what you do at Payflow for the few ones that maybe you don't know, they don't know you.
Sure, thank you. So I'm Avi. I'm one of the two co-founders at Payflow. And what we do is we've built a mobile app that allows employees to get paid whenever they want, instead of just once a month. We sell it to companies as an employee benefit in exchange for a SaaS fee, and that's why we're considered a SaaS. And what it allows an employee to do is to withdraw the part of their wages that they've already accrued. So for example, if you're a waiter at Five Guys and you make €1,000 a month, then on the 10th of the month, you've already accrued 333 euros, and you could withdraw up to that amount instantly and for free.
Great. And yeah, regarding like also the title of the panel, no, regarding SaaS, some of your competitors, no, when you started, no, had a different model, no, which is more like per use, no, where the user had to pay, no, when they want to withdraw this money. You, on the other hand, no, opted for a SaaS model, no. What made you do this decision, no, and what do you think is the benefits, no, that they're bringing to you?
Sure. So actually, it was a bit of a serendipity because the model we were pursuing had already been pursued by a very large player in the US, a unicorn called DailyPay. And we actually had discovered DailyPay 10 years before we started this startup. The pizza store where we used to order pizzas from when we were living in a fraternity together used to use that app. So when we first started, we thought, well, if it worked for DailyPay in the US, let's do the same. So every time a user wants to withdraw 50 euros or 100 euros of their salary, let's just charge them 5 euros, right? The thing is, once we started to get adoption, once we started to have our first 10, 15 clients, we followed the advice of Y Combinator, which is the accelerator which we belong to, which was talk to your users and listen to them. And we were talking to users, listening to them, and they were saying, the only thing we don't like about your solution is that it has a cost. So that's why we decided, okay, we need to find a solution for it to not have a cost for employees. And it made a lot of sense. SaaS was a great option to go after because it's very hard to remove. It allows you to have very predictable revenue. It allows you to maximize revenue, right? So we decided to try SaaS first, and it clicked. It worked very well, so that was it.
Perfect. We will now introduce the other two panelists, Pasquale and Ross. If you can introduce yourselves and what you do at the North Zone and at Adara.
Absolutely. So yeah, thanks for having us. So Pasquale, I'm an investor at North Zone. We're a multi-stage venture capital fund. I'm based in London. We've got offices in New York, Berlin, Stockholm, and Amsterdam. And we've been around for about 30 years, currently in our 10th fund, investing out of a $1 billion fund from sort of pre-seed through pre-IPO, so anywhere from sort of 500K to up to 40 million checks. And we're about 20 investors on the team. Each of us has a number of focus areas, but collectively it means we've invested in most. So everything from alternative proteins to autonomous trucks, but really most of what we do is sort of sitting in between those, and often in the form of SaaS and B2B SaaS. marketplaces and so forth. So we're proud investors in Idoven here in Spain, Wallapop, Microverse, and Redpoint, and hopefully many others. So very happy to be here.
Great. And you, Ross, tell us about yourself.
So I'm a principal at Adara Ventures. We're based here in Madrid. We're early stage. We're investing from our third fund, which is an 80 million euro fund, focused on enterprise tech. What we say is companies that are solving complex problems for the modern enterprise. In 2023, the modern enterprise can be anything from a football club to a research institute, and even more so now with the proliferation of AI. The market's expanding for what a modern enterprise could be. We've touched quite heavily in the past in deep tech, where you get revenue models that are not always as simplistic as the SaaS model. But we have quite a lot of our portfolio in B2B SaaS. And ironically, our best performing companies have not been SaaS models. So there's a lot of investor appetite to go after SaaS because it's replicable, it's scalable, it's predictable. And when you get it right, you can see early signs of creating category leaders. Some of our best companies have not gone after SaaS models, and they've become very, very big companies. So SaaSing your way to success is one way to do it, but success isn't a linear solution. There's many ways to do it.
For sure, for sure. So talking about success, no, and maybe a question for Pascual, no, that you were saying, no, that you have like a big track record in investing, particularly in SaaS, no. What do you think are like the key factors you see like in your like best performing companies in your portfolio, the things that they cracked in order to scale their businesses and do it in a sustainable way?
Yeah, so I think it obviously varies enormously from different sectors. So maybe to give a few examples, sort of we could talk briefly about Personio, Idoven, and maybe Spring Health in the US. So on the side of Spring Health, their solution is positioned on towards enterprise. They for those that don't know them, they basically work as a benefit solution where if you're an employer, you can access therapy. And for them, I think a big part of the success is sort of two-pronged. One is making sure that the end user, the employee, is having a good experience. And in that case, a lot of it depends on, are you matching successfully that person to the right therapist? Mm-hmm. And of course, there's data and there's a product component to that to making sure you're delivering on the experience. But another one actually is a human element. And so having what they call a care navigator, helping you identify who the right person is for you, is actually a huge predictor of success. On the other hand, if we think about maybe a Personio, where it's very much sort of B2B SaaS focused on SMBs, they're cracking the first sort of vertical for them, sort of HR management more broadly, and then becoming indispensable, and from there expanding into other verticals like talent and more recently payroll. So I think there's different ways to go about it. Ultimately, I think a big part of it is just becoming indispensable and solving a clear pain point. But there's different models, and Idoven, for example, here in Spain, on the sort of deep healthcare side of things, also positioned as SaaS. They're solving such a clear pain point by helping cardiologists screen and diagnose cardiovascular conditions in seconds instead of hours. There's a clear ROI for the healthcare system and for pharma as well. So I think to a large extent we're particularly keen about opportunities where you're solving and delivering value in a very clear way.
Great. On the other hand, Ross, you mentioned that in your case, some of the most performing companies don't necessarily need to be TSS, no? And what do you think are like the main challenges for SaaS startups that they encountered, no? What do you see like some of the problems, no? And also maybe some tips, no, on how maybe some examples of startups that have tried to solve them.
So, regardless of the revenue model, product defensibility is something that we see as a common value driver, right, for a company. particularly in the early stage when companies are beginning sort of SaaS models. What we see is big mistake that they make is they don't define their ideal customer profile. So they will sell their product to an SME or long tail in the same way that they would try and sell it to a bank. And that loss of focus is obviously consuming resources, consuming time, consuming cost. And when you're in early stage and you're just getting from like seed to Series A, pre-A, and you're trying to find product market fit, you don't typically have a lot of money, right? So you have to really drill in on your ICP because that's where you can start to scale. And that's where this model really pays off, is the replicability. And having ICP means sacrifice. So it means if you decide that your target is an SME, when the bank's open innovation team contacts you and invites you into a sandbox for 3 months, you say no, because even though the outcome might be $500,000 a year ARR contract, you've defined your ICP for a different type of customer profile. So for us, getting it right, and certainly before we would maybe start to introduce them to North Zone, we'd want to see product market fit, ICP, super replicable, and that's where you start to see the scale in the model, and certainly that's where growth investors look first. They look at the numbers. In the early stage, we're looking more at the vision and the product defensibility, and then the revenue model evolves.
Great, great. We were talking about scalability, no? And for me, it has like two parts. No, first how you acquire your users, no, and then how you retain them, no, and make them like grow, no, together with your customers, no. In the case of Payflow, Abby, how do you do this customer acquisition and, more important, also retention, no, of these customers?
Yeah, so in terms of acquisition, exactly as Ross was saying, at the beginning it was pure laser focus. We chose one ICP, which was restaurant industry, and we did only outbound sales. 100% of the team was outbound sales. So we perfected the metrics, and once that had turned into a replicable machine, suddenly you had around 100 clients, and other things started to happen naturally, right? And that pushed you to open other channels. So today, around 40% of our acquisition comes from inbound and marketing. And that usually comes from client referrals. So other Five Guys recommends it to Burger King. From employee referrals, which is an employee from Five Guys goes to work at Grupo La 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 and asks his employer to implement Payflow. And thirdly, just from general marketing, like inbounds coming from like press releases and those kind of things, right? So once you are at a larger stage, I think it does make sense to have multi-channels. We also started developing partnerships, but laser focus at the beginning was key for us. In terms of retention, as Pascual was saying, what you have to do is you have to become indispensable. So how do we become indispensable is different to most SaaS, because most SaaS, the person who buys the product is the person who uses the product. For example, in the case of Personio. But in our case, HR or a CEO might buy the product, and then his employees will use the product, right? Why are we indispensable? Is because once you have 50% of your workforce getting paid every day or 5 times a month instead of just once, who's going to go and tell them, hey, you're going to go back to getting paid once a month, right? So no one ever removes our product. We have a churn of 0.1% per month, which is best in class in SaaS, right?
Great. And then there's another thing that is expansion, right? So doing the same like in different markets, no? So I don't know if you, from an investor point of view, also like if you've seen like some success stories, no, of SaaS, no, starting like this with laser focus, no, in one like customer profile, one market, and then doing it right, replicating it in other markets. How would you like suggest like in terms of like strategy, no, of a SaaS company trying to expand into these like international markets or maybe into other products, no?
Yeah, happy to go first. I think maybe the first question before doing that is sort of understanding what the objective is. So for us, for example, one of the reasons we often can't engage with a certain company is because there's constraints to the market size. And because our fund is $1 billion fund, and whenever we invest, we sort of expect that each investment has the potential to return the fund.
oftentimes that requires that companies are participating in different markets. However, there are certain industries or solutions where the local market is more than big enough. And you know, whether that's payroll, there's many other examples, right? And so I think if you've decided that you need to, in fact, go out, I think there's different strategies we've seen. One of the ones that, particularly on the sort of more enterprise side, if you're already working with very big companies that have presence in other countries, that can be a pretty natural transition, where you know you have champions internally in the company, they can push you to sort of other countries. But I think there's something to be said around sort of, you know, doing trials, making sure it works, you know, and before sort of spending too much money on it. And I think, you know, hiring the right person to really own that country is also important. Not that it's something that's sort of in the backlog and something that you don't really prioritize.
Perfect. No, my question was because at Payflow, no, you've recently expanded, no, into different countries. Maybe you can share also with us how it's been the experience into launching Payflow in LATAM and in Portugal.
Yeah, so as Pascual was saying, it's definitely a challenge to expand, and it always creates a distraction from that laser focus we were talking about initially. In our case, the reason we chose to expand was not because the market in Spain for our product wasn't big enough. It was because we thought the product market fit would be better in Colombia, where the minimum salary is much lower, cost of living is not much lower, and we decided to look for product market fit, stronger product market fit in a different way to what most companies do, which is changing the product. We tried to change the market. And it was a fantastic decision. Today, less than 9 months after we launched Colombia, we grow faster in Colombia than in Spain, with half the team size, a quarter of the burn in salaries. And that's why our expansion strategy has completely changed. And now we choose to focus on Peru and other countries in Latin America.
Great. And changing a little bit like the conversation nowadays, well, for sure there will be like a lot of entrepreneurs right now, no, interested in raising a new round. No, today here we have 2 investors with us, and also you that you have raised a successful round in the last year. And so one of the questions for Ross is first, how do you see the market right now in terms of like investment? And second, what recommendations would you give, to a founder, to a SaaS founder that now is looking to raise capital?
So there's a lot written about how the market has changed in the last year, and the sort of the depression in valuation, the depression in revenue multiples, typically coming from the public markets, right, where multiples had got well ahead of themselves. And the way that capital flows into different asset classes, there's a lot written on how fund managers are allocating capital to what is like startup world or venture capital, and how that's going to change. So there's people out there that would sell you this being a very horrible time to go and raise. But in terms of overall volume of capital in venture and for startups, there's never been more capital. So whilst things have slowed down a little bit for founders, I would say that the pure fundamentals, particularly at the early stage, right, in terms of having product differentiation, building a sustainable competitive advantage, bringing a great team together, those are the most important things. It doesn't matter if it's a difficult market or a great market for fundraising. Those are the things that you have to focus on. People get ahead of themselves in terms of valuation and how much they want to raise, etc. You have to adjust to market conditions. So maybe you're going to try and raise a little bit less than previously, and maybe dilution is going to be a little bit more. But those are things that are always flexible levers in any kind of deal. What would I recommend to founders? You have to talk to a lot of people in this market. Fundraising is taking longer. It's more challenging for sure. Investors are taking their time when they're deciding on which new investments to do. I would encourage you to be flexible on the terms. But really be optimistic, because there's never been a better time really to start a company. And certainly at the early stage, perhaps you can give the contrast on the growth picture, but at the early stage, I encourage you to reach out. I mean, we're investing, come and talk to me.
Great.
We're investing too. No, so I mean, maybe a few contrasts. So I think on one hand, I think deployment has definitely slowed down, so there is a lot of capital in the market, but a lot of funds over-deployed in 2021, so a lot of their assets are priced too high, right? And so there has been a slowdown. If you've been lucky to have raised a fund recently, as we did, there certainly are funds deploying. A couple of things maybe I would say is, one, that things are taking longer is not necessarily a bad thing. Having the time to really understand if there's a mutual fit is probably not a bad thing, right? You're going to be working together for a long time, and you want to make sure that's the right partnership. And on the other hand, if you are a good team, you're building a good product. Today, because there's fewer opportunities out there to an extent, those really successful deals are receiving a number of term sheets. They are commanding similar valuations and pricing as a year ago. That may not be the norm as it used to be a year ago, but I would argue that we're reverting back to the norm from a year that was 2021 was absolutely not the norm. So, and then the last thing, particularly on the early stage side, the bar to raise that sort of late seed to Series A might be higher, and so I encourage founders in raising their pre-seed to sort of actually raise as much as it makes sense to get them to that next stage where they can really show sort of that being at an inflection point, whether it's on product, commercially, because it's going to be much easier to raise at that point that at 12, 18 months later when not necessarily many things have changed and you still need more capital.
Mm-hmm. Great tips. And we're running out of time. I had a lot of questions for you, but I want to present the last one to Abby. You were the winners of last edition of South Summit, and so congratulations for that. And I wanted to ask, what has changed in the last year for Payflow? If you can just tell us a bit what represented a little bit for you, winning that competition, if it had an impact, and then also what has changed a year later that you're again in South Summit.
Sure. So, I mean, touching on the points they've just been discussing, the funding environment changed. So that means if you're one of those competitive startups that is going to raise, continuing with amazing term sheets and stuff, you needed to react very quickly. So I think we are very proud that we reacted in September, October, maybe 6 months before other early stage startups, and that's allowed us to grow very well. So in terms of traction, we've moved from 200 clients to 600. In terms of countries, we were only present in Spain. We are now also in Colombia, Peru, and Portugal. In terms of product, we launched an amazing new feature, which is an employee benefits card called FlexFlow. It allows you to replace meal vouchers such as Edenred or Sodexo, and the traction of that has been amazing. It's already 10% of our revenue. And in terms of the most important thing for a SaaS business that is aiming to raise in the future, our revenue has grown more in the last 6 months than in the first 2 years of our life, right? So overall, very happy. If I could have looked 1 year ago at the situation today, I would have signed it very happily.
Great. Well, congratulations for that, and thank you very much for your presence here today and for the ones that have attended the panel.
Thank you.
Okay, and in time-honored tradition, this is the paparazzi moment. If you are a colleague of these fine individuals, now's your chance. Run to the front, get that lovely lineup with the logo behind. Yes, okay, one at a time, please. We got a lot of great photographers here. Yes, madam, that's lovely. That's brilliant. And please do remember, if you're sharing on social media, use the hashtag SouthSummit22. We need to build the global buzz, get everybody around the world excited about all the cool stuff that's happening right here at South Summit 23. And make sure to tag South Summit. They are on all the social media channels that you would need to find them. Okay, thank you so much. Absolutely wonderful. Oh, one more. Okay, you got it? Okay, thank you. Brilliant. Okay, we are going to move immediately on with our next session. It is such an interesting and important topic. It's about the language of the future, computing and programming. We all know this. We've seen what's been happening over the world. If you're like several decades into the game, as I am, you'll remember when the first computers arrived in the home, basic programming, all this kind of stuff. But now we live in an age of quantum computing, programming, and we've got low code and other technologies, and these are all set to shape the future. So this next panel is going to ask the question, in a world where tech becomes increasingly important, what are the capabilities of those who are fluent in the languages of the future? I cannot wait to see what our amazing guests have to say about this. I'm going to welcome them to the stage one by one. We do need your full participation and applause when they come on and rock the stage, because we want to set the scene in the right way. So, my dear friends, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to our first guest. He is the CEO at Horizon Quantum Computing. Please welcome Joe Fitzsimons. Thank you. Wonderful. Great to see you again, Joe. And Joe is being joined by the Head of Strategy and Outreach at Multiverse Computing. Please welcome to the stage Esperanza Cuenca. Thank you. Welcome, Esperanza. Great to see you. And they're going to be joined right now by the founder and CEO at Microverse. Please welcome Ariel Camus. Welcome, Ariel. And rounding off our lineup is our fabulous moderator. We're very grateful to have him here. He is a co-founder at Modular Ventures. Please welcome Jorge Lana. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that amazing introduction. I'm super excited to be here surrounded by these experts in the development and quantum computing and development education. I think it's a fascinating topic. Before maybe jumping in on speaking about these future trends, maybe we can do a quick round of introductions and speaking a little bit more about Joe, Esperanza, and Ariel, about your role and company, so we can have a little bit of context here. So, I don't know, maybe Joe, you're going to start?
Sure. I'm Joe Fitzsimons. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Horizon Quantum Computing. So I've spent about 20 years working on quantum computing, and I was a professor for a long time. And myself and some of my group members decided to jump ship about 4 years ago and start a company that's trying to focus on what we see as one of the main problems in quantum computing, which is how do you make use of the hardware once we get there? The other problem being, of course, how do you build the hardware? But that's a little bit beyond us.
Great. Esperanza?
Well, I'm head of strategy and outreach at Multiverse Computing. Multiverse Computing is one of the largest software companies in Europe. We focus on the practical applications of quantum computing, and we develop quantum software to address problems and issues in those companies. About my background, I'm an industrial engineer by my studies. That is what I took at university, and I spent most of my career in strategy consulting and then in finance. So I think I'm sort of an hybrid profile, because I also took courses and programs on quantum computing in several institutions. Yeah.
Thank you. Ariel?
Yeah, so I am the founder and CEO of Microverse, and I started coding when I was about 6 years old. That eventually took me to start my first company when I was 21. That took me to San Francisco. But in this journey, I've been around a lot of different countries. I spent some time teaching in Africa, and I've gotten to see the two extreme sides of the spectrum when it comes to access to opportunities in life, and that led me to start Microverse. Like, education of any kind is what allows people to join the economy. In this case, we have a unique time in our society where people can join the global economy no matter where they are, and coding, programming is a great way to, the fast track to get into the global economy today. So I started this company to remove the barriers of access to education. We have a very unique pedagogical model that allows us to bring the cost per student to almost zero, while still making it super scalable and driving really high completion rates of any course that we launch. So that's what we do. We focus mostly on the developing and emerging part of the world.
Fascinating. I think it's an amazing education model, the one you're bringing. So we will cover that part a little bit more later. On my side, basically, Modular Ventures is a holding We have different companies in the organization, specialized around different expertise like low code, no code, product design and branding, and also coding recently. So super interested to have this conversation and seeing how the trends that we're seeing. So as you know, I mean, technology plays an amazing role nowadays. We have these hype topics like AI and machine learning. We have cloud computing and quantum computing, and we have also low-code and no-code technologies. So it's difficult to talk about everything, but we're going to try to cover a little bit of these trends and to have our thoughts basically about what we think is the future. So before, I would like to start with computing, quantum computing, given that Joe came from Singapore until Madrid, and I know you have your European tour afterwards, but I think for the audience, quantum computing, probably you've been reading a little bit about it. I mean, I've been reading a little bit about it, but I'm not an expert at all. I think taking the opportunity to have Esperanza as well, would love to deep dive a little bit more about what's quantum computing trying to achieve, and to give us your thoughts, right? Like we have these computers that we are programming since 1980s, it's the normal computers that we work every day, and you're trying to challenge the system on programming with this quantum computing. What is quantum computing? What do you want to achieve with this? Can you give us your point of view?
Sure. So, what I'd say is that quantum computing is essentially a generalization of computing. So it comes from the realization that the model of computation we have that's been around since the 1940s or 1930s even, bakes into it certain laws of physics. It bakes into it a kind of idea about classical physics that excludes quantum mechanics. So there's this assumption that all information can be represented as a bit string. And that's not really true. And it's not true just because some values are continuous, but it's not true because actually in nature we have these things called quantum superpositions that you can't really represent as a finite bit string. They're a bit like probabilities, but different. So in a conventional computer, the state of the machine goes deterministically from one state to another. The bits in the machine are getting flipped deterministically according to some update rule that's embodied in a processor. And if you add randomness into this, if you have a random number generator, for example, instead of going deterministically from one state to another until you reach an output, instead there's multiple branches that you might go down, that the calculation might explore with different probabilities. And those are coming from the random numbers that are generated during the process. If you want to know the chance of getting a particular outcome, you need to add up all of the probabilities for the different paths. Quantum computing is a bit different because in nature it turns out that it's not really probabilities we have at the lowest level, but rather we have something called amplitudes, which are like the square roots of probabilities. And that means we can do computation in a way where you don't add up the different probabilities for the different paths, but you add up the different amplitudes. And because some numbers can be positive and some can be negative, it means you can have very many ways of getting to a particular outcome that conspire to cancel out. So you may have very many ways of seeing a particular outcome, but actually it never occurs. And making use of that and building hardware to support that is at the core of quantum computing. But it's a fundamental generalization of computing. So the upside for quantum computing is that it's computing but more powerful. There's a chance it's computing all over again, but it's extremely hard to make these systems.
Esperanza, you want to
comment a little bit? I think Joe has done a really brilliant explanation about this. I also like to think about quantum computing as a computing like nature, in a sense, and also as a different paradigm of computation. And it's counterintuitive because it's based on quantum mechanics, right? So sometimes it challenges a lot our assumptions of how nature works in the end. And I particularly focus on, all right, so what do we do with these machines? What do we do with these algorithms? And can we harness the power of quantum mechanics to address some of our most pressing challenges? And we at Multiverse Computing, we believe we can. And so we focus on real use cases for a number of sectors. For example, we started in finance, we have diversified to others such as energy, manufacturing, we are entering now in cybersecurity. So it is, for me, the conversation is a lot about how can we use this, either through pure quantum systems or quantum-inspired systems.
Awesome. And yeah, that was one of my next questions. It's like, quantum seems to be still very niche and early. What do you think are the main barriers to go and have more real business cases, right? Like, and when we will be talking about low-code and no-code, we see like a huge democratization of programming, like people that are not technical, they're able now to build websites, apps with platforms like Webflow or Adalo and things like that. On the quantum computing side, like, do you see CTOs and big enterprise companies like embracing this technology? And what do you see? What do you think are the main challenges of quantum to become a little bit more mainstream?
So,
and also, I think a question would love to know is like maybe, well, you mentioned a little bit some of the industries. Also, maybe Joe, you can share a little bit if you have customers using quantum computing.
Sure. So, I mean, I would say the first most important thing to understand about quantum computing is it's not quite ready for prime time yet. So we have not yet seen quantum computers built that are capable of outperforming conventional computers on useful computation, as far as we know. We've seen the first quantum computers built recently that are hard to simulate, and that's a necessary first step. But getting to useful quantum computing is still not a point we've reached as a field. Now, that said, it takes a long time to get into quantum computing for a lot of enterprises. There's a large ramp-up time. And if you look at the landscape at the moment, you certainly see that various sectors, from financial services to pharma to chemical industry, oil and gas, other areas of the energy sector, automotive, aerospace, defense, you see organizations, at least leading organizations in all of these fields, taking quantum computing very seriously and starting to build up quantum teams. But it's still a long path. It's going to take time to get there. Our focus is on trying to make it easier to harness the devices. Certainly many others are focused on building better devices. And there are companies like Multiverse that are building applications that are designed to make it useful for end users.
Yeah, I think that's a great summary of the state and of the challenges that in general the field faces. And I think that Joe touches on a very important point, which is, in my experience, particularly in the corporate world, change doesn't happen from one day to the other. It takes it takes a long time. Now, and also speaking of manufacturers, I also like a lot to use IBM as an example, because these guys are made public their roadmap, and it is, I would say, pretty remarkable in my opinion. They are delivering on that. They are building quantum computer centers. They recently announced they are building one in Germany. So, and also in the field, there is more or less this view that we believe within 10 years it is feasible to have a error-corrected or fault-tolerant quantum computer. Of course, there are different views about this, but that is more or less the estimation right now. And also, we think that within this decade we will see the first practical use where quantum advantage is demonstrated without any doubt. Now, within this decade is in 7 years years time, and I mean, again, change takes time, and you need, as Joe was saying, you need to train your people, you need to think about how to use this, you need to build capabilities, and then you need to eventually deploy this in production. And so all the time I say, yeah, there are very important challenges, but I try to instill a sense of urgency because time flies.
Very nice. Ariel, would you recommend to one of your students to study quantum computing, or you think this would be too early for your students, basically?
I mean, I would encourage anybody to explore their dreams, right? But the people we work with are people that, as I said before, trying to join an economy that is much more powerful than what they have locally for the most part. So we're trying to look for a type of education and a path that leads to like short-ish term outcomes. And of course, for people that come with more theoretical physics background, I'm sure there's a lot to do there. And as the ecosystem of tooling, applications, abstractions are built in the quantum world, I'm sure other types of developers without that background will also be necessary. But yeah, I think it's an interesting spectrum, right? And I was thinking, imagine like transportation as an analogy. Like we have the rockets of the world, right? And trying to get us to Mars. We have the planes, the cars, the scooters, and they're all necessary for different types of use cases. And in the same way, we have the quantum computing, the more like deep tech, but code-driven as it is today, the more like full-stack web development, the no-code, and everything has its place. And it's about understanding when to use it, how to use it, and what are the opportunities in this spectrum to enable more people to be part of taking advantage of the tools.
Yeah. I think, actually, I was talking the other day with Joe and Esperanza about quantum computing, and I believe you told me that in order to be an expert or a decent programmer on quantum, you need to take at least 10 years. That's true?
So, I mean, I would say to be in a position where not to program, so the programming of a quantum computer is relatively straightforward. You could probably pick that up in a couple of days. The frameworks are extremely primitive at the moment, so it's very easy.
Okay.
The problem is knowing what to program. So the problem is coming up with algorithms to tackle particular problems. Now, there are frameworks available from many companies at this point that implement variational algorithms, for example. Sometimes these go by names of QAOA and VQE and things like this, where you aren't really programming the quantum computer, you're treating it a bit more like a neural network. So you start out with some random parameterized program, and you just start tweaking the parameters by gradient descent in the same way you would train a neural network. So you try to learn the program. And that's very approachable. It's similarly approachable to many ML frameworks that are available at the moment. But the problem is the algorithms we know that actually have a provable advantage, that actually give a big speed up, they don't work in this way. They have mathematical structure that you need to figure out beforehand, and getting into that's very challenging. So that you need a lot of background for. But I would say that actually it's a pretty common misconception that to work in quantum computing, you need to be an expert in quantum computers. And that's not true. Some of our best team members come from outside quantum computing. So, for example, Amanda Chu, who's our director of product, she came from Microsoft, where she'd been working on Visual Studio, which is perfect for a DevTools company, right? But it's important to be aware, for people looking at this field, potentially considering coming into the field, that there's multiple paths in. You don't have to be an expert in quantum computing to work in quantum computing.
Yeah, I think that it's important in a sense to differentiate, right? So as Joe was saying, coming up with new algorithms, and that is hard because it's developing something totally new and using a totally different mindset. However, there are many other things that you need to do, right? So, and for those or many other things, it's as Joe was saying, and as one of my professors at MIT said, we need people from all walks of life. And I think, and also as Richard Feynman, the Nobel Prize in Physics, said, there is room for everyone at the bottom. So what I would say for people who are looking into entering this field is, yeah, you need a basis. So I would encourage them to learn. You don't need to go super deep, but you need to speak quantum as a, let's say, basic to medium level, so you can follow the conversations, and then see where your skills and your background can contribute to the field.
Okay, thank you. just to close the quantum computing, like what would be the name of a quantum computer programmer? Like, is there any specific name, or it just didn't come up? Like we are, for example, inventing these roles in the no-code space, like, hey, now you're a product maker because you can design, you can build. We came up with these names, right? Like, is there any specific name for quantum computer programmers? Like,
well, you mentioned MIT earlier, and Seth Lloyd, who was a professor at MIT, he calls himself a quantum mechanic, and that's probably not a bad name for it.
Yeah, absolutely. In my company, I think, well, I don't know if we are very original or not, but we have quantum engineers, quantum developers.
Okay.
So it's basically same as classical and adding quantum, but I'm sure that along the way more names will come.
And it sounds like it's not like quantum computing is an alternative or replacement to other types of coding. It's just a layer in the ecosystem that gives us a different approach and probably a more powerful one to the current way of computing information, but that on top of that there will be several other layers in which some of them will be the same developers we have today, except that they're built with a framework that abstracts a new layer that might be new to all of us, right? Is that a correct assumption?
So certainly a lot of our work is focused on building that abstraction. We're trying to get to a point where we can completely abstract away the quantum computer so that you're just talking about the types of data you want to manipulate and how you want to manipulate it.
Yeah, and I think you have expressed it. I agree with your views, definitely, Ariel. And we talk a lot in this field about, indeed, quantum computing is not here to replace anything. It's more about adding to computing, and also we believe that the future is hybrid. So there will be things that will be done by classical computers, there will be things that will be done by quantum computers, and the two of them, or the two paradigms, better said, will be working together.
You brought up an interesting topic, actually. I think AI, ChatGPT, machine learning is a trending topic right now. There is kind of like a lot of people or developers thinking that it might replace their work. I mean, Ariel, what are your thoughts about it? You have a coder education company. What is the market asking for? And you are in touch with a lot of new developers and also upskilling developers. Are they feeling a threat about ChatGPT, AI replacing their work, or they see it more as a transformation, right? Like more, as we saw farmers in the past being threatened by a tractor. What's your point of view here? And also, what are the trends that you see in the market? People from the companies maybe asking for specific skills and so on.
Yeah, I think we are, whether we want it or not, we see all our students leveraging tools like GitHub Copilot and ChatGPT. So it's part of, we have to do something about it because otherwise they end up showing up to interviews using the tool in an incorrect way and they get rejected. So it became a necessary part of like protecting them and also helping them leverage those tools correctly. But at the same time, I personally don't see AI where it is today with under this paradigm as a replacement to anything, but as a booster, as a, going with the transportation analogy. It's like a new type of fuel that can be applied to a lot of different types of jobs just to make us much more productive, much faster at creating value. So we are creating content and learning so that they can leverage this to become much better programmers. And I think at some point, that combined with all the no-code world and all these abstractions, you start getting to a point where like the job of a junior developer, a long time ago, is no longer necessary, but you still need mid, senior level developers, but they're not coming out of nowhere. They first need to start as juniors. Mm-hmm. So I think the role of AI for junior developers is to accelerate their transition to mid and senior, where they will need to be using this tool. So stuff like prompt engineering, I personally think it's something that every human being will have to learn, because otherwise you are at a disadvantage. Mm-hmm. So if you're afraid of using something like ChatGPT, you better lose that fear and start doing something about it. And it's the same for developers. Like either you do it or you will fall behind.
Totally. Any thoughts on
I'm curious, is AI
artificial intelligence related to quantum, or just in general, like threats or
So I can say, in terms of the fear that large language models will replace developers, I think that's probably unfounded because actually, if you consider some other examples of this, like if you think about chess, for example, we've now reached a point where computers are much stronger than human players at chess. But what is stronger than a computer at chess is a human player with access to a chess engine. And there's, last I heard, that I think it goes by the name of advanced chess, but that's the strongest combination rather than the computer alone or the human alone. And I think that's going to be true for development as well. So being able to take advantage of the tools in our workflow to make us more productive, to be able to do more, to tackle harder problems, I think that's really going to be the main outcome rather than wholesale replacement.
Yeah, again, I think the conversation might be not so much about replacing, but about transforming. So your example about chess, I think it's a great one, in the sense that it shows how humans interact with machines. So this conversation is pretty much about human-machine interaction and also about how our technology, whether it's quantum or artificial intelligence or whichever we think about, changes us in the process, changes our economies, our societies. So yeah, some jobs will be replaced, but other will be transformed and other will merge. Now, what I think is important as well in this conversation is the ethical principles that guide all of this. So I believe we all in technology need to have honest, brave conversations and deep reflections about where we want to go and how we can get there.
100% agree with that. Yeah. All right, we're running. We only have 2 more minutes, and I think, yeah, AI. I totally agree with what you say. I think it's more a transformation of the way. So developers must be probably learning all these AI solutions right now if they want to keep going on, right, and developing their careers. What I see, it could be a bigger threat, could be platforms like OutSystems that they provide low-code or no-code solutions, right? Because they're opening to the democratizing basically the code or the product creation to a lot of people that before they were not able to do it. So our point of view is basically, it's not a threat, it's a transformation as well, but I think a lot of developers are also becoming more product developers in a way, right? Like it's not just coding, it's also thinking about the business, and all these no-code tools, they're allowing you basically to make both decisions. I think for entrepreneurship, launching new products, MVPs, product marketing, and so on, is amazing what it's offering there. And actually, Gartner, they published a research that was saying like 65% of the internet that we are developing every year, it would be developed with no-code and low-code solutions in 2024, which is pretty close, right? Like, I don't know, what are your thoughts on microwares? Like, are you seeing these trends, like people learning?
Absolutely. Like, the digitalization of the world is just starting, and most of the world is just like humans with very simple lives in the big scheme of things and need to do like very mundane things, and you don't need to be working directly with quantum computing to do those jobs. So like the more we can simplify, the more we can abstract, the more we can allow anybody to be part of this more digital world, the better off for everyone, right? So no, I don't see it as a threat. I see it as an opportunity. Maybe that's the optimist entrepreneurial mindset kicking in, but I see opportunities everywhere. I can imagine AI guiding people using no-code to build tools that are much more production-ready, that can have a much bigger impact than if they were to build it on their own without coding knowledge. Like, yeah, there are many opportunities there.
Yeah. All right. I think we ran out of time, but I wanted to thank you, all of you, this time. I hope people enjoyed and you have a better knowledge of quantum computing, which probably is going to be part of the future in 7 years, but it's starting now already, and the rest of the trends. So thank you, everyone, and thank you to all of you for being here.
Fantastic.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias. Okay, and listen, I don't make the rules, but you are going to have the best photo of your life taken right now. This dude here is just phenomenal. Okay, and if you're a colleague, this is your paparazzi moment. Now's your chance. Run to the front. Bring your camera phone. Okay. That's it. Going once. Okay, one more time. Quick. There we are. Okay, that's it. 3, 2, 1. Wonderful. Please share on social media. South Summit 23 is a hashtag. Thank you so much to our dear friends Jorge, Ariel, Esperanza, and Joe. Wonderful stuff. Quantum computing, such a massive, massive topic. I do the occasional bit of work for an organization called FS Isaac, and this is a group that looks after cybersecurity for financial services, and my goodness, PQC, post-quantum cryptography, is a super hot topic. Quantum is a kind of a big deal, to quote the great Anchorman himself. Okay, we are now going to move on to a very interesting, inspiring topic. It's about the human touch, sustainable technology, and the future of work. So, you know, this panel is really going to look into the idea that as technology advances, it continues to rapidly advance, it is really, really increasingly important that we ensure that its design and its use reflects our values and our needs. So right now, we are going to We are going to explore the intersection of technology and humanity, as well as the importance of humanizing technology. A super important topic, and we are delighted to be joined by two absolute rock stars of the field, brilliant minds. I'd love for you to give them a very warm welcome to the playground stage here at South Summit 23. So first, we're going to welcome up the founder at Everywhere Ventures and author of The Fuzzy and The Techie. A good friend, please welcome Scott Hartley. Thank you. Great to see you, Scott. Welcome back. Wonderful. Yeah, we meet at all the best conferences. And he's going to be joined right now by the Dean at IE Business School. Please give a huge welcome to Lee Newman. Thank you. Awesome. Welcome, Lee. Great to see you.
Good to see you. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. We're doing a little human touch, Scott. Yeah, a little human touch here. A lot of tech, a lot of AI here at this summit. So we wanted to take a slightly different tack and talk about the human side of things. Scott, you have a book, the Scruffies, no,
the Scruffy, the Fuzzy,
the Fuzzies,
yes,
the Fuzzies and the Techies. You know, there's
no scruff today, right?
No scruff. So the Fuzzies and the Techies. So tell us a little bit about, to kick us off. What's your main thesis of that, and why is it interesting for this audience?
Yeah, you know, so really my background has come from studying political theory, studying philosophy, studying politics, and then somehow ending up working in technology, like many people in this room. Ending up at places like Google, where family and friends said, what do you possibly do at a place like Google? I think it's only engineers who work there. And sort of looking behind the veil of technology and realizing that there's all these sort of human skills that come into play, storytelling, fundraising, all these aspects. And so for the last 12 years, have been in venture capital. And the overwhelming observation that I've had is all of the best entrepreneurs and the most successful founders that we've invested in had this je ne sais quoi. They had this other skill set. They had this ability to tell this story. They had the same idea as many people had had before, but yet they were the one that was able to raise the money, to hire the team, to build the business successfully. And so kind of looking behind the veil of technology, the realization was when you look at the backgrounds of somebody like Reid Hoffman, who founded LinkedIn, Reid Hoffman has a background in philosophy. When you look at investors like Peter Thiel has a background in philosophy. When you look at Marissa Mayer, who ran Google products and Yahoo for a number of years, Marissa, Reid Hoffman, and a number of others in Silicon Valley all came out of one program that was blending these two sides of the same coin. So not looking at just science, technology, engineering, and math, but really also the humanities and the importance of learning these skills that come from study of history, the understanding of psychology, the understanding of sociology or anthropology. And so the reason I wrote this book, The Fuzzy and the Techie, those terms come from Stanford University, where back in the 1970s, people really sort of lumped campus into one side that was the humanities and social sciences, the fuzzies, and the other side, which was engineering sciences and the techies. And then again, looking at really what drives innovation is taking technology and steering it toward human problems, right? It's very rare that you find a purely technological company, right? Maybe if you're on the very, very frontiers of chip design or AI, but really it's about the application of technology to human problems. And so then the secondary language that you have to understand
is the world around you. And what is the world around you? It's the study of history. It's the study of philosophy. It's the study of human psychology and how people make decisions. And so just getting an engineering degree, just getting a degree in computer science is great, but it's insufficient. It's not enough, right? And so I think the narrative of the book, and really our investment philosophy at Everywhere Ventures, is looking at deeply world-positive companies, and not so much impact, but positive companies in the sense that they're solving human problems, whatever those are, and they generally come from a mixed background. And so I think the counterintuitive truth about the book and the counterintuitive truth about investing in general for us has been that we don't actually back purely technological companies. We're tech investors, we're venture capitalists, but I think of myself as a psychologist. What I'm really doing is like sitting across the table, having a conversation with you.
You're making bets on the people.
Making a bet on the people.
Yeah.
And so it's about storytelling, it's about the narrative, it's about all these other soft skills that are often discounted when people think, I gotta be the best coder and I've got to have the leading edge technology. You know, that's generally not enough. And generally what it is all these soft parameters and being able to build a team around you that can supplement your weaknesses, right?
Yeah.
And so that's kind of
I spent 8 years on the other side of that. So I was in the .com era from pretty much beginning to end in 2 startups that I was a founder of, and our founding team were 2 MBAs.
Yeah.
So I agree 100%. I mean, our hard skills were necessary and useful. The same way you're not saying we don't need the tech skills. Of course we need the tech skills, right? But in our case, I mean, what we found was exactly what you're saying, that it's the human skills, it's selling, it's getting up there and being confident in something that, to be fair, you're not actually confident in because it's barely working, but you got to start selling it anyway, right? Yeah. And that requires a certain type of behaviors and mindsets, right?
You know, and I think just the roles, people often think, oh, you know, storytelling and sales, that makes sense. But I'd say that really the innovations, that the leading drivers of a company that I'd say catches my eye, catches my interest. We've made about 250 investments over the last 5 or 6 years. And one example, an amazing young woman that I met a few years ago, she was actually a ballerina at the Met in New York. And she had this interest in mechanical engineering. And everybody said, you know, you're a ballerina, you can't do mechanical engineering. But she was a choreographer, and she realized that for end-of-life care in hospital systems, robotics is jerky movements of robotics. The only real driver of what makes that company successful is that people trust the robots, hospitals buy the robot systems. And so she found that she was actually able to get a job working with a lab where she was teaching choreography with the engineers to make the robots move more gracefully and more like humans.
Yeah.
So a complete example of somebody coming from ballet, having a view of the world that was unique and different, and being able to build a robotics company that is now on the leading edge of you know, end-of-life care in the robotics industry. That's just one example, but there's so many of these where, you know, you look at self-driving cars, you think it's about sensors, it's about data, it's about, you know, Tesla and Elon Musk. Actually, when you look at Nissan, and the woman behind the Nissan lab is a PhD in anthropology. And the reason you might think is like, because if you drive around Madrid, you drive around Tokyo, you drive around New York City, the way people actually communicate is completely different. And so if you're coding into how a car can drive and navigate a street completely autonomously, you actually need to understand anthropology. You need to understand what a hand gesture in Italy means versus in Tokyo. And so it's these fascinating challenges that sit at this intersection of this frontier of subjects that you don't normally think go together.
Yeah, anthro, ethno, you know, these kinds of things. And you mentioned choreography. I mean, what's interesting is, I mean, I'm interested to hear your opinion as on the investment side, but I mean, project management. I mean, who doesn't manage projects in business, right? But we recently just did a quick study of top business schools in the world to kind of see what are we actually requiring as business schools in MBAs, for example. And project management is not on the list. How is that possible, right? So, I mean, we're adding it at IE, but I mean, you've got to be good at project management. And you mentioned the humanities. I mean, critical thinking, problem solving. I mean, those are things that, you know, you can kind of learn in a class, but you got to practice and practice. And things like philosophy. I mean, learning philosophy is a core driver, and you have some stories about that, right?
Philosophy is an interesting example because, you know, the common tropes. So you read the newspaper, you see the latest, you know, what's the market for jobs in philosophy? Well, I'll tell you, it's usually hedge fund manager, amazing entrepreneur, billionaire. those are often the job titles of philosophy graduates, right? The reason is, like, Stuart Butterfield is a great example of this. He has 2 degrees in philosophy. Stuart is the founder of Slack, as many of you might know. But what his description of why that was a useful skill set was because he said, what's closer to entrepreneurship than something where there is no right answer, right? Philosophy is deeply problematic and challenging because it's gray. It's navigating through the dark, is what he says. And entrepreneurship is navigating through the dark. You're trying to find product market fit, but you don't know exactly what to build. You know, the Monday morning quarterbacking, as we say in the States, of somebody saying, well, I always had this vision, I was always going this direction, is never the case. I tell you, you know, we have 250 companies, and very rarely did somebody chart the course in a completely linear way. Typically, it's looking backward, it's feeling their way through the dark. And so that skill set of being able to grapple with ambiguity that you learn in a course like philosophy, or you see the empathy by reading a book that seems irrelevant from 200 years ago that's literature, right? You're learning about these aspects that are kind of indirectly informing you as a better entrepreneur. And so I think, you know, the takeaway really is build the technical skills for sure. This is a new language. It's the lingua franca of our generation, right? But additionally, these timeless skills have not gone away. And I'd say the comparative advantage of what makes you a better entrepreneur than most, you know, leading story in the book was about a woman who's built an amazing company in the healthcare space, but she was previously a Broadway actress. And she realized that when you go to a Broadway audition, there's 100 people in the room, they're all sitting in chairs, they all get a piece of paper that has a script. One person gets the part. Why is that? It's the person who can actually tell the story in the most emphatic way. And entrepreneurship is exactly the same thing, right? We see decks, companies, ideas that look exactly the same week in and week out. Yet there are certain ones that we invest in and certain ones we don't. And the difference are those soft skills, that ability to storytell, right?
And let's shift it to the tech itself. So, I mean, you're really making a kind of a pitch for the fact that we need diverse people with diverse backgrounds in entrepreneurship, right, and starting companies. But let's think about the tech that many of the companies that are being started are building, right? And so Industry 5.0, I mean, Industry 4.0 was about connecting all the tech, right, and networking and connectivity. Industry 5.0 is about human factors, about making the tech work for us, making it work well with us working well with the tech. So maybe one argument is that, you know, to extend your point is that we need the anthropologists, we need the psychologists, cognitive and social. We need people that have very broad backgrounds to help us design technology that is going to be super usable, right? I mean, we used to call it human factors, right? But so I think your point, you know, holds even perhaps more strongly in how we design the tech, in addition to just how we build the company around it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think that the real sort of driving narrative too is that don't feel locked out of technology because you didn't, when you were 13 years old, study computer science and learn all of the skills that you think are relevant for today, because the skills that you have are relevant for today, right? And you can learn, if anything, the barrier to entry around technology is coming down. And so when we talk about AI, what I think about is Copilot. What I think about is you used to have to write the syntax. I got frustrated when I took computer science in high school because I would get a semicolon wrong somewhere in the code and the thing would not compile, right? Today, you have libraries, you fork from GitHub, you have a repo, you can sort of copy and paste and then iterate, right? And now you even have a tool and a coach in the form of a Copilot that helps you code and says, hey, you're missing this little piece here, you might want to reframe it that way. And so if anything, the barrier to entry for becoming a coder has come down, right? So it's enabling and democratizing. And so I think, again, the comparative advantage of what makes you an amazing entrepreneur are being able to navigate that skill set, right? But then also having this other side of the coin.
Yeah, and I think also, you know, a lot of people are talking about how jobs, you know, we're going to have a lot of jobs that disappear. But when I think about, let's just say business professionals, not technology professionals, but business professionals, what is it we're going to be doing, you know, in the new world of work? And I think a lot of these technologies are going to enable us to do things we've never been able to do. So you mentioned coding. I mean, I have an idea for an app. I want to build something to kind of feel it intuitively and see what it can do. Before I couldn't do that. I had to outsource that, and then it came back and it wasn't exactly what I wanted. Now I can do it myself. Or same thing, if you're a creative business person, I mean, you have an idea, you want to see how could this be positioned? What is this going to look like? What is this going to sound like? you can do it yourself now, right, with technology. And whereas before, you farm that out to an agency or to a graphic designer, and you're waiting, it comes back, you say, that has nothing to do with what I wanted, and then your speed is, you're slowed down, right? So
yeah, I'd say, when we look at companies, I'd say they fall into two buckets. One are companies that, again, are on the frontiers of innovation around building new ground-up technologies, right, that are more technical. Those would be building a building block itself. But then many companies, most of the companies that I think we're investing in, are assembling building blocks, right? So if you look at Uber, which I used to get over to La Nave today, you see like the maps function, you see the payments function, you see all these APIs under the hood, where effectively what they've done is you used to have full stack developers that would build, all through the stack. Now you have what I call full stack integrators that are able to build these building blocks, right? And you think of, playing chess, you can move one move at a time, but if you become a grandmaster, you're thinking in these big chunks. You're thinking in terms of 10 moves, 20 moves, 30 moves, right?
Yeah.
And so technology has become chunkier, where if you're assembling building blocks and you have a good idea, chances are those building blocks already exist, and all you have to do is go find them, build a team around you, and be able to kind of assemble them the right way, tell the story the right way, and suddenly you're off to the races. And so it's become a lot more democratized in that sense.
Yeah, that reminds me, the extreme of that is that we had Sam Altman from OpenAI at IU University a couple weeks ago, and he said something that stuck with me, which was, he said, I think, we're going to start seeing unicorns of one person. Like companies started by one person that can do everything using current technology and build it themselves and take it to unicorn. Now, maybe that's a little extreme or not. I don't know. Maybe someone out there will prove us right or wrong. But I mean, I think that's to your point is, I mean, you can do so much now, whether you're a technology professional or not, that really, I mean, entrepreneurship, I mean, the fire underneath entrepreneurship is lit and it's burning, and I think it empowers all of us to do more.
It's amazing, too. I mean, there have been the kind of pendulum swing around the AI debate. Artificial intelligence on one side and kind of intelligence amplification on the other side, AI or IA. And I think, the pendulum swung a few years ago to heavily fearful, jobs are going away. Oxford had a study that said something outrageous, like 50% of jobs are going to disappear. I wrote my book partially to kind of go back against the grain and say, look, it's not the rise of the robots, it's actually intelligence amplification. It's making us better, it's human amplification. McKinsey did a study a few years after that, which I'm sure you know, where they looked at jobs and they said, a job is not a job. What it is 100 tasks, right? And within all those tasks that you do in your job, some of them are data entry, some of them are collaboration, some of them are communication. So some of them are really rote and routine, but a lot of them are non-routine and really difficult to automate. Or if you automated it, it would be a very expensive and very long process. And so, when we think about future of jobs and all these tools, what they're really doing is taking away from those rote and routine tasks within a job, right? And so a lot of companies, when we talk about future of work, what is a future of work company? I'd say it's looking at a job, and the job is 100 tasks, 20 of them are routine and rote. What they're doing is taking that chunk and automating it in a way that now makes that person not go away, but makes that person have their 80% tasks, and now there's 20% free time. And now they can be more productive and they can focus on these human skills, right? And so it's upskilling people to be more productive. And those are the companies that we're investing in. We're looking at what are you automating and why, and how are you supplementing a human being to do better work, right? That's a future of work company.
Yeah, I mean, some people refer to it as the new project economy, right? And the idea that a company is a set of projects, and as you said, some are routine, some are doing new things, and a lot of the routine stuff automated, and allows us to focus, as business professionals on the fun stuff, on the higher value added, and you can imagine where that goes. So I mean, you think there are opportunities there for people interested in startups in enabling and building the infrastructure for the new project-based economy?
Yeah, and I think to the Sam Altman question too, it's the rise of these, I call them thin companies, where you could have very thin layer of human beings. And again, it begs a bigger question, right? A big societal question of where do those jobs go, and who backfills those jobs? It's kind of the perennial debate, but we forget that in the 1950s, believe it or not, there was a job title that you could, you wouldn't go to Indeed.com to apply for, but something similar, right? And that job title was calculator. We forget how in the near recent past, there was a job title called calculator, where literally it was strips of paper and calculating numbers. And of course, That's a very rote, very routine task that we've since handed off to machines. But when we think about those tasks, the things that are manual, that are heavily rote and routine, that's robotics, right? That's something where you could substitute robotics for that rote routine task. And for a cognitive task, that's something that you're doing over and over and over in Excel, you build an Excel model to do it. You automate a function. That's basic programming, right? And we're just 2 levels above that now, where we're saying, okay, there was Excel modeling, basic formatting, now there's sort of machine learning, and now there's this sort of generative AI that's able to kind of see what you want to do and get one step ahead of you. But all this, in my mind, is a heavily optimistic conversation, and a really exciting conversation because it democratizes this ability to be an entrepreneur. It democratizes this ability to solve the problems that you see in the world and that you're passionate about. Right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we're thinking about in terms of education and what we teach in a business school is, I think the team of the future are humans and bots and droids, whatever we want to call them, if we think about Star Wars, right? And we're going to need to learn to work with bots, work with intelligent machines, and they're going to have strengths and weaknesses just like we all do, and we have to learn to work with each other. So I think to your original point about the humanities and psychology and social sciences and how we need those skills to learn to work with each other. I mean, those skills will also allow us to learn to work with machines in an intelligent way.
Fantastic. I think we're out of time.
I think
so
we're,
Ocean, come on back up.
I'm so sorry. My dear friends, can we please have a huge round of applause for our amazing, wonderful panelists? That was so cool. Thank you, thank you. Yes, that's what I like to hear. That's great. Wonderful support there. We have a lot of love in the room for these 2 brilliant minds. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for everything you do, Lee and Scott. The future of work, you heard it there. It looks bright. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. That was just wonderful. Okay, my dear friends, we have reached the part of the day, the part of the morning indeed, at the playground stage that can genuinely be called the grand finale. Now at South Summit 2030, we are all working towards the future that we want. We want to live in the right kind of 2030. There are 2 paths here. We're all about choosing the right one. We want the right world for our children, for our grandchildren. We want to be better ancestors. We want to make this all happen together. And to be honest, if we don't do it together, it's not going to happen. So one of the key ways we can make this happen and make the future we all want is partnerships between entrepreneurship and corporates. And right now, we are going to learn about the force, entrepreneurship and corporates that create social impact on inclusion. Now, one of my favorite sayings is, diversity is innovation, innovation is diversity. If you don't have diversity, if you don't have inclusion, really what are we all doing? And to survive, to be sustainable, we need inclusion, we need diversity baked in. So I'm thrilled to be welcoming to the stage an absolute legendary lineup of rock star speakers who are going to explore this for us right now. So first up, please join me in giving a huge welcome to the Director of B Startup and Hub Empresa at Banco Sabadell. Please welcome Yolanda Perez. Thank you. Wonderful, Yolanda. Great to see you. Bonus points for rocking the green there. As an Irishman, it makes me proud. Wonderful. Okay, next up, we're going to welcome the General Director and Vice President at Fundación Repsol, Antonio Calzada. Welcome, Antonio. Wonderful. And now we are going to be joined by the General Director at Fundación MAPFRE. Please welcome Julio Domingo Souto. Thank you. Next, we're going to welcome the Executive Vice President at Fundación Once, Alberto Duran Lopez. Welcome, Alberto. Thank you. And lining up our lineup of VVIPs, we have the Partner for Scale-Ups and Open Innovation at PwC, our wonderful moderator. Please give it up for Alberto Tornero Suarez. Thank you.
Bueno, muy buenos días, muy buenas tardes. Simplemente que sepáis que excepcionalmente esta ponencia la vamos a hacer en español. Siento si alguien que hable solo sea angloparlante, pero bueno, era un poco el modelo que se había comentado con la organización. Lo primero, encantado de estar aquí con vosotros. La verdad es que para nosotros, para mí personalmente y para Price, es un placer poder moderar este panel. Yo me presento brevemente. Yo me llamo Alberto Tornero. Dirijo en Price un área que se llama Empresas de Alto Crecimiento, que son startups, scale-ups y toda la parte de innovación abierta. Y además, bueno, el mundo de la innovación social y la discapacidad la conozco un poco también. Y bueno, la idea de hoy es hablar sobre eso y para eso casi que voy a dejar que os presentéis. Si quieres, Yolanda, preséntate tú mismo, luego vamos Antonio, Julio y Alberto, que vas a hacerlo más...
Nos presentamos nosotros,
Sí,
explicamos también lo que hacemos.
lo que
va.
queráis, sí.
Bueno, no, yo puedo...
Con 1 minuto y medio nos vale.
Vale, 1 minuto y medio. Bueno, pues yo soy Yolanda Pérez, soy la directora de Be Startup en Banco Sabadell. Y bueno, es un placer realmente que me hayáis invitado a este panel porque la verdad es que para mí todo lo que vosotros hacéis es envidiable y además de muy necesario. Nosotros, como Be Startup, nuestro foco no es exclusivamente el impacto ni la inclusión de personas con discapacidad, pero sí que es verdad que bueno, al final, a través de nuestra actividad y pensando para venir a este panel, me he dado cuenta que hacemos muchas cosas también en ese sentido, ¿no? En el banco hay otras personas que están más desarrollando este tipo de políticas, ¿no? Entre otras la Fundación Banco Sabadell, que trabaja, bueno, luego lo comentaré si acaso, pero nosotros lo que hacemos en Be Startup es apoyo a las startups y a los emprendedores innovadores y tecnológicos. Fuimos el primer banco hace 10 años ya.
Cumplimos este año, ¿no?
Cumplimos este año, efectivamente, de ofrecer estos servicios bancarios muy especializados y además también inversión en equity en etapas iniciales. Entonces, en este último servicio, ¿no? En este tema más de Venture Capital en Early Stage, ahí nosotros no teníamos un mandato de invertir en empresas de impacto, pero sí que siempre un elemento fundamental a la hora de evaluar un proyecto es el impacto que ese proyecto va a tener en la sociedad. Por lo tanto, pues en estos momentos, sin haber tenido un mandato de inversión en impacto específico, el 38% de las empresas de nuestra cartera, y hemos invertido ya en 85, el 38% son empresas de impacto. Tenemos 16 que son de salud, tenemos 8 que son de sostenibilidad ambiental, pero también tenemos otras, pues, como Wolco, no sé si explicamos ahora un poco. Luego lo explico después. Pero bueno, que al final te das cuenta que a través de tu actividad, si le pones un foco específico, pues puedes tener gran impacto también.
Yolanda ha entrado en el tema antes. Nada, simplemente esta ronda de presentación. Si quieres, Antonio.
Sí, yo soy Antonio Calzada, soy director general y vicepresidente de Fundación Repsol.
Bueno, soy Julio Domingo, soy el director general de Fundación Mapfre, una fundación internacional con presencia en 28 países.
¿Y Alberto?
Alberto Durán, ya nos hemos presentado, vicepresidente del Grupo Social 11, y nosotros llevamos 85 años haciendo inversión de impacto sin saberlo, ¿no? En el mundo de la discapacidad, pero además de hacer lo que hacemos tradicionalmente, además de buscar empleo, además de intentar eliminar barreras de todo tipo, etcétera, además de tener alianzas con administraciones públicas, además de tener empresas y fundaciones como estas que están hoy aquí, que hacen un montón de cosas, nos hemos dado cuenta ya hace un tiempo, y para eso hemos establecido una serie de herramientas, que el talento del emprendedor, el talento del pequeño emprendedor, si conseguimos focalizarle y ponerle foco en las necesidades de las personas, en las necesidades de la gente con discapacidad, la gente mayor, eso tiene un efecto multiplicador brutal y por eso es por lo que estamos aquí.
Muy bien, de hecho nosotros trabajamos con Fundación 11 y la verdad es que es una pasada. Comentábamos antes que yo no venía del mundo de la discapacidad, ya son hace 8 años, y la verdad es que os animo a que investiguéis más porque es una pasada lo que hacéis. Vamos a empezar, si os parece, ya contando un poco más. Empezamos, Julio, por ejemplo, por ti mismo. Habéis hace poco dado los premios a la innovación social. ¿Nos puedes contar desde Mapfre? Porque lo bueno que tenemos en y era un poco la idea del panel, es que digamos que los sectores son distintos, incluso los enfoques son distintos. De hecho, que esté aquí Yolanda es estupendo porque viene directamente del apoyo a la startup sin ese foco. Vosotros, que desde Fundación Mapfre, ¿cuál es el objetivo de este premio y cómo lo veis?
Bueno, acabamos de celebrar la 6ª edición de nuestros premios de innovación social. Y bueno, al final es una parte de nuestra misión, ¿no? O sea, nosotros vemos la innovación social como algo para trabajar con el corazón y con la emoción, ¿no? Tenemos unos premios que están basados en 4 regiones para obtener unos semifinalistas, que son Europa, Brasil, resto de América Latina y Estados Unidos, y que además pivotan en 3 líneas, que son todos los aspectos que tengan que ver con la movilidad, todos los aspectos que tengan que ver con la salud y health, y además un aspecto nuevo que es que tiene relación con nuestro centro de Genomics, que es la economía del envejecimiento, ¿vale? La Circle Economy, o como queréis llamarle, ¿no?
Sí,
que ahí
muy...
engloba todo un aspecto muy importante, ¿no? Desde nuestro punto de vista, tenemos estos premios no solo por tener unos premios y dar un premio a alguien, ¿no? Sino por potenciar proyectos que van a tener un impacto real en la sociedad. Ese impacto real, además, queremos que sea sostenible, porque eso es sostenible significa que a la vez sea multiplicador. Con lo cual, premiamos startups y proyectos reales, probados, que además sean sostenibles, ¿por qué no? Que además sean negocio, pero que estén solucionando algo que la sociedad en concreto necesita. Y, por supuesto, tenemos una especial mirada a las personas vulnerables, a las personas con discapacidad y a las personas mayores. Eso siempre está en nuestro ADN, lo tengo que decir, que a veces se me olvida porque lo tenemos tan interiorizado que a veces se nos olvida, ¿no? Y la verdad es que hemos tenido proyectos extraordinarios y hemos hecho una cosa, y con esto termino, y es que hemos mirado hacia atrás las 5 sesiones anteriores y qué ha pasado con esos 3 premiados en cada sesión. Y nos hemos dado cuenta que los 15 proyectos continúan, los 15 proyectos son viables, con mayor o menor éxito, no todos están en este momento en la misma fase, prácticamente todos están en fases o de primera inversión o de posinversión o ya de un estado mayor, con lo que quiere decir no solo que los hayamos escogido bien, que eso puede ser el menor mérito, sino que de verdad están porque tienen que estar.
Pues yo creo que te van a copiar la metodología a todos los fondos de Venture Capital, porque si de 15 tenéis 15 vivas y demás...
No tenemos problema en compartir.
Eso es un récord. Antonio, bueno, la Fundación Repsol, yo recuerdo cuando nosotros empezamos en el área hace 10 años, bueno, un poco más, con César Gallo, que probablemente sabrás perfectamente, ya la Fundación Repsol, que ahí yo creo que en ese tema fuisteis bastante pioneros con el Fondo de Emprendedores, empezasteis todo lo que hicisteis desde lo que hacéis en Móstoles y demás. ¿Cuál es vuestro posicionamiento? ¿Qué estáis ahora mismo, la Fundación Repsol, en este entorno del impacto, qué es lo que estáis haciendo?
No sé.
¿No lo sabes? Pues si no lo sabes tú...
Bueno, el Fondo de Emprendedores, yo creo que hay un antes, ¿no? y un durante y un después. El Fondo de Emprendedores de Repsol objetivamente fue durante mucho tiempo, podríamos llamarle algo así como el buque insignia, ¿no? de la fundación, pues con una inversión entre 10 y 15 millones de euros aproximadamente en términos acumulados en unos 12 años, pues este año vamos por la 12ª edición. Pero yo creo que se ha hecho el screening a unas 3.000 quizás startups. Al final se han acelerado unas 70, concretamente 72. Estas startups, en una serie de ángulos tecnológicos, fueron a los markets, han conseguido captar 400 millones de euros, han desarrollado 200 patentes, emplean a unas 450 personas y son empresas que tienen la tasa de supervivencia está en torno al 80%.
Vale.
También porque por detrás, digamos, hay un plan de mentoring que es muy de empresa grande y no tanto de startup. Es decir, yo creo que esto es un poco lo que hemos hecho, ¿no? La fase en la que estamos ahora, y podríamos decir qué lecciones aprendidas y cómo vemos un poco el futuro. Las lecciones aprendidas, yo creo que hay que tener un poco de cuidado, quizás con la falta de foco, que muchas veces ocurre a la hora de mirar un funnel donde puede entrar de todo, ¿no? Yo creo que hay que tener un poco de cuidado porque luego el valle de la muerte es muy largo, ¿no? En concreto en las startups. Entonces yo creo que es muy importante poner muchísimo foco y luego tener también un equipo de mentoring que sean personas que realmente llevan horas de vuelo en negocios vinculados o cercanos. Es decir, porque esto lo que no puede ser es que luego tengas estos conocidos Innovation Labs y esas cosas, y luego, claro, llegan ahí los emprendedores y tú lo único que les mandas para casa es más trabajo para el día siguiente, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, yo creo, mirando un poco al futuro, yo creo que tiene que haber un mayor engagement por parte también de la alta dirección con relación a lo que es el mundo emprendedor, esté donde esté en la organización, o esté vinculado al venture capital, o esté en un technology lab o lo que sea. Yo creo que tiene que haber un cierto engagement de la alta dirección con relación a esto. Lo segundo, tiene que haber una dedicación de recursos humanos y financieros muy explícita. O sea, lo que no puede ser es este año sí, el año que viene no, ahora sí, ahora no sé. Y en tercer lugar, un punto que yo creo que es quizás el más importante, y es hoy en día las startups que están más cerca del mundo financiero no están ahí para conseguir el último euro, para pagar el último salario, que normalmente tampoco es. No, están ahí buscando normalmente pruebas de concepto y pruebas piloto en tus temas industriales, en tus plataformas, en tu contacto con el cliente. Mientras no puedan hacer esas pruebas de concepto, están condenados al valle de la muerte.
Totalmente.
Es así. Por eso creo que en las organizaciones y en toda la parte de los innovation centers, los fondos de emprendedores o incluso los venture capital, yo creo que es muy importante tener a la gente adecuada al frente de esas áreas, porque yo creo que el talento siempre dirigirá mejor el talento, ¿no? Si tú realmente, claro, porque tienes que ver que tiene que haber sintonía entre lo que uno quiere hacer y lo que el otro está dispuesto a hacer o a ayudar.
Y lo que otro necesita.
Pero bueno, yo diría que es un poco, bueno, es una historia que yo creo que es positiva, no es una gran historia de éxito, es una historia que es muy positiva, nos ha ayudado en algunas cosas y sobre todo yo creo que lo importante es poder ver que realmente esa tasa de supervivencia ha sido muy superior a la que nosotros esperábamos y eso tiene mucho que ver con el grupo de mentores que al final estaba. No era tanto el recurso económico, que eso ayuda, depende, pero era quizás el compromiso de todo un equipo de mentores muy especializado en ese tipo de empresas. Y yo creo que esa fue un poco la base.
Un equipo potentísimo. Nosotros trabajamos con vosotros hace años y el equipo era y es, porque seguimos viéndonos, espectacular.
Oh, son 150 mentores.
Sí, no, vamos, conociéndolo desde dentro también es muy potente que con las pruebas de concepto, lo que comentabas. Yolanda, aunque nos has avanzado antes un poco, pero oye, es lo que tiene ser la primera, que sí, uno no sabe.
Te equivocas,
pero no te equivocas, lo haces mejor.
Ahora no me dejas de hablar.
Lo haces mejor, no te equivocas.
Ya he aprendido.
No te equivocas, lo haces mejor. Era muy interesante que estuvieseis aquí vosotros desde B-Startup, no solo la fundación, por eso que estabas empezando a comentar de cómo el impacto empieza a ser un KPI, un indicador adicional, pero que sorprende. Si quieres, con lo que estabas comentando.
Sí, efectivamente. Yo creo que, bueno, alineado también con lo que estaba comentando Antonio, ¿no? Que tiene que ser todo coherente en la organización. Al final nosotros actuamos siguiendo pues lo que son las directivas de sostenibilidad, los principios de la entidad y al final, pues eso al final da un resultado, ¿no? Quiero decir que no es algo casual, ¿no? Y bueno, pues y también al hilo de lo que comentabas, Antonio, que lo importante para estas startups es estar en relación con las corporaciones, con empresas, por ejemplo, con Fundación Repsol. Nosotros para las compañías de sostenibilidad ambiental ya tenemos relación y estamos trabajando, pero pues también es muy interesante para mí estar ahora con la Fundación 11, que el banco ha trabajado desde el punto de vista más de sus políticas, ¿no? de inclusión, pero desde el punto de vista de las startups, pues la verdad es que yo no me había acercado a la Fundación 11, o sea que para mí es un lujo estar aquí y lo mismo con la Fundación Mafre, ¿no? Porque algunas de nuestras participadas, como decía, pues están trabajando en temas que pueden ser de interés para vosotros y que quizás incluso conozcáis, ¿no? Pero yo ahora pues pensaba en algunas como puede ser Able Human Motion, que ha desarrollado un exoesqueleto que es mucho más ligero y mucho más barato y mucho más autónomo que los que hay actualmente en el mercado. Tienen ya el marcaje, perdón, están a punto de recibir el marcaje CE y tienen también, bueno, ya la ISO que compete para lo que son aparatos médicos, para devices. Y bueno, pues es un exoesqueleto para pacientes con lesión medular a partir de por debajo de la quinta cervical, ¿vale? La verdad es que es espectacular, ¿no? Cuando lo ves, la verdad es que corre por ahí por internet un vídeo del rey jugando a ping-pong con una persona que lleva este exoesqueleto y es realmente impresionante, ¿no? Lo que han llegado a hacer y bueno, y trabajan ya con muchos hospitales, pero bueno, pues realmente para nosotros es un orgullo todo lo que han, y ahora están trabajando pues con otras patologías y con otras tipologías también de discapacidad. También tenemos Akida, que hace atención domiciliaria, más de 2.500 personas todos los días, o InBrain, ¿no? que está desarrollando un dispositivo de electroestimulación para pacientes de Parkinson y epilepsia severa, que realmente es pionero en el mundo y es espectacular todos los hitos que han conseguido.
Muy interesante además porque vosotros, esto que comentas, es una inversión que hacéis desde el puro análisis de la compañía.
Totalmente, por eso digo, o sea, nosotros no tenemos un mandato de impacto social. Nosotros hemos invertido en 85 compañías, pues algunas, si hay gente del ecosistema emprendedor, pues yo que sé, Redpoint, Signaturit, Exótica, COVID, pero también de esas empresas nosotros hemos seleccionado pues eso, un 38% en estos momentos que tienen un impacto social positivo. Ayer, por ejemplo, presentamos aquí el caso de Wolco, que ha sido recientemente adquirida por Globo, y yo creo que es uno de los primeros casos de startup de impacto social, primeros casos de éxito, porque al final ha sido adquirida. Nosotros como inversores hemos obtenido este doble rendimiento, ¿no? Este doble rendimiento financiero a nuestra inversión, y tengo que decir que muy satisfactorio, y un impacto social espectacular, porque ellos han financiado ya, a ver, que no me quiero equivocar, que los tengo apuntados por aquí, pero han financiado como... a ver, ¿dónde está?
No te preocupes.
No, que es que lo quiero decir.
Con conocerlo, si lo quieres decir, entonces lo decimos, claro.
Claro, porque, bueno, me acuerdo, más o menos, unos 800 proyectos de 350 ONGs, o sea, su tecnología al final escala muchísimo, porque al final su actividad es precisamente ayudar a las ONGs a recaudar fondos para financiar sus proyectos a través de las microdonaciones, gracias a la tecnología. Entonces, la verdad es que el impacto que ha tenido este proyecto pues es espectacular.
Perfecto, pues sí, muy interesante, la verdad. Alberto, tú decías que lleváis muchos años haciendo cosas sin saberlo. Hace unos años, hace casi 8, en torno a 8 y 10, os planteasteis, ¿por qué no? Cuando estaba todo el tema de las aceleradoras, ¿por qué no la Fundación 11 tenía un proyecto específico sobre esto, ¿no? Y os planteasteis la aceleradora, que es cierto que está cambiando, ahora lo llamáis programa de crecimiento, ya con unas cuantas ediciones, creo que estamos por la 4ª o la 5ª. ¿Qué conclusiones sacáis, sabiendo que vosotros sois expertos y además sois exigentes?
Bueno, pues son cifras modestas, pero tenemos 72 experiencias. En formato empresa, digamos, startup son 12, de las cuales todas sobreviven. Tenemos una experiencia corta y cercana. Yo creo que, mira, en el mundo de la medicina de exoesqueletos, pero en este caso pediátricos, que crecen que han tenido además muchos premios, también han sido finalistas en los South Summit aquí. Tenemos una experiencia también en la movilidad eléctrica de última milla y también que puede ser utilizada por las personas con discapacidad y personas mayores para la movilidad en territorio urbano, que están por ahí Moevo, o la experiencia, por ejemplo, también de Be My Vera, que es una experiencia para poder tener realmente una aula accesible para todos, ¿no? Bueno, son experiencias que, en todas lo que te dice, un aprendizaje muy importante. Primero, es posible la compatibilidad, rentabilidad económica e impacto social. Es más, lo que antes era proyectos de negocio o proyectos de impacto social, yo creo que esa definición ya nadie, esa separación nadie la entiende, y hoy todo tiene que llevar implícito un impacto social. Se puede maximizar más o menos, pero esta separación no se entiende. Luego, creo que un aprendizaje también importante es que hay una motivación especial, hay un engagement especial. Estamos hablando del inversor, del cliente, de los socios. Bueno, el conocer, el seguir de cerca a una empresa en donde al final lo que está detrás, si no perdemos, ¿verdad? Si no se nos va la cabeza, ¿verdad? Tampoco hay que dejarlo todo a la emotividad, pero sí que es verdad que es importante también que a esto le pongamos ganas, porque joder, un emprendedor lo pasa mal, ¿no? O sea, tiene momentos complicados, ¿no? Entonces eso tiene su glamour, ¿verdad? Pero también aquello, dormir a veces no es fácil, ¿no? Por lo tanto, y los inversores tampoco duermen bien, aunque duermen un poquito mejor porque suelen tener la cartera un poco más diversificada, ¿no? Pero en definitiva, el saber que esto es para algo y que ese algo está detrás de las personas, esto creo que es un elemento también que tiene que servir para que los proyectos vayan adelante. Y la verdad es que nosotros estamos encantados. Hay un ecosistema de gente magnífica, ¿vale? Gente magnífica, de las cuales además yo creo que todos habláis fenomenal y es mérito de ellos, ¿no? Y creo que nosotros ahora vamos también a dar un paso más, que es poder entrar en el capital de alguno de estos proyectos, ¿no? Y sumar también a una experiencia que teníamos ya de más de 2.000 proyectos apoyados económicamente, pero eran proyectos de emprendimientos, digamos, no tan novedosos, sino, digamos, pequeños negocios que se ponían en marcha. Este es un acompañamiento muy necesario para poner en el centro a las personas, sin menoscabo de seguir, obviamente, dentro de un esquema que todavía en lo social hay mucha sostenibilidad, y yo estoy a favor de la sostenibilidad, claro, pero las personas también. O sea, yo no sé si tengo una frase que digo, yo sostenibilidad sin inclusión no me la creo, ¿no? Y en este caso creo que estamos haciendo un acompañamiento muy bueno, como decía antes Julio, a gente mayor, gente con discapacidad, gente vulnerable, y eso yo creo que, hombre, motiva más, ¿no?
Pues muy interesante. La verdad, nos estamos quedando sin tiempo. Yo os quería preguntar, en un minuto, literalmente, si pudieseis identificar uno o dos retos, ¿vale? Porque aquí siempre la idea es pensar, uno o dos retos de todo lo que tiene que ver con innovación, con inversión, con emprendimiento e impacto, ¿cuál sería? Antonio, por ejemplo, empezamos por ti. Uno o dos retos, así en un minuto que puedas pensar.
Pero yo creo que hay demasiado buzzword en torno a lo que es la palabra impacto, ¿no? Es siempre inversión de impacto. Ahora resulta que hemos descubierto la inversión de impacto. Yo creo que cuando tú haces una inversión en una gran fábrica sostenible, que además utiliza energía renovable y formas y empleas a 3.000 personas y llevas riqueza a una región, eso es inversión de impacto.
Totalmente.
¿Vale? Entonces, eso es digamos, algo que va por delante. Después yo creo que siempre hay la eterna discusión de qué es corporation o qué es corporación y qué es fundación. Tiene que ser lo mismo. Mira, una fundación tiene que estar alineada y reforzar la estrategia de su compañía y mejorar el vínculo con la sociedad. Y esto es algo que se puede entender muy bien. ¿Cómo creo que esto terminará siendo así? Yo creo que al final el famoso ESG, ahora está mi madre que tiene una pequeña finca y cuida unas huertas en el norte de Portugal, ella ya habla todos los días y me pregunta qué es el ESG. Yo estoy preocupado porque creo que este concepto estará a punto de cambiar, porque ya llegó a mi pueblo, o sea que estoy preocupado, ¿no? Por tanto, ahora todo es ESG, ¿no? Es los que hacíamos parques solares hace 15 años, hoy hacemos los mismos, pero hoy es ESG. Entonces yo creo que aquí hay un punto y es que la S del ESG es lo que tiene que llevar un poco el flanco social a lo que son los negocios legacy. En cualquier empresa, en cualquier sitio del mundo, unos llegarán antes, otros llegarán un poco después. Y al mundo fundacional, filantrópico, tercer sector, o como le queramos llamar, hay que llevar el accountability de la vieja economía. Y eso es lo que hará con que ese triple impacto sea sostenible. Es decir, en lo económico, en lo social y en lo medioambiental. Y no veo tantas diferencias. O sea, que yo creo que cara al futuro, lo que nosotros tenemos que pensar es que estos no son ni pilares ni departamentos tan separados o estrategias tan separadas. Yo creo que tienen que ser estrategias cada vez más unidas, cada vez más unificadas, para que ese propósito al final sea un propósito que tenga el mismo impacto interno que el mismo impacto externo, ¿verdad? Hacia tus empleados, hacia tus stakeholders, pero también hacia afuera, ¿no? Hacia lo que es la ciudadanía y la sociedad. Y eso es un poco la visión que yo creo que tenemos todos, por lo menos en Repsol, ¿no?
Pues, Julio, si quieres...
No, añadir brevemente, yo creo que la innovación social es rentable. Y tenemos que plantearlo así, porque la innovación necesita apoyo, es muy importante el mentoring, es muy importante sacarlo a la luz, es muy importante apoyarlo, pero también hay que invertir y después también tiene que ser sostenible, como decíamos antes. Pero hay que creer el concepto que la inversión, el impacto social y la innovación social es rentable y hay que apostar por él. Y hay que apostar por él no porque una empresa tenga que hacer un esfuerzo, sino porque en sí mismo es una necesidad de la sociedad y es rentable, y además vas a recibir dos cosas. Seguramente vas a recibir el retorno de tu inversión y vas a recibir una paga emocional a mayores de saber que lo estás haciendo bien.
Muchas gracias, Julio. Si quieres, Alberto, como estamos fuera de tiempo, digo, por cerrar, si quieres tú.
Yo diría, el conseguir que un espacio como este, que hay tanta coste de oportunidad tan caro, ¿no? Estáis escuchando hablar de impacto social dentro de un gran evento del impacto, que reconoce que la parte social es muy importante, la SS que decía Antonio es muy importante, pues eso es un éxito importante. Yo creo que hay focos, ya lo impacto metido en el emprendimiento está metido. ¿Qué nos falta ahora? Pues conectar interés general, sector público, poderes públicos, tienen que primar el interés general, con lo cual, si hay gente que está asumiendo el emprendimiento en algo que va en favor del interés general y que eso resuelve problemas de las personas, de la gente, problemas sociales, que si no son resueltos vamos a tener un coste mayor y además vamos a tener un montón de gente que se va a quedar fuera del mercado. Y cuando digo mercado no me refiero al mercado económico, me refiero al mercado de la exclusión. Eso hay que apoyarlo, hay que primarlo. Entonces, pongamos ahí el centro en las bonificaciones fiscales, pongamos el centro, aquellos que comercien con esas empresas tienen que tener también esos beneficios, o sea, pongamos el centro, que a veces no sabemos muy bien y bonificamos todo, oiga, todo no. O sea, hay que poner foco en esto y hay que poner cosas como muy claras y ayudarle a que esta gente pues tenga, yo no sé, que pueda dormir, no sé si un poquito más tranquila, que no lo van a hacer, pero que pueda dormir una horita más.
Bueno, no está mal, una horita más no está mal. Estamos fuera, pero
muy
hemos
cortito.
empezado contigo,
Yo
Yolanda, terminamos.
Para mí, yo creo que lo más importante es poner esto en el centro del día a día de las organizaciones y no en sus fundaciones y no en sus departamentos de sostenibilidad, sino para mí, por ejemplo, como empleada, me gusta ver cómo el Departamento de Talento trabaja el tema de la inclusión y me siento orgullosa cuando veo compañeros, ¿no? Porque al final pues lo identificas, que están perfectamente integrados. Tenemos hasta una compañera paralímpica, o sea,
pero además deportista.
De verdad, claro. O sea, quiero decir que y que nos den también la oportunidad de colaborar en proyectos. Por ejemplo, la Fundación Banco Sabadell con la Fundación Ship2B tiene el proyecto B-Value y son más de 300 los empleados que trabajan ayudando a empresas del tercer sector a mejorar sus proyectos, a trabajar en la innovación y así tener una capilaridad e impactar en muchos más proyectos de integración.
Pues nada, muchas gracias. Estamos ya fuera de tiempo. Daros las gracias, de verdad, a los cuatro, Yolanda, Antonio, Julio, Alberto. Y solo concluir con una que un poco tratando de concretar. O sea, sostenible es independiente, que es lo más importante. Es decir, los proyectos que impacten tienen que ser sostenibles porque va de SWA, pero además son independientes. Entonces, de verdad, un placer, muchas gracias. Si alguno tenéis cualquier duda, estaremos por aquí y encantados, ¿eh? Muchas gracias.
Hacer una foto.
Una foto.
Muchísimas gracias a todos. That was absolutely wonderful stuff, inspiring. Great to see Social Nest Foundation in the house as well. Love it. People making an impact, people right here building the future we all want to get to. We all want to be better ancestors. We want our children and grandchildren to enjoy 2030 and beyond. Now, folks, this is your paparazzi moment. If you're a colleague, if you just love these people, you want to take their photograph, please feel free to share it on social media using the hashtag SouthSummit23. Thank you so much. Okay, my friends, it is time to say buen provecho. You are all welcome to lunch. You're welcome to network and really remember my personal motto, ABC. My name's Oisin Lunny. My motto is always be connecting. Find me on LinkedIn or find me over a drink later. Muchísimas gracias to Marcel and Blanca and the wonderful team here for making the playground stage what it is. Brilliant work. Hasta pronto, amigos.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing? Yes, we're ready for rock and roll? Yes. How many were on the pitching stage before? Some people saw the pitches later, before? No? No pitches? Yeah, there you go. You liked it? We had fun? There you go. How was lunch? Good? Everyone got a piece of lunch? You got your coffees, right? We're not gonna sleep, right? Good. Perfect. Well, my name is Alex. For those of you that don't know me, it's a pleasure sharing this afternoon with you, and we're going to have some very, very exciting panels. And we're going to start with something that is really fundamental. So I think everyone that attending this conference knows how much technology is changing everything, but one of the particular things that are changing is how we do work and how we relate to other people. So there's so many changes that are going so fast that technology is great, but we're starting to forget the human-centric aspect of things, how to deal with other people, what kind of skill sets do we need to deal with other people. If there's like a recurrent phrase that I hear from a lot of managers, it's like, yeah, you know, we have very good experts, but then they don't know how to get along together, or they don't know how to deal with personal issues, or they don't know how to run a team, okay? So this personal and human aspect is becoming increasingly challenging. So precisely to talk about project-based work in a human-centered world, please welcome our first panel, and let's give a big round of applause to our first speakers, Margot Miller, Global Head of Community at TopTal. Big applause to Margot. Thank you for joining us. To join her in the panel, Ruchika Sikri, General Partner and Principal at Wisdom Ventures Fund. Big applause, please, for Ruchika. Thank you for joining. Maria de Miguel, General Subdirector of Talent and Digital Entrepreneurship at Cedilla. Very big applause for Maria. And to finalize the panel, Carla Ruiz Serrano, HR Director at AstraZeneca. And to run the show, the one and only and beautiful Lisa Beville, Director of the Center for Happiness and Wellbeing at IE University.
Thank you.
Lisa, floor is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, everyone, for joining. We have a great panel discussion. Limited time, so we're going to dive right in. We set the scene to say the world of work has changed, the skills that we need are very different, and so we want to consider in this very dynamic sort of landscape that we have, what are the skills that we need and how can we go about creating a sense of belonging, a sense of human flourishing in this digital world that we live in. So let me start off with Carla. Let's talk about some of the challenges at AstraZeneca and how you're working in this digital space, this back to work, and the challenges you're facing in creating belonging.
Yeah, I think that depending on the sector, maybe it could be different challenges, but there are some common challenges, no? And after the pandemic, I think that all of us knows that we need to readapt ourselves because everything has changed. And we as a company, we have been recognized a couple of weeks ago as the best company by Forbes for working in Spain. And we are really proud about a lot of measures we have put already in place. But we need to continue evolving because people is constantly changing and the skills we need now are not the ones that we are needing in the future. And we need to be able to see this and adapt this learning agility, this curiosity that we need in our people, no? And we need to adapt the environment and the ecosystem for being able to offer a great place to work to all the employees that are part of AstraZeneca.
I'm going to jump to Margot because Margot works in a totally different space, completely online or remote working system, and she's responsible for creating community. So maybe you can share with us.
Yeah, of course, my pleasure. So yes, we're fully remote. We have people in over 80 different countries. And so the role of engaging people, many tech workers, so like developers, designers, project and product managers around the world, it is certainly maybe something that 5-10 years ago would have seemed really daunting. We're talking about it more now, of course, with the rise of remote work. But some main principles I can kind of hit on is really people need a very clear identity to start with. That identity leads to trust. So a really easy example there is like values, really having very clear company values of how you expect people to show up every day to your business because they're not physically in person, right? So that having that clear identity builds trust. Having trust builds participation. Think of the example of like there's an empty room and you're expecting your team to walk in it and do something great. Well, that's just not going to happen, right? They need to be like have this clear invitation to participate. It's the same online. If you have a Slack community or Telegram or whatever you use, Microsoft Teams, whatever you use to connect your team, if you have channels where you just say, well, my team's not communicating well enough in there, did you invite them clearly to participate? Did you have a clear sense of what they were supposed to do in the first place? Like, there's a ton of tangible tips we can get into, but identity, trust leads to participation, and then you can reward people for participating, even if that's like a thumbs up emoji in your Slack, right? Reward them for the things you want them to do, shows that they're going to get that identity again, and it's a really nice cycle.
And so we see a lot of combination here on the digital skills, but we're also highlighting how we have our own internal bias that comes up of what is expectation around communication. What is the expectation about how we are engaging and working together? And we make some assumptions. And so, Maria, maybe you can share that from the digital side, the assumption is now we need to educate everyone in terms of digital skills. And it's not just the employer, but how are these digital skills prominent in order to help us to work in this new environment?
Yeah, of course. I totally agree that we have to be focused, leadership has to be focused on must take human-centered approaches. It is important to have this, foster this employee belonging at the workplace. And also, you can manage that as if you improve the well-being of the people and you care for that. So leaders has to be centered in people. But of course, with this change, I mean, we have talked again and again many times about what the COVID-19, the crisis we suffered in 2020 meant for us as citizens and also as employees. So many companies were more prepared. Many companies have had all the collaboration tools in place. They have had the time. They have carry out a management change plan in a scheduled basis, but other ones didn't have that possibility. And in fact, they have to challenge many SMEs to deal with digitalization and also to provide with the digital competencies that all the employees require. So, of course, leaders have to focus on the needs of the person, of the people. We have this, let's say, new online hybrid workplace, and of course, there are many things to take care of. Many skills, emotional skills, we were saying, and of course, we have the leaders, the managers have to take care of the digital health of the employees, but also all the new skills that are required in this fully digital life that we are right now living, the ones that they go beyond digital skills, of course, but I think that digital skills are the lever. They are going to be the support to provide the skills that we need to solve problems, to carry out informed decisions. So I think it's really important to focus on that, because otherwise, if the citizen or the employee has not that tools, then it's going to find this barrier. So how are you going to foster belonging to the place?
Exactly. So people aren't able to access. They feel excluded because of their lack of skill development or the lack of capability to connect and to be in that type of new workforce. But what that brought up was, in this new dynamic, there are these assumptions and there are the experience that we bring in, and it creates a lot of discomfort, uncertainty, and with that, oftentimes a lot of fear. And we said, how are we overcoming that sense of fear? And so Ruchika comes from a really great background from Google and years of experience in well-being learning. And I thought your response was really important to say, but even before we connect with others, we need to connect with ourselves. So maybe you can elaborate more.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think what we found from doing the work around well-being at Google and belongingness is that, you know, people had to have the self-awareness of who they are first. What are their needs and what are their own resources that are available to us, which is not just the basic resources as like the food, water, shelter, and financial needs, but also the level of connection that they're looking for with each other, and the sense of identity, the sense of validation that, you know, you belong to this community, to your family, to your work environment. And that's where we implemented programs on developing self-awareness first. Our marquee program, Search Inside Yourself, is world-renowned, and we actually spun it off into an external company that brings programs to all around the world. I was just talking to Carla about that as well. And you know, the premise of the program was to develop emotional intelligence, and the emotional intelligence essentially is built on self-awareness first. It is basically recognizing who you are, what are your emotions, making friends with them, not ignoring and bypassing or numbing those emotions, but really being present with them and working with them. You know, tell me, like, anybody raise your hand, like if you've never felt anger in your life or sadness. Never? Really? And or sadness or, you know, happy feelings and good emotions as well. So this is kind of part of all of us, but we usually numb it. You know, we don't show it, we don't express it, or we don't talk about it in work environments and family systems. And guess what? That actually affects our authenticity, and that affects the psychological safety that we create when we work in project-based, team-based environments. So I always invite everyone to like really look into yourself, and that's why we called it Search Inside Yourself. And then, you know, build skills to connect with others from that space.
And it's really important to see how intertwined these are. So oftentimes we focus on new way of working, technology, of course, this is fantastic. And even if we have those skills, yet when we have a different type of working environment, we're losing something that we don't realize is how fundamental, which is human connection, and how we can create that within a digital space. So maybe, Margot, going back to you.
Yeah, I always find it like so interesting when I hear a sentence like that, because since I've been at TopTal, which is a fully remote company, right, and there literally have never been offices and there never will, I have felt so connected to my peers more than maybe ever before in person, and if you can't already tell, I'm pretty extroverted. So that's really interesting, right? You would think that there would be this like feeling of being held back in some way. But I think, again, like with TopTal, our values are so clear to everyone who comes into the company. We even have a culture interview that some people don't pass because we know that they just won't thrive in that environment. So we actually have ways of kind of checking for that. But when those values are really clear and you know how to show up and there's parameters around how we use our tools, that ability to connect with other people is still totally there. And I can give like some little tips for people going, okay, but how do you actually do that, right? Like, okay, I have my team and we're all over the place and I feel like I do a coffee thing and no one shows up, right? You know, I get asked that question all the time. So I think the first thing is like commit to the fact that you are virtual. Even if you have a hybrid and things like that, you can't do like a, well, we're doing a lunch in person, but we'll also send you lunch at home. Great. But like maybe just send everyone lunch at home and have those other people also be home that day, which seems counterintuitive, but then everyone's on the same playing field. If you're remote entirely, and again, you're saying something like people aren't showing up to my call, don't do it every week. Like if you have something like a coffee break where people show up to the call every single week, people easily think, oh, I can just skip that because there's another one next week and it's not mandatory anyway and I'm busy and I want my boss to make sure they know I'm busy, so you know, I'll go another week. Maybe just do one a month and make it clear that that one a month is your opportunity to take a break. And the boss should even tell you, I want you to feel like you can take a break. Go to the call. I think it's a great way to meet your peers. But if you really don't want to meet your peers, please don't work still during that half an hour. Like, give them that permission. A big thing of community building, too, is giving people permission to participate in the ways that you want them to, because otherwise, again, it's like that empty room example. They're going to find a reason to not go to that thing that you know is good for their mental health and well-being. You know you want them to connect with each other. So it's like sometimes it's being very purposeful about those, even the fun interactions. One more example, like same with like a Slack channel or wherever you do your chat at work. If there's a fun channel where you want people to share pictures of their last vacation or share, you know, something fun, pictures of their kids or whatever, you have to really instigate first. You can't just say, like, this channel's for fun, go have fun. As the leader, or a few of you, get a couple people on your team, you know, get them to share pictures for a little while, and before you know it, you can step back and they'll be doing it themselves. Yeah. So have you had this experience?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. definitely. Thank you for sharing that.
So we have to walk the talk.
Yeah.
And so there's a dynamic. We've seen that Gallup always talks about engagement. And post-pandemic, they really brought in what is thriving well-being. We're seeing worldwide, according to the last report, was 33% are saying we have thriving well-being. Thriving well-being leads to engagement, leads to organizational success. And so what we see here is this ecosystem dynamic, right, of walking the talk that I need to be in a good space to be able to care for others, going to the domains of emotional intelligence. First, self-awareness, self-management, to be able to empathize and create this cultural awareness, conflict management, teamwork, etc. So we have these both parts that are really critical. So in AstraZeneca, how are you doing this? You're very different from Toptel, that they're fully remote, and that's like the rules of the game, to traditional company that post-pandemic is trying to navigate this new way of working. What are the behaviors that you're expecting to see, and how are you creating a culture that is prioritizing flexibility with human development and connection?
I think that the key word at the end is being able to balance. No? Different realities for sure, but I think that we have a common challenge, that is to try to create this psychological safety environment that allows us to be ourselves. Each of us is different. And each of us, we have different strengths, different ways of being in the daily work, different competencies, and the idea is to create this ecological safety for development, for giving opportunity to the whole population. And at the end, we are trying to balance new generations that are asking for a proposal, that are asking for work-life balance, that are asking for career opportunities now, with other generations that also put in value to attend to the office, to have a common objectives, a common development path. So at the end, we need to create. We need to crash with the daily thinking, no? And try to create different proposals, attending different needs from the people. No? The psychological safety, we also talk about leaders. For us, it's key how the leader is managing the teams, how we want to create this future leader that will allow us to continue growing as a company.
We recently had a conference talking about mental health and well-being in the workplace, and the question was about leaders, and said, are they walking the talk? Are they caring for themselves? Because leaders are the ones who set the conditions for creating psychological safety, right? So Ruchika, maybe you can share the Aristotle project came, number one, psychological safety is fundamental in teams, especially in an innovative environment. So how do companies go about developing leaders or creating a culture that prioritizes psychological safety?
Yeah. I don't know how many of you know about the Project Aristotle. I'll give a quick 30-second on it so we're all on the same page. We did a study at Google, studied 200 teams very closely to see what makes them successful, not just in terms of like working along with each other and leading, but also really the bottom line impact on who gets the work projects out of the door or revenues increased over time. And what we found was the number one criteria was not where you come from, which university you went to study at, or what's the number of years of experience you bring into the work, but really the psychological safety that you feel with each other. And psychological safety is defined as like you can actually be vulnerable with each other in the moment of hardship and say, I'm going through a breakup in a relationship, or my child is sick and I can't be fully present, or any health issues you may be going through, or I'm really feeling challenged about this project and there's a whole new growth curve going on for me. And if you can share that in your team, the chances are that people are able to support you better, and that creates a psychological safety. So it's like a two-way road where you feel the safety and you share more, and it creates more deeper safety with each other. And the idea here is like when you have that, it also directly impacts your health and well-being, because you're able to take a step back when you need to, and you are able to actually pitch in more when you have more resources and everything else is working out in your life. So those are some of the dynamics of the Project Aristotle study, and there's a lot of information out there, including models and exercises that you can actually take. It's all freely available on open source websites of Google, and start applying some of those into your organizations as well.
Thank you. Fantastic. So we hope you will take advantage. We know the practice is the hardest part.
Yeah.
And so from one side is what is the company or the institution doing to create that culture and prioritize psychological safety? But then also, as a key takeaway from this moment, what can we all do to bring our best self into the workplace, knowing that that's changing, knowing that that can be uncomfortable and can create a lot of discomfort or negative emotions that we can embrace and move through. So maybe, do you want to share a little bit about, from the digital space, what we can do to step into those challenges, or how you would approach it from a broader individual audience?
Yeah, thank you. Well, it was quite nice sharing the information about the project. I'm sure that there will be many things to learn and put in practice that will help all of us. Well, regarding digital skills, regarding how comfortable you go when you work to work, when everything has changed, all your environment, and you face a new reality that, sometimes, in some cases, you are ready for, but in other ones, you need these new skills. These new skills are required because now we are dealing in a totally different world, and also a different workplace. We have to collaborate through technology. We have to meet our colleagues through technology. We need digital technologies, but apart from that, we need to be able to use them. So these new skills, of course, there are many soft skills, emotional skills that are required, but also the technical ones, and in particular, digital ones are also, I think, the base to be able to address all these challenges that we have to address. So there are, the European Commission has set the goal for all the member states that 80% of the citizens by 2030 should have acquired at least basic digital competencies. So it is something that all the countries, of course, Spain, and all the public administration have to work to get to that. Here in Spain, for instance, we have developed a digital model regarding the competency areas that are skills that you really need in your personal and your professional life. We are talking about that data literacy, collaboration tools, digital content creation, safety, problem solving. So in the end, there are different capabilities that you need in different performance levels. So there is someone we developed with the help of the European Commission a questionnaire that will tell you what is your level, and also will provide you with, let's say, a roadmap or different steps that you can take to improve. There are many universities, private sector entities, public sector entities, even citizens. So everybody there are many members involved to provide many initiatives that the citizens, the employees can use in order to improve, to gain these skills that are required as a first step to deal with this new reality.
Mm-hmm. So I think the key message is that this is part of the new reality. Yeah. How do we encourage people to feel comfortable stepping into that and continue learning? And from an academic institution focusing on lifelong learning, we're always challenging ourselves to continue learning. Margot, you're in a completely different space in that you have some of the top talent, right? That you actually turn people away because they don't meet your model either technically or in terms of their behavioral skills and engagement. Yep. What would you say are some of the key characteristics of your top talent in terms of body, mind, and soul, and how they create, continue learning, and really are those top performers?
I mean, I wish I had like a perfect survey that gave me all this information, Lisa, but and what you're talking about, Maria, it's tough, right? Because all the examples I'm giving are assuming people are already really advanced in their tech skills, but it's an assumption we make, and a lot of our society is not yet, so what you're talking about is really powerful. My examples, unfortunately, don't apply to that typically, but I think the really neat thing about top talent is, and talent marketplaces like ours, right? I was talking first about, like, we're fully remote, but the piece that I kind of didn't totally explain as well is that we're totally, like, like our title says, today's talk, like project-based work where they're essentially like contractors. They're people who can work from anywhere with as much time as they want. They can set their profiles to, you know, part-time or 20 hours a week or whatever it is, or full-time if they want to, and they have that flexibility. What we do is we take out all the like pieces of work that you might see as kind of like the burden pieces. So they're not having to find their own clients because they go through us to get them, the payroll piece, all that kind of stuff, like trying to source and you do accounts receivable, all those things are all through us. Where this ties in with what we're talking about is that then they can really focus on the work that they're truly passionate about. You know, that like those developers, that project, that design they want to create, whatever it is, they can pick their projects, pick their clients a little more easily, focus on the things that they're really passionate about. And I think that in the end gives you that stronger mental health because you're also feeling more present in the things that you're doing because you have a little more like selection over it. I had this really great story, and I actually mentioned this earlier today to a different audience, but about women in tech, and we're all a bunch of strong women on stage here, that said that when they went into a remote environment, they felt like their mental health was a lot stronger because they could focus on their project, show up in the way that they wanted to, and weren't necessarily like in a room full of men in tech, because this, you know, I'm talking often about tech environments. She was a developer. She didn't have to show up as the woman in tech every day when she was virtual, remote, and working from home. She had the ability to really just show up the way she wanted to, which was really focus on her project, really dedicated and passionate about the work she was doing. And then if she wanted to take up that cause, she could take it up when it made sense to her. So her mental health and well-being was significantly higher in this environment. So I think it's easy to talk about, you know, earlier the statements of like, people from home, maybe they're lonely or whatever. Like if you look at these examples though, there's some really great examples on the other side of the coin that I'm happy to share.
Absolutely. So we see how tech can really elevate and empower people and create an even working space, but it requires the skills to be able to feel comfortable in that. And then the counter side of how do we tap into, for example, passion or a greater sense of meaning, that I'm connecting with the work that I'm doing and I have the ability to focus, that I'm not scattered trying to manage egos or personalities or the different bureaucratic processes, that I can really just do that work, feel that I'm doing good work, and then enjoy my life as well and have that sense of balance that is really challenging to get to. So how do we transfer that in sort of the best case scenario of a fully remote environment where we're seeing people flourishing in this digital environment to learn the skills and apply it within a corporate environment that came from a very different history and place? So what could we do, and what are you doing at AstraZeneca that's focusing on creating that balance and well-being so that people are connecting with their meaning and really flourishing in the work that they do?
Well, at the end, we are really lucky because our proposal at the end is to save lives. So our employees are really committed now with this proposal, and this is our framework. After that, we need to really be able to create this ecosystem that makes them feel comfortable. At the end, we have several employee resources groups that are part of volunteers that are part of the different departments, and they are creating value. No? We have really put in place different programs, set of generations, disabilities, mental health, cultural, different cultures in place. And the idea is to make that each one count to create this AstraZeneca culture. When we received this award of being the best company in 2023, it was because our employees has the feeling that they are working in a great space. Mm-hmm. And for this, we have already covered key concepts as leadership, as psychological safety, hard skills or soft skills. For sure, most of the hard skills could be acquired, but we need people with curiosity. We need people with learning agility. And without this, we are going to be lost.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. So Ruchika, going to you, how do we, from an individual perspective, start cultivating curiosity, this learning mindset, the growth mindset, and helping to empower people to take ownership for their own well-being?
Yeah, I think we need to start from just the basic recognition that, you know, we are all multidimensional human beings, and there is no one size that fits all. We are at a very different stage of our life and conditions with our family, finance, all of those kind of needs. So even though we can come up with some standard definitions around well-being and health and curiosity, it can mean very much different to each of us, right? So, you know, so that when we create programs and organizations, just having that fair recognition of like, there are 170,000 people in my organization, and if I create one program, that's not going to fit everybody's, need. Or even if I create 10, it's not going to solve the need. But I think it's a basic responsibility of an organization to do that. When I look at the way we framed well-being work at Google was at 3 different levels, and it truly resonated and actually helped us structure the work a bit. At the organization level, I love that your mission statement is save lives. And I know it means something different, being a pharma company, but at the same time, an organization needs to have a vision and a clear mission on what and an endorsement for well-being, and then walk the talk. The next level is at the leadership and the manager level. So, if you're managers in the company and leaders, you have to walk the talk and share that mission through your actions, not just through your words, but also create that psychological safety and space for people to practice, and let them tell you what they need, or let them take what they need in terms of time off or whatever they need. And finally, it's based on all the individuals. Well-being belongs to all of us, right? So it's not a responsibility of an organization putting it in the thesis and leaders walking the talk and whatever. If we all don't take it seriously, that I need to take my disconnected vacation, I don't want to be sending emails at midnight, and I want to show up, well and flourishing for others to also feel well and flourishing. I tell you, companies can spend millions of dollars on an employee well-being, and no needle is going to move. So it's up to all of us. So I just want to leave us with that framework to really reflect on what role do we play? Are we running an organization? Are we a leader? Or are we an independent individual contributor? And how do we contribute to each other's health and wellness?
Thank you, and thank you everyone. So really some key takeaways are that we are proactively trying to cultivate a culture of well-being that creates psychological safety at different levels of the organization, walking the talk, but how each and every one of us is responsible for well-being and bringing that into every engagement, how we show up. It's a real challenge here at South Summit to see the busyness and the energy that's happening, but then how can we embrace all of that and take a moment to pause and just reflect on what are our key insights and what actions are we going to put into place. And we encourage you collectively to say, in this new space, how are we going to commit to our own well-being and take even small steps, but working towards creating a culture that's empowering well-being for all. So thank you.
Thank you very much. You can take a picture there all together.
Okay. Sure. You have to go in the middle.
So while we take the picture, I'll just add this. There's a big difference between managers that are parents and managers that aren't parents. There's a big shift in management when you have kids and when you don't have kids. Thank you very much, ladies. Pleasure having you on stage. Okay, so I advise you to stay because the next panel, the next fireside chat is going to be really, really interesting. So let me just give you a little bit of a peek here. How many people here like neuroscience or have heard about neuroscience? Neuroscience, anyone? People? Yes? Some people? Over there, yeah? What if I told you that we can read your... we can read your mind with the current neuroscientific tools, and we can tell you all the different dimensions that you experience while you're eating your food. If you're liking it, if it's spicy, if it's tasty, what is it triggering inside your brain? You believe me? You think we can do that? Yes? No? Well, now what if I told you that we can then get this information and inform how different cultures consume food, how different cultures treat food, how different cultures relate to food. And by combining these two sides, create a better world and a better social sustainability. So to talk about that, I want to welcome our next two panelists to talk about bioregionalism promoting social sustainability. So please welcome David Hertz, co-founder of Gastromotiva. Big applause for David. Thank you very much for joining us. And to run the show and interview and have a very nice chat all the way from Mexico, Sergio Dianel Ramirez de la Vega, sustainability expert at Timus Inc. Hey. Gentlemen, big applause, come on. Floor is yours, guys. Enjoy.
Hello. Oh, already,
Hello.
man.
Hello. Can you hear me?
So it's a very big pleasure to be here with you today. And it's a pleasure, of course, to share this stage with you, David. Personally, it is a dream of mine because I have collaborated for 5 years with Gastromotiva, and I can say that it is one of the organizations worldwide that are really doing a change for people's lives. So it is a pleasure for me to be here, and it's a pleasure to share a stage. And thank you very much to the organizers here in South Summit for the invitation.
Well, thank you, and I'm very glad to be here. I've been hearing the conversations, and I want us to get us more to the ground. And the way I think we can do this is through understanding the food systems on how can it be in the center of our worries, concerns, but actions. And I hope by the end of these 20, 25 minutes, we can understand that food systems should be equitable, should build social capital. And I think the one thing that we need to understand today when we talk about the food system, we're talking about production, consumption, distribution, the role of us as consumers. I don't know if you know, but in Brazil, we waste 8 times of what we could end with extreme hunger. And then when we come to Brazil, extreme hunger is very different from Europe and the US. We have 59 million suffering from food insecurity, not just moderate. We have 32 million on a medium scale. They have money, but they are eating ultra-processed food. They have another kind of hunger. But we have 33 million people who don't know if they're going to eat tomorrow. And out of those, 8.8 million are children. And when we talk about children, we are talking about 2030 now, huh? So children should be eating well. They are the future. They can have cognitive problems, they can have immunity problems. And in the end, what we do and what connects us is that at Gastromotiva for 18 years, we've been working with the hospitality market. And in this market, there is 80% of lack of people to work. So there is so much opportunities, but in the end, the system is out of place. And I don't know, maybe you can share your vision from this, because
definitely. And
from the food perspective, and you come from the industry. And by the way, we are just meeting. He lives in Mexico, I'm in Brazil, and we might make some business here.
Yeah, and it is so interesting to be able to talk about this, because I've met with David sometimes, but only online. So this is the first time in person. But as I said, I've been collaborating with Gastromotiva for 5 years. So that is amazing. In my mind, and what I think when you say about this, David, is we oftentimes forget the importance of culture, and we oftentimes forget that culture is dictated by the place we are in and how we grow and how we relate to nature. So to give a brief introduction of my work in Timus, Timus is a company, and we're based in Brescia, and we have offices in Silicon Valley and in Montreal. And our work is to understand the connection between people, food, and the brain, the cognitive side of things. And in particular, what I do is to try to understand this from the sustainability perspective. How can we use technology? How can we use our platform? How can we use our business to connect with people? And not only to connect with people, but to impact in a matterful way and in an impactful way. So I truly understand what you're saying. And as a professor also in Gastromotiva, I can see that hunger is real. And that not only hunger for food, but hungry for knowledge, hungry for opportunities, hunger for development. And that, I think, is one initial stone that I can contribute to the conversation and say, this is a semantic place that we can
talk about, you know, how people is hungry.
But you know, our students, they come from very vulnerable communities, sometimes favelas, slums, and they never had, and this is what strikes me, you know, they never had the ability to dream. We all dream here. We make plans, we make objectives, but someone that goes and was born in a place like in a favela where the state has no place, there are no service, public service, you struggle for money. The cooking or eating becomes not a priority. And as not a priority, I'm going to choose what's available. So one thing that I want to put more into context before I ask your relationship with the students and their families, we understood that our students, some of them come to learn how to work in a restaurant or become entrepreneurs, but then they also come to eat because they are practical classes. And in their families, they eat what there is an access. So as far as you go into a very vulnerable place where there is a lot of violence in Brazil, is related to violence, there is less option of fruits and vegetables and a lot of options of ultra-processed food, full of sodium and sugar and fat that we know. So to be able to bring people freedom and allow them to dream and say, wow, I can eat well. We've worked at Gastromotiva for 18 years with food education. We never brought research into it. It was always very intuitive. Some of our students become professors. They run projects in their communities. We just opened 130 kitchens during COVID to deliver food, but now they want to become schools for food, schools to teach the supermarket how to not waste food. It's just a revolution, and they believe they can eat well.
Yeah.
But I would like to understand from a Timo's perspective, when you study behavior, how can you really apply this not only for the industry, but for social programs, for governmental programs that really don't have the outreach to really get into those communities. This is the problem with government.
Yeah.
We get where the government doesn't get.
Yeah.
But how we feel we can be bridges, we can be this engrenaje.
Yeah.
Engrenaje in español.
So, you know, it's quite interesting that you asked me this because I remember one of the first talks we had that you mentioned an initiative that's going on in Brazil that's called the Cesta Básica. And from what I understood, because this was David's idea, not mine, is that they are providing a cesta, a basket, with basic products to the communities, right? And you're doing 300 communities in Brazil?
What happened is the government has a program that gives you a basic basket with only rice, beans, sugar, some of like ultra-processed sausages, and that's it. So what we've been doing, we chose out of 130 communities we work to study for 3 years what would be the impact if we bring education to those families, if we give them, offer them fruits and vegetables with education, what would be the results? And we're just starting that. We are a year and a half, and we see that 33% of the families that we are working, they are already believing they can make food changes, and they are working some of the recipes. This is very basic, but it's very important that we bring now your experience, so for year 2 and 3, we can go deeper into, and our aim with our sponsors, we work on sponsors, is to have 150 families that go out of this extreme poverty to eating healthy.
Yeah, and I mentioned this because I am in love with that part of the project, of course, and because it brings me back to my premise statement that is, we need to understand culture because culture is oftentimes taken for granted. We just imagine what culture is, but culture is the main driver for our food choices. And if we don't take that into account, if we don't understand how people connect with food and how we connect with culture at a local level, we can end up doing, you know, policy solutions that don't work.
Exactly.
So, for example, I remember you told me in this conversation that you cannot deliver the same food in the basket to all of the towns, because even though some of them might be close, it doesn't really apply the same solution for all of them. And what I'm trying to say here is when we create a solution based on neuroscience, and by neuroscience I mean connecting people's brain to an EEG and having a statistical and significance and hard science, we can create policies that are targeted, that are effective, because we prove what people like. We prove what people want. And this is often misread by the government and by the policymakers, because they think policy making is a copy-paste. They think that they can take what happens, what works in Europe, and they can take it to Latin America or Africa or any place in the global south, or even inside Europe, and they can replicate it like if it was a literal copy-paste. But it is not. It is far from the truth. And this is where I think our research can be, I mean, this is an initial step and one of many ideas I have where research can be impactful for Gastromotiva.
Before I jump, what I want to say, can you give us an example on when you see that happen and how you see that happen so everyone understands?
Yeah,
well?
of course.
Because I think it's so beautiful what you do, but give an example that you do with maybe a company or how would that apply into a nonprofit that is connected to the government but also connected to the ground and knows those families.
Definitely, and I'm going to talk a bit on my expertise, that is sustainability, and how I apply neuroscience into the sustainability part. We've been doing a lot of work on alternative proteins, and we tested in a collaboration with Kilometro Zero, different varieties of alternative hamburgers to determine which of these alternatives was the ideal one for the consumer. And the result was really beautiful, because we tasted in a group of 60 people which hamburger will taste better at a brain level. And we tried 3 hamburgers that were plant-based, one that was 100% meat, and one that it was a blend, 50-50 blend between plants and animal. And the result was the most tasteful one. People may often think that it is the animal one, but it is not. The one that is tastier for the brain is a blend. And it requires a lot of, like multifactorial thinking to understand this, but it is inside our human evolution. Why do we like the blend? Not only the plant or the meat, right? But it is great news, because it is easier to sell a blend than to convert everyone to veganism or vegetarianism, And we need, if we can convince the world to eat a blend 50-50, we automatically reduce 50% of carbon emissions. That is an impactful thing.
When I was hearing you before, 2 things came to my mind. One is like how we start talking about consciousness, and you're bringing something like a conscious consumer would still eat vegetable meat, but also he can afford. So what I want to leave with you for the next topic, it's how to democratize, how to bring those burgers instead of the ultra-processed sausages. But I would like to explain a little bit what we've learned in all these 18 years of Gastromotiva. We also work in Mexico, in South Africa. We've been advocating for social gastronomy, which is chefs and the hospitality market to be more inclusive with a human-centered approach. And we started with bringing a methodology to train kitchen assistants and also entrepreneurs in those communities. Today we have chefs, today we have cooks. And with the pandemic, we already had a restaurant in Rio that we opened with Massimo Bottura that we only serve homeless people on a 3-course meal with people like us being volunteers and serving them, and cooking only with food surplus and waste. And for 4 years, we studied what food surplus is, the hell that it is to try to change a law in a city of Rio just so I can receive donation. So that's what I'm so interested now in food systems. And then you bring COVID, and then we say, oh, our students are in their house, they are cook, and they know who is going through hunger, which are solo mothers. 72% of the people are black. So we're talking like social inequalities related to economics. It's the mirror of what happens with food insecurity. So it's an economic problem. And with those students, we understood that they could deliver food, but now they're becoming social entrepreneurs. And the ones, we run 3 indigenous kitchens, one in the middle of Brazil, one in the Amazon, and that's what I shared with you. One in Rio de Janeiro, it's a quilombola kitchen. Quilombolas are the black people who resist slavery, and still there, kind of like the effects of it.
And sorry to interrupt, man, but I'm really interested in understanding, do you see a difference between these 3 kitchens?
I see completely different, but I see the same willingness to, first, they feel belonging, which belonging you bring trust, relationship, the social capital. They feel they belong to a community of change makers, which I belong also to a lot of communities, and they feel empowered. Yep. Even though I went through hunger, like a student, even though I went to, my family has all the problems, my father left my mother, I was raised by my mother, I now believe in myself, which that's the key, is the empowerment. But it's Gastromotiva, it's the motivation within. And then what comes after, that's the place that we can really make the change. Today, we support social business, like in São Paulo, we have a catering business that we just served on Saturday, before I came here, the president of LATAM Airlines, and the next day, the president of PepsiCo, all are sponsors for different projects. But what I mean here, and I've been hearing a lot of here of ESG, we are an answer for ESG. That's why companies invest in Gastromotiva's programs. When we fight food surplus and support local consumption and local buying of ingredients from small agriculture, when we train people and we get volunteers from all these companies to serve or just to be part and mentors, and also the social part, which is why we live, I think we are becoming really this organization that bridges with companies and governments and communities in a unique way that you mentioned, bioregionalism. There is a lot to do. We are a very small organization. Our programs are very, I would say, low budget compared to the market of like getting someone into the job market. But I see a huge distance with the public policies. And just to finish, Brazil was out of hunger in 2014, and we became a case study to the world, to governments. And all of a sudden, since 2018, hunger started again, food insecurity, and we got worst of the numbers of 2014. So I really believe that now is a different moment. The government knows it's a different moment, but now it's the effort of society together. And that's why I come here, because here I knew the community of Brazil is going to be here. It's one more time that I can talk to the government. So I believe in these relationships. But I really want to understand more how can we do things together in Brazil and Mexico, because I see a huge opportunity now when we have the community, how they can apply what you do with behavior consumption in their kitchens.
And I'm going to start answering your question, which is very broad, by saying one thing that I really enjoyed about being a professor in Gastromotiva Mexico. That is that in a short period of time, you can see how people change. You can see how they start dreaming again. I am the professor of an entrepreneurship program with small entrepreneurs in Mexico. And these guys are amazing, you know. They come from very vulnerable situations. They come
from very, very current places, but they have this hunger to be better, to push themselves. And by the mentor that Gastromotiva provides, they are able to do it. You know, I start a course and they don't even know, like, they have the idea, but by the end of the course I can see that they're really invested in, and they're using top-of-the-line terms of sustainability for their projects, you know, and I find that amazing. And yes, I also see a lot of opportunity working together, and I see a lot of opportunity in changing people's behavior toward food, you know? Not in a sense of manipulation, but in a sense of pushing for better, pushing for understanding, really reinstating and rehabilitating the connection that has been broken between humans and food. And it's been broken by a lot of factors, by homogenization of taste, by industrialization, by poor food choices by the food industry. So that is part of my mission, and that is the mission of Timus, to not only be in the food and beverage space, but be a benevolent force in the food and beverage space, and do things for good, not for profit.
Yeah. When you say benevolent, yesterday I watched a very good talk on ESG related to brands and how the brand is connected to sustainability. And I believe we have a place for really, like, on our sides as nonprofits to bring data. Of course, we can improve a lot in our organizations with management and everything, but also to work collectively. And I think we have only 2 minutes, but the message that I want to leave here, when we see such an innovation, such a startups and technology, I was thinking, what's the innovation that I'm most proud of last year? And last year I went to the Amazon for the first time. I went to Manaus, the capital, and I wanted to go for the first time to an indigenous community. And my partners there, the University of the Amazon, they say, okay, you go to Maués 1 day by boat. Then from there you go to this community, this river called Urupadi. One side is indigenous community, the other river communities. And I went through hunger there for 3 nights. And then I felt what it is to be in a community where the river is contaminated. It's called the River of Hunger now. They have no hunting, they have no food, and they would just have manioc for 8 days. I said, come on, I shared sardines with them. I left there, I say, what can I do, what can I do? Apart from it was Christmas, there was no money. But then we listened to them. We listened to 20 families, and they decided they wanted a chicken farm. And we invested, I don't know, 3,000 euros, 4,000 euros. And now they just received the first batch of chickens because they understood they needed to plant the food for the chickens, the corn. And now they are eating chicken and they're selling chicken. And now they want to change the school's menu and make an agroforest. And this is the region that sells Guaraná, the best Guaraná, to all over the world. So I really encourage all of us that when we bring innovation, we think on the people, on the humans that need those innovations, and how you democratize those technologies. We need to democratize because we're going to share this as a social technology, and we want to be in 500 farms, 500 communities by 2025. So I wanted to leave this. Sorry, I keep reading bioregionalism, and I say maybe I need to share what I believe.
It was great. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much. Gracias, Sergio. Obrigado, David. There you go. Pretty voice. Thank you very much, guys. Pleasure having you on stage. Okay, so how are we doing? Is coffee making any effect? Yes, more or less. Okay, plenty of free space here at the front rows, so please, you guys can join us here. Okay, discussions, please, off stage. Okay, so now we're going to be talking about something very, very interesting as the European market, the startup ecosystem has been maturing. We've gone through different phases. First one was we don't have enough money. Second is we don't have enough startups. And now we're hitting this part where it's, oh, we have great startups, and now we need to scale them, and we need to go to different places. How do we do that? And to talk about that, today we have two incredible speakers. One of them was the first unicorn out of Bulgaria, and they've been expanding across Europe. I would even say outside of Europe, to the UK, which is not Europe anymore. Sorry if we have any Brits, but yeah, it's becoming a whole world on its own, with offices also in the US. So he's going to be sharing his knowledge about how do you scale a company in the fintech space. And to interview him, we have also a very dear friend of the house. So please welcome our two next speakers, Konstantin Chengorov, co-founder of PayHawk. Big applause for Konstantin, please. And to interview him, we have our good friend Juan Jose Güemes, VP of Finance and Chairman of Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center at IE University. Big applause to both of them, please. Stage is yours.
So back late in the 2018, three friends founded a company called PayHawk, and to support small and medium enterprises, to manage expenses, to control frauds, and so many things. And not much more than 2 years later, they raised more than $200 million at a valuation of $1 billion. So it became a unicorn. So we are lucky enough to have Konstantin, one of the three founders and the CFO of PayHawk. And the first question is quite obvious. I mean, how does it feel to go from zero to a unicorn in a couple of years?
Wow, thanks, Juan. Thanks for the great introduction. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Kudos to the organization team. It's a great event. It's the first time of me being here in South Summit, but I'm definitely coming next year as well. The short answer to your question is, it feels great.
Yeah, and the long answer, because I mean, we are anxious, you know, to go about how do you feel about creating something really small and then...
It's amazing. I mean, the journey is amazing. It was filled with lots of ups and downs, so it's really a roller coaster journey. You're tackling a lot of different issues, a lot of different obstacles that you couldn't even imagine on day one. But it's amazing, you know, the entire process of just being a bunch of people in a room with an idea, then scaling this idea, hiring more enthusiasts that can help you to getting where we are today. Today we have offices spread across the European Union, the UK, and the US in 8 different locations. We have people in those offices strongly believing in PayHawk. We have a lot of customers, and it's really been an amazing journey. Being actually the first unicorn coming from Bulgaria is great, but it also comes, I think, with a lot of responsibilities, because you're sort of like this role model to the people that are growing up, the young entrepreneurs, you know, the future success stories of the region. So we don't take it lightly. We really want to be very supportive and really want to give back to the ecosystem and the community that helped us be what we are today. And we really spent a lot of time talking to young people, encouraging young entrepreneurs, being engaged in multiple different initiatives. And the idea is really to share the experience that we have gathered, especially the mistakes that we have done, and the do's and the don'ts, so that hopefully one day we'll see many more unicorns coming out of our region.
So you're the founder and the CFO, and that means that you're in charge of the tough job, no? Right?
Yeah, especially nowadays, it seems like.
And yet they allow you to travel and to enjoy South Summit and so on. That's good. But nobody like a CFO understands all the challenges that growing so fast involves. Can you share with us some insights? I mean, how do you manage going from zero to 1 billion from the financial point of view?
Yeah. Well, the number one thing is I don't get a lot of sleep. which is probably kind of expected. Every once in a while I get the chance to participate in something like this, and I use it more as a breather, like to really get out, meet with real people, you know, a bit distract myself from the business so that I can recharge and I can go back to the office and do what I do. But it's not easy. I mean, scaling up, it's not easy. It's not a 9-to-5 job. It really takes a lot of time, a lot of efforts. I think my wife deserves a lot of admiration for putting up with me and, you know, keeping me in the house after so many late nights in the office and travel and really a lot of stressful situations. But I don't think there is a clear recipe. I think you just need to be very dedicated in what you do. You need to be very agile, very flexible into how you approach things. I think companies at different stage have very different problems. So for me as a finance and operation professional, I need to be very aware of where the company is heading, especially with us. Our company is changing every 6 to 9 months. It's a totally different company. So whatever you do today is going to have an implication 6 to 9 months from now. And if you don't do your job good today, then in 6 to 9 months, you're going to be in big trouble. So you really need to be well aware of, I would say, and be a good business partner, really understand the business, understand where it's going, understand what's going to happen, so that you can build a very solid foundation and scale from that foundation. In the early days, in the early stages of the companies, it used to be more like the Wild West, like all guns blazing, people doing a lot of different things, testing very different ideas. As you scale up, you start to professionalize a bit, so you start to become a bit more focused on processes. Like I think initially when you're like up to 20, 50 people, you know everybody pretty well, you know how everything is moving, you're engaged in pretty much everything. Once you hit like 50 people and more, things start to change a bit because now you're not involved in all the conversations. So you need to start thinking about, okay, what processes do I need to put in place so that we can support the next stage of the company? And then as you scale up, you start to build on top of the foundations that you lay. So it's really a never-ending process. I've had the luxury to work in a very small startup, then being part of a scale-up. In another company I worked with, we went through, again, a very fast growth. We got to a stage where we were 800 people. We got acquired by a public company, so I ended up working for a public company as well. I think the one thing that is still missing is going public with a company, but hopefully this is going to happen with PayHawk someday.
Wow. And it is not just that you grew in revenues, but you completely evolved your product from focusing on small and medium enterprises to now big corporations. I mean, how do you manage that, you know, without stop doing your job every day, you know, and completely changing everything?
Yeah, for us it was a natural expansion. So we started initially with serving the smaller companies in the SME segment and naturally started growing towards the higher end of that SME segment. And the reason for this is simply because when you start early on, you want to iterate as fast as possible and you want to shorten the sales cycle. So you want to be really focused on the customers that you can easily win and you can easily get feedback so that you can build your product, you can build your value proposition, you can expand it to different markets. And once you do that, it comes as a natural expansion. We have been building B2B software for all of our lives, so we're pretty experienced into how we can build a good enterprise software or a good enterprise solution. And it was a natural extension to what we started with. Our customer base grew a bit more in terms of the requirements they had for us. So we're now into a stage where we are very uniquely positioned to serve customers in the EU, in the UK, and in the US. And this comes with a lot of complexities, especially if you are a company who has different offices or different companies spread out across those geographies. You want to have like a centralized solution that can help you really, in our case, manage your spend, grow with you when you need to open new offices or new locations or new processes, expand on your governance and spending rules, controls. You might start with something very simplistic, but then you might complicate it and you might even come to a stage where you're looking for a very customized solution. And this is something that we naturally picked up and we built in our product. Also adding different product offerings like both debit and credit product for our customers. A lot of our customers, once they hit a certain stage, they don't want to lock funds on our wallet, so they are really interested into getting a credit solution instead. And this has become a natural expansion for us.
So, I mean, working in the fintech space is wonderful, exciting, but it means that when you create a company in this vertical, it means that you face all the challenges that starting up involves and the complexity in regulation. And I mean, what advice, what insights can you share with us?
Yeah, it's a tough market. And the problem is that it's getting even tougher. So complexity is not getting, things are not getting simplistic, they're getting even more complex. I think when we started initially, we didn't have a good understanding on how the payment industry works and how the payment industry has organized in terms of value chain. And that turned out to be a very complex ecosystem. So it took a lot of effort, a lot of talks with different people, a lot of really time dedicated into understanding this complex ecosystem. And then when you put on top of this an additional layer that comes with the regulatory requirements, it becomes very complex. For us, what has worked pretty well is really understanding your dependencies. So very early on, we decided that the fastest way to go to market is to be with a partner. So we have a lot of partners that we worked with. Unfortunately, those partners did a good job up until a certain point, and then they start to fail. So you need to be well aware of the dependencies you have in the early stage. What can get you the fastest way to the market is okay, like getting super fast to the market, but you need to understand that, especially in a regulatory environment, this is not scalable from some point onwards, and you need to start thinking early on, okay, I can get fast to market, but as a next step, I probably need to do something else. And right now, what we are doing, for example, is we're getting our own e-money licenses, so we're building a lot of the core services in-house that we previously didn't have either the capacity or the resources to do. But now we are confident enough that we can tackle this challenge as well. And we are building everything in-house, so we don't rely on any external parties, and we want to eliminate any dependencies.
And you started the company in Bulgaria, which is a beautiful country, but I would say a small one. Okay, so I guess that since the very beginning you had in mind that Bulgaria was not your market, that you had to move somewhere else. What were the decisions you had to take regarding the expansion to other countries?
Yeah, so me and the other two co-founders, we are based in Bulgaria. And Bulgaria, as you said, is a small country, a small market. So we wanted to build something big from day one. And building something big with a small market means you need to go international from day one. We thought that this was going to be a huge disadvantage for us, that we didn't have a good, or not a good, but let's say a big local market. But it turned out to be the best thing that could happen to us, because from day one, we were focused on going international. We currently have customers from all countries within the European Union, customers in the UK and customers in the US. And even within the first months when we started the companies, we had a lot of customers, I think like probably 16 or 20 different countries from the EU. We had customers in those countries. And we appreciate it now because looking at some of our competitors that were coming from very big local markets, initially they had the luxury of building a product for that big market and really excelling and gaining a lot of market share in their local market. But once they hit the stage where they want to go international, and this is usually the moment where they start hitting some obstacles because their product is not fit for other markets. They need to explore the market, they need to tweak their product, so they need to do a lot of things if they want to be successful outside of their local market. And for us, this was not an issue because we started international from day one.
That's good, and think big since the very beginning. And within the fintech universe, AP Hawk is in the category of CFO stack. What other problems to be addressed you may share with the audience. I mean, what business opportunities they may find by understanding what problems companies are facing and that can be addressed.
I think this is not something that's typical only for the CFO tech stack, but in general, I think we're going through a transition period. It used to be a lot of silos between the different organizations in the company, like everybody is using their own tech stack. Like marketing folks have a solution, sales folks have a different solution, finance folks usually have like totally different tools. And I think we're getting into a stage where you need to have more integration between all the different tech solutions that you have. So I would see in the future a lot of companies moving from, let's say, the CFO tech vertical into other adjacent verticals, and really providing a more holistic solution. And we actually see this even today. I think one of the things that's really driving this change is the new generation of people that are entering, the finance field, the marketing field, the sales field, or any other profession that are actually digital first. So they want something that works, that is digital, that is like real time, very hands-on, very easy to use, and something that is connected to all the different stakeholders within the company, because we live in a world where you need to make decisions very fast. Like you no longer have the luxury of spending a lot of time gathering data, crunching numbers. You need to be very fast into just with a few clicks, seeing the high level story, drilling down into the details, seeing what works and what doesn't work, and then reiterate.
Is artificial intelligence, the new generation of generative AI, going to change your product in the future?
Yes, I think so. There is a lot of hype.
How? If you can share it with us.
Yeah, there is a lot of hype around AI. I mean, obviously, now if you're into AI, money seems to be pouring from there. VCs are super excited about AI. It seems to be a very hyped up space. I think it's not gonna, it is going to change everything we do and everything we work on, even as individuals, our personal lives, but it's not gonna happen over time, so it's gonna take some time for this change. There are a lot of bets on the AI industry. We're gonna see what's gonna work and what's not going to work. For us specifically, we are exploring a bunch of ideas related to AI. Hopefully we might share some more details soon, but we're currently incubating this project. I think one of the areas in general that AI, for me personally, is going to be very useful is really the analysis of data. So gathering all the data, using AI to quickly see, test hypotheses, see what's going well, what's not going well, recalibrate your assumptions, really make a lot of fast iterations on your business model. And I think AI is going to have essentially that capacity to help people really drill down into the details without spending too much time on data and crunching numbers. It's really going to be more focused on the value-added activities like, hey, what can we do based on this data to grow our business, to become even more efficient, to have better gross profit margin, or whatever, to expand into new regions.
Okay. We have almost 2 more minutes. So tell me pretty quick, what are, in these 3 years' time you have been working on PayHawk, what was your biggest mistake and your best decision?
There were so many mistakes.
I know.
I think probably the
big
best,
one, a big one. You can
probably
share with
the
us.
best decision is yet to come. The biggest mistake, I think, is we tried a few times taking shortcuts related to either technical capabilities or working with partners. And usually those shortcuts work pretty well in the short term. In the longer term, whenever we have tried shortcutting something, it backfired and we had to roll our sleeves, spend twice the amount of time really fixing the damage from the shortcut that we took early on. So I think one of the mistakes that we encountered and one of the main learning points for us was really, okay, you need to take a shortcut, but then enter this with the clear vision that this is not going to work 3 to 6 months from now. So even if you take the shortcut now, you need to start thinking, okay, how can I essentially move away from that shortcut and build the real thing in the fastest way.
And the best decision?
The best decision, I don't know. It's hard to pick one. I think
After creating the company.
I think it's just the journey itself. It's really going into this crazy journey, where you create something from scratch. You see how it grows. You see how initially we start with just a bunch of people, like very enthusiastic people, how those people grow over time. You create processes, everything from scratch, and you see how it grows. It's just amazing. I think it's, for me, on a personal note, building a startup and being part of the PayHawk journey is the best decision I've ever made.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. Feel part of the community, and please join us in future editions of South Summit. Please, a big hand to Konstantin.
Applause. Thank you very much, both. Picture, please. There we go. Thank you very much, both. Pleasure having you. Good to have Bulgaria here. There you go. Good representation. So we're moving on into our next roundtable, and we're going to be talking about ESG through the corporate lens. And we have a very interesting panel because we have the corporate side, and then we have the startups that have to deal with the corporate side. So you always have two sides to the story, and it's going to be very, very interesting. Actually, fantastic companies. One of them was actually pitching yesterday, so it's kind of interesting. Another one was pitching maybe 2 years ago, although 1 year ago, and they've been killing it this year. So it's going to be very, very interesting to listen to the stories. So, without further ado, I want to welcome our next speakers for the ESG through the lens of corporate venture capital, unveiling new opportunities. So please welcome the first speaker, David Casellas, CRO and partner at Borneo.io. Big applause, please, for David. Thank you, David, for joining. And to join David, we have Bosco González del Valle, co-founder and CEO of Becas. Where are you? There you are. Big applause, please. And to join him, we have Fran Bendito, co-founder and CEO of Climate Trade. Fran, good to have you again.
Thank you.
And to join them as moderator, our good old friend, Carlos Ruiz Sanchez, head of scouting and deal flow at Telefónica, Open Innovation, and Wayra. Mr. Floor is yours, guys.
Thank you so much, Alex. Well, first of all, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here again, another year. And thank you so much for joining us this afternoon to explain a little bit these ESG words that make the world better. So I'm going to explain a little bit what's the Telefónica mission. So we always said, Payete, our president always said, to make our world more human, connecting people's life. So in that line, I would like you all to explain a little bit what are you working on from your projects. In Wayra, we are the corporate venture capital of Telefónica. We invest in many sectors, but the ESG sectors is one of the most important that we are now focusing to nurture our portfolio. So I would like to explain, first of all, Fran, a little bit what is Climate Trade, what you're working on.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you for having us here. Well, Climate Trade today is like one of the leading decarbonization platforms worldwide. We help corporations to find which is their carbon footprint and find the biggest source of projects worldwide in order to decarbonize, to compensate the carbon footprint, and find other climate assets. At the same time, that suite of software that we have allows, through our API, to integrate B2B2B and B2B2C through a white label or API integration, very plug-and-play API, to integrate calculation services and offsetting in any product and service that you want to sell, that you may imagine. Transportation, flights, cargo shipping, selling technological products like 2.com from Telefónica, or wherever, Santander, when you pay with your credit card, you can calculate and offset your carbon footprint as a user. So that's what we do.
Thank you. And Climate Trade is more in that environmental world from ESG. But Javier, I would like you to explain you a little bit more about Becas, because Becas is more social. You're more in the EdTech, and we know that Bosco is now pitching also in the final of South Summit. So first of all, congratulations.
Yeah.
So explain us a little bit more about Becas.
Yeah, we are a platform
Our aim is to connect the students who want to continue education, in tertiary education, that do not have the resources to access to those educations. So we look for high talent, low income students, and we also look for courses that are directly related to high employability rates. So we try to match those students with those courses. So anybody who wants to upskill or upskill, I say anybody, but it's not anybody. Our requirement is that there should be that the student has to be a high talent student with low income. No? So we offer a financing instrument with this so-called ISA, income sharing agreements. We finance the tuition of the course, so the student the student doesn't make any payment up front. The student only start paying back the ISA once he lands a job. So the installments are related to the salary they are earning, so the interests are completely aligned.
Great. And last but not least, David, to explain us a little bit more about Borneo, because in that governance, in that ESG governance, we led by example, taking responsibility of our actions to build trust.
Sure. Thanks so much, Carlos and Guaira, for hosting us. Why we are fitting at governance at G is actually very interesting, and let me ask you guys something so you will understand why and what we do. How many of you, please, hands up, are treating data or collecting data, personal data, from your network of business? Yeah, okay. So if I'm asking you, what kind of data are you collecting? You might say, well, personal data, okay, fine. What your departments are collecting, you as a, say, CEO, or as a compliance, or as a legal department, if I'm asking you what kind of data your marketing team, your payrolls, your HR team, your sales team is collecting, probably you'll say, I have no idea. What if I'm saying that this is sensitive data, and this data has to be, in certain regulations, treated with security measures, but more important, it has to be compliance, no? So that's a big problem, the visibility and discovery. Most of those companies don't know how to implement security measures, basically because they don't know what kind of data are they treating. Is this data sensitive? Who has access to this data, right? And this data, it's no more than your clients, your employees, your vendors, right? So we are talking about a core asset, and that's a big question, right? So governance for us, it's, okay, let's start with this visibility, discovery, let's classify, let's catalog, let's give you, as a company, as a compliance, as a CEO, the information, and once you have the information, you can take some sort of, let's say, decisions, no? What decisions? First of all, on analyzing risks. So for us, it's so important, and we analyze risks based on data, based on regulations, based on business-oriented objectives. And the last and the most important, I would say, let's say, stage is remediation. So we are helping companies just with the assessments. Do we have to encrypt data? Do we have to create policies? Do we have to retain data? Do we have to remove certain data that we shouldn't have as a company? No? So this is a bit the governance on the transparency, on the trust, and what as Borneo we do always with artificial intelligence connectors, so we apply a lot of technology worldwide.
It sounds great, the three of us, because they're working on very different ways, but always to reach that impact. So let's go back to Climate Trade, Fran. So how does Climate Trade use the blockchain technology to ensure the transparency and traceability of the carbon offset transactions, more or less, to deep dive more in Climate Trade?
If you think about the problem that we have with climate change, one of the biggest problems is decarbonization, right? But how do we decarbonize? How do we reduce emissions? We have to find out which are the, let's say, the destinations of the funds in order to generate a positive impact, in order to generate that impact that allows to reduce emissions, right? Before, this was a market managed by brokers totally. 90% still of the market is OTC. So most of the cases, before we introduced blockchain, there were double counting. Imagine that I sell to a company today credits, carbon credits, but at the same day I go to other company and I sell my partner, before you know, they sell to other company, without not canceling that in any registry. There is double counting. They are selling several times same thing, right? We need accounting. Blockchain allows transparency and traceability of funds, and at the same time, that transparency, because at the end, when you put something in blockchain, depends on the oracle that put it there. And the oracle is the person. Imagine if I bring a real data and I put it in blockchain, it's immutable, right? I don't put it in just one server that I can delete. No, I put it in multiple, in this case, there are nodes, right? But blockchain is transparency and traceability is a great use case for that. So what we do is we provide transparency of where your money is going, the impact that is generating, and that ton of CO2 reduced is accounted. And then we upload it there. That's why blockchain is so important for climate.
And talking about that transparency that you were talking about with climate trade, David, what is the motivation for companies today to take seriously that sense of ethics and more that responsible of the data they are using?
That is actually a really good question, and it's changing, right? And now everybody talks about ChatGPT, artificial intelligence. I'll try to just say 100 times ChatGPT, so I'm not just bothering you with that. But that's a real, right? So main problem with ChatGPT in Europe is privacy, right? You probably have heard about Facebook last month, $1.2 billion fine. The highest record with fines because of the international transfers. What's the problem? When we started, actually, with all the compliance, privacy, and data security, for most of the companies, it was a must-have because regulations, because compliance, because someone, tells that GDPR, CCPA, every single country have their own. Right now, it's a business decision. Just because you, as a company that you are scaling, you are willing to sell and work with bigger, let's say, partners, bigger clients, or just to demonstrate trust with your own clients, right? With your own users. The only way is with the right policies, with the right transparency, with the right ethics on processing personal data, right? So that's why that changed a lot. Companies are not just doing it just because the fines, because they're quite high, up until 3% of the incomes. I think that what is changing, and I cannot say the name, but a very good human resources SaaS from Spain, right, is right now going with us, and we're going to actually do some sort of events, just because they understood that a differentiator, a competitive advantage, will be positioning themselves in that privacy, right, ethical transparency on the data they treat. Imagine human resources, payrolls, like everything related to health, status. So there is a lot of data. There is a lot of, even we were talking about Cabify, and a guy said, no, Cabify is not treating personal data or sensitive data. That's wrong. Cabify knows exactly what you do, where you're going every day. Are you with someone else? Who are you with? Right? Because sometimes if the other person has the account, the geolocation is there. Right? It's insane. So what I'm saying is that we, as a users, we have no idea about what Alexa or Google is collecting at the time that we are talking. But it's getting context. And that's why then the adverts tells you, hey, do you want to buy a car? Oh, I was talking about cars before at home. And Alexa or Google Home just took it, right? All of that is data. And that's why privacy or ChatGPT is struggling, because it's collecting data everywhere with no consent, right? So for me, what is really interesting, exciting, and as well, I would say, concerning, is that because data is everywhere, how do we regulate it? How do we create ethical uses? How do we do it in a way, in an environment that is not limiting such an amazing technology as artificial intelligence, no? And I have no response for that.
And talking about the education, Javi, you were talking about that Becas works in that ESAS part. I would like to deep dive in that. So how do you, or what's the motor to say who you give that, that money to, just to study? And then how do you calculate that? So it's not only to check who is the best person to be the benefit of the ESA, instead of how you calculate the impact of that ESA in the education.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we do really analyze two things. First, the student, and the second one is the courses, the education course. So the ESA is not for every student, and it's not for every course. So going deeper into what we analyze, in the what we assess in the student part. Okay, first requirement is that the student has to be motivated. Okay, education is the most powerful equalizer we have today, and these courses are really a life changer for our students. So students we require the students see the courses as a life changer to upskill or to reskill to get access to a better job. So that's the first requirement. The second requirement is that the student has to meet the skills necessary to finish the course and to land the job. So we conduct an assessment. We look for hard skills, soft skills, and other type of issues, and we say, okay, this student is motivated, this student is capable of finishing the course. And the third thing, the last thing we analyze here is the financial scoring. It's not we don't conduct the same financial scoring that as a bank does because our students have no money. So we try to analyze the financial behavior of our students in order to look for default patterns that could advance that this student is not going to pay back the ISA at the end of when he lands a job. And the courses that we try to finance are those courses really linked to employability. Now we are focused on technology education because there is a high employability rate. So the last requirement, but is the most important one, is that we look for low-income students. Okay, how we assess if a student has low income or a high income? Where we ask for a student, we collect all the tax data and employability data, the track record, in order to assess if the student is suitable for this type of finance.
And here there are two things, because it's not only that numbers, that data, it's also the skills, no? How you ensure that the skills also match. I think you were working also with some psychologists or some tests to evaluate it, isn't it?
Yeah. We built our hypothesis of what the skills are demanded by companies. And we built some hypotheses, and now we are checking because we have the first students who are already in the market, and we are seeing who is being employed faster and who is being employed not as faster as the good ones. No? So, but one of the key things is that we don't require the student to have any education background. So here it's very difficult for a student who has not a university degree to get access to any finance instrument. Because if you want to ask to go to a bootcamp, the bank is going to say, okay, what is your income? 0. Okay, what is your educational background? I have no educational background. We don't really give to these points big importance. We try to analyze the ability of the student to finance the course, and we try to analyze the motivation of the students. Because if the student is motivated and has the necessary skills, and his skills is not the same as educational background, that student is going to be able to finish the course, and once the course is finished, to land a job that gives him a better life.
And in that way of trying to find on to score, Fran, how do you score that project? How do you select the projects to work with from Climate Trade?
I'm going to put you in context the type of projects we are talking about now. So imagine in the voluntary market, in carbon markets, you have like reforestation projects. We have conservation projects, biomass, biogas. We can have seaweed projects in the sea and mangroves, all types of projects. No? So basically, it's always about which is the project that more, the CO2 that captures that project, where it's located. There are intangibles, right? So you need to measure the intangibles of every project, and you need to see which one has more quality than the others. There are tools to do it. So there are like rating tools, and are coming more and more. You have to think that there is a very nascent business, no? I mean, there are 2 companies making ratings around, and they are still like getting there, no? Maybe only 10% of the projects are rated. This is a process where there is a certification company, there is a company that says which is good or which is not good, but they certified that. So in the initial point, when you buy a project, if it's certified, you know that the project is good. Then you have to look at which is better, a solar plant in China or a solar plant in Germany, depending on the materials that they have, depending on the EPC contractor, depends on many things. You have to take consideration of all those things. Same thing for forestry. Are you conserving a forestry that needs to be conservated, or a forestry that really is like in a process that can be deforested in the Amazonia because they are changing for soya agriculture process or something like that. No? So basically what we do is we have a pretty strong team in supply that analyzes all the projects that we upload to our marketplace. We are integrating now new technologies again, AI and other things to work on that. And we, with our API, we plug in as well with other companies that are already doing that, right? So it has to be a multiple areas, multiple touch points, right? It's not just, okay, it's validated by this certification company, I trust it, I put it, because we saw that there are some mistakes in the market because it's still too early, right? I mean, sometimes I hear people criticizing carbon markets, this is not right, but we don't criticize oil and gas. We criticize sometimes more things that are trying to save the planet because they make some mistakes. Now, we need to solve the mistakes, but it's a matter of time, right? So we need to keep going, keep improving, get more companies that do this, and apply, obviously, at least some guidelines that would be the ones that I'm elaborating, no? Like, for example, that crediting companies or that scoring companies, and at the same time you have to do that job every day with your own team in order to know, hey, I'm uploading one project that is not of that high quality. So that's how we do it today.
And in that way, David, why you started this project? Because I think the data is very important nowadays, but what about a few years ago?
Yeah. That's a good question, actually. Let me go a bit back, with my background, just for you, so you'll know. I co-founded RedPoints in 2012, right? So after RedPoints, I love the legal basis regulations, even though I'm not a lawyer, right? But that's actually the beauty, no? When you are not a guy in that, you can see, I would say, the opportunities. So regulatory, everything related legal, it's quite all traditional, right? So I found out that technology can help you a lot on the efficiency, scaling processes, automating, right? So in RedPoints, that probably some of you know, RedPoints is anti-counterfeiting, anti-privacy platform. So we basically detected, removed, and reported. And nowadays, RedPoints works with clients as Disney, like Louis Vuitton, Nike, Puma, right? So it was quite successful. And 3 years ago, I felt like I was in New York. I wanted to do other things. I'm from Girona, right? So if any of you wants to visit Girona, you'll love it. And I really wanted to go back to my homeland. And I found out that counterfeit, piracy, it was a very limited market. Privacy, data, it's everywhere, right? So it wasn't as hot as right now, I would say. I think that right now, environment, all the social part, especially compliance, governance is quite trendy. But in 2018, it came GDPR. GDPR is like the regulation, and everybody else takes GDPR as the framework, right? So GDPR started, then in the USA, CCPA, Brazil, every single country, which basically it's a framework that regulates how companies should treat, should collect, should process personal data. It's kind of basic, but every country can then modify a bit. So I found out that, again, who was the main and traditional player? It was lawyers. So you imagine any of your companies, if it's a big company, I would say not even a big company, 50 employees, you have several departments, right? And you as a CEO cannot be concerned on how this data is treated. And most of those companies, what they were doing is, I'll go to Garrigues, I'll go to the lawyers, I'll ask for a GDPR compliance program. Okay, what's the problem here? You are paying lawyers, means, sorry, there is lawyers here, I always go back with the lawyers, but normally the hour is pretty expensive, right? So the question is, you as a company, as a technology, most of our companies are technology or big companies, you are paying someone who's supposed to know how your company is doing, processing, scaling, transferring data, who has access to that data, what kind of data, but more important, not today. The next month, the month after, privacy by design if you are developing product and so on. No? So any human being can do that. So only technology connecting to your infrastructure, your corporate apps, wherever the through of data, the source of data, it goes. And that's why we kind of are trying or are creating the category of constant compliance. And constant compliance is no more than you as a company growing, going to different countries, launching new products, hiring new people, should constantly be able to demonstrate that you are doing the right regulation, that you are applying the right processes, the right security measures. That's why we found out that applying technology, connectors, going with the quick value proposition, and more important, as I said, with the constant compliance, with the constant monitoring, with the discovery promise, it's completely different and it's quite game changer, right? So here we are, challenging.
This is great. And it's great because it's just to get closer to Telefónica, in the case of Wayra, these solutions to help us not only to work with your solutions, is also learn from your solutions, which from Telefónica, which is huge. We always say is that we are kind of a startup in that huge company, so it makes us learn from you. So I think we don't have enough time, but I would like to go ahead with this last question. Now we have a situation in the market. It's a bit more difficult. Sometimes, some years ago it was, but nowadays it's not too easy to raise capital. What about the speech of the I am an impact startup to raise capital? It helps you. What happens now with that raising round?
Well, in my case, the impact is the return, to be honest, right? So privacy and all that stuff, I think the governance, it's still fine, but we are not as hot as I would say, the environment, education. So to be frankly honest with you, our hottest trend is that we are growing very well, we are efficient, companies need us, we are a must-have, not a nice-to-have, let's say, need, right, in this case. And we are not really using the governance need. For me, as I said, the impact of companies needing us, not just because they have to become compliant, they are afraid because of the fines, as well as a business consideration. If they don't have us, they might not get the right revenue. This is itself a really strong, I would say, argument to raise money, and yeah, that's what we are exploring most of it.
This morning, I was talking with one of our investors. They came to visit yesterday from Japan, Ombron Ventures. So we took them to have lunch. They enjoyed that with paella with us. They loved it, and good wine as well with them. So. They said, Fran, you know why we are here? Our founder, in 1970, he prognosticated what was going to happen in the next 4 changes of society. We are in the one that he prognosticated that was going to happen, where people start to take care more about themselves, health, about their planet. You know how climate is in the DNA of every young people, which is good for us as well. And they said, and you are the company that aggregates all that in climate, because we need to help the planet to help ourselves, right? So today we are in a process of that, and the companies know that in the next 3 decades, the best investment you can find is climate tech. And you have to support those companies. The problem is that, whenever someone gets in a bad environment, everyone gets scared, no? The money is scary, right? I've been a banker for 15 years, no? But today it's true that impact and climate tech, it is probably the best market where to invest, right? And if you make a bet today, it's going to be the best investment in the next 3 decades. So I don't say that. It's Larry Flynn like BlackRock who says that. So. Yeah, I think that we are in a better situation than other type of startups, but still, there is a lot of people that don't understand climate profoundly, right? There are some specialized funds. Impact funds were very tiny until today, but big funds are coming. The other day, one 3.5 billion fund was created by the CEO, is the founder of the former CEO of BP, former CEO of IHS Markit, which is one of the top rating companies worldwide for financials. And this is coming more and more and more. So we will see it in the next years, growing and growing and growing.
Sounds good. And the education is the future. So
absolutely, I fully agree with Fran that we are noticing that the number of impact funds is growing, constantly growing. But as of today, it's true that not many funds do really factor the impact side of a business. It's a nice to have, but not a must. So, and in our case, we do really measure the impact that we generate because it's pretty simple. We analyze if the employability of the student before the course, so he's unemployed, of the nature of the jobs he had before the course, if it's a part-time job, the rotation, and we really compare that situation to the one after the course. So we do really see how our ISA has really changed the jobs that the students get access to after the bootcamp, and it's something that the investment funds are really interested in, and hopefully in the near future more and more investors will factor.
And we from Wayra, from Telefónica, we will continue supporting and investing in impact companies to help Telefónica grow and be on the spot of the sustainability and impact in the world. So I think now, thank you so much for explaining us what is ESG, what you're working on to help that world that sometimes we don't really know what means, to deep dive in that word. Thank you so much, David, Javi, Fran. It was a pleasure.
Likewise.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Quick picture while we change. Oh my God, I can't believe, Carlos, you're a master. You still had some time. Okay, big applause, please. Thank you very much, all four of you. Thank you. See you, Fran. Okay. So, we're still surviving here. We're still here, still have some energy. This final part of the day is always harsh and hard. Space here at the front if you guys want to get closer. And our next panel, we're going to be talking about something that I'm personally very passionate about, which is there's been a massive explosion of fintech all across the board, in every single country, in every single region. But fintech has been having a very, very interesting effect, which is, I was mentioning on another stage that if you live in a country that has very good financial services, you don't realize how many people in the world are what we call unbanked. And so basically, they don't have a bank, they don't have access to financial products, they cannot raise money, they cannot get a loan. It's really, really tough. And it's a big chunk of the global population that is in that situation. Now, one of the effects that fintech has been having recently is it's promoting and increasing inclusion. It's driving financial inclusion in many regions. Sometimes we talk about financial inclusion in emerging markets, but they're not the only markets that are actually dealing with financial inclusion. So precisely to talk about that, we have our next panel. So please welcome our first speaker, Flavia Rosario, CMO at Cora. Big applause to Flavia. Thank you very much for joining. I see that you have groupies there also. To Jane Flavia, please welcome Diana Paredes, CEO at Suede Labs. Big applause for Diana. If you don't know it, she's a nerd of regulation. She really enjoys that, which I find it fascinating. To join them, please welcome Nathan Evans, founder at Fulfin. Big applause for Nathan. Thank you for joining. And to run the show and moderate the panel, please welcome Benjamin Gleason, co-founder at Camino. Big applause, Ben. Thank you, guys. Floor is yours.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. We're going to have an interesting discussion today. So let's, first of all, introduce ourselves. And as part of the introduction, I'd love if you could mention, kind of how you got into whether it's emerging markets or financial inclusion. And we'll obviously dive more into that topic as we go. So Flavia, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, sure. So amazing to be here, guys. Thanks for the invitation and for the time. I'm Flavia Rosario, CMO for Cora. Cora is a fintech company in Brazil. We are focused on SMBs. We have 4 years old, 1 million users, 1 million clients. And Cora was created with the understanding that there was no proper bank solutions or proper bank for small and medium entrepreneurs. And the idea behind Cora is that if you can help those guys, we can increase and better off the economy in Brazil. So we were definitely thinking about the UN SDGs as part of our business plan in the start. So that's how we tap into inclusion. Yeah.
Awesome.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Diana Paredes. I'm going to let you know that this is going to be the most exciting session of South Summit. We've already decided. And for all of you for staying with us as well, because we know we're one of the last sessions, so we appreciate it. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Swiss. We do regulatory software for the financial industry. We do analytics, calculations, and reporting. We have the privilege to work with, like financial institutions around the world, as well as regulators. I am half Greek, half Peruvian, so I have an angle from you on emerging markets, which I feel very passionate about, is that in some ways, emerging markets are a bit of a blank canvas. There is a huge opportunity for innovation. And in the regulatory space, which is so complex, in sophisticated economies, there is a huge opportunity to start something new and fresh. And so that's a bit the interest for me in this panel and this conversation. Thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Awesome. Nathan.
Hi, so I'm Nathan. I'm a born Brit, and I'm a German resident and naturalized citizen. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of the financial services industry over a 30-year career, and founded my company Fulfin in Munich 5 years ago. And we provide short-term credit to the digital economy entrepreneurs. I'm a physicist by education, and my whole life has just been about solving problems. And this is a really, really cool and interesting problem to solve. It shouldn't exist. Why good people, good credit, good founders, good companies in an overbanked environment, such as Germany, are massively underserved and don't get the capital that they need to grow.
Awesome. And I'm Benjamin Gleason. I'm actually originally from the US, but I've been living in Brazil for 15 years. And I did a first fintech about 12 years ago, Give also, where we were trying to go after the B2C problem, where consumers don't understand about finances, don't have access to good products. We're able to help bridge the gap. And over the course of 10 years in a fast-growing company, I also realized how hard it is when you lack the tools and you kind of lack the basic financial products for fast-growing businesses. And so about a year and a half ago, we started Camino, which is basically trying to address towards fast-growing companies in Brazil to help them with an all-in-one financial solution, very specifically focused around spend management and with embedded payments. And so we're kind of early in the journey, but clearly these are the companies that are going to be driving new GDP growth, driving new employment. So we're really excited about the opportunity that we see there, in the financial inclusion space. So why don't we, start off by, I think each one of you will come from a little bit different angle, but it would be great if you could give a specific example of, where you've really seen, an exciting opportunity that you're working on, and how, I think people always talk about financial inclusion, but it's like, how do you actually generate it? How do you actually measure it, right? And that's where I think maybe fintechs can be better at it than big institutions. So I'd love to hear, kind of how you're thinking about that, and really, if you have any numbers or have any clear examples about the impact that you've seen, I think that will help to kind of drive it home for people about very diverse opportunities, diverse different countries, diverse segments. But I think there's tons of things still to be done by fintechs.
Okay, so I can start. Great. So as I talked to you guys when I was introducing myself, we started as a company and we are built for small and medium businesses. And in Brazil, there are 20 million of them. They're responsible for 27% of the GDP. But 75% of those businesses, they are run by one person only. They're solopreneurs, as we call, or MA. And those guys, they were unbanked at all. Like there was no, for them to open an account and get paid or receive, it would take them potentially like 1 week to get that account ready if they get it approved. So by offering them a free solution, 7 minutes they open their account, they got it approved, and they can actually get paid, we are offering inclusion per se, right? So I think that's the first example that I will give. But not only that, like as the market has evolved, for instance, there's one specific product from that Brazil has launched, which is like Pix from the central bank. And now there's Pix for companies as well, your ability to transfer money from one company to another. And what we have, all the banks around, or the neobanks or the traditional banks, that also are part of the ecosystem and are offering services for those same companies, they are charging all those SMBs for any Pix transfer. In our case, we decided that we should cut down some of the margins in order to offer them the ability to do so. The more like we are bringing those guys in, I think better they are included in part of this entrepreneurship ecosystem, and by doing so, we are actually doing our part as well. So.
That's super. I mean, you know, when I think about this financial inclusion piece and emerging markets, I take obviously the regulatory hat piece, but I always think about it from data, right? And so, and credit and the risk and the regulation around that, around KYC and other bits of compliance. So what's interesting is that when you look at how it is, you know, how easy it can be in some ways in Brazil to give that credit, in more sophisticated markets, that is a much more complicated conversation because the regulatory framework is so complex. And so there is a reality where our approach to regulation in more sophisticated markets is also much more tsunami approach. So, you know, there's more regulation, it keeps being added. And what's interesting in emerging markets is that there is an opportunity to be actually more innovative about how you think about credit risk and about how you think about KYC and other topics. And so, you know, it's a problem for emerging markets that they cannot be drivers of the way the rules are made, because that usually happen in more sophisticated economies, but they can be pioneers in the thinking and in the implementation of some of these global standards. So I think that when you think about the opportunity here is that how do we want to think about KYC, how do we want to think about credit, how do we want to think about, you know, compliance in financial terms in a way that's more simplified, which we can actually afford to do in countries that have less sophistication, as a way to demonstrate what's possible and what can actually simplify in terms of the regulatory piece. And I think that it's quite exciting. You know, we have seen, for example, some things that the Central Bank of Peru has been doing where they were trying to pioneer things even ahead of the likes of, you know, the European Central Bank or the Bank of England or even the MAS in Singapore. And so, is there a problem with my mic? Can you guys hear me? Yeah? All right. But so basically, there is very much an opportunity of using our emerging markets almost as a blank canvas to bring more innovation, to trial innovation, and also to actually come back and have almost like a simplified conversation about the regulatory piece that we have here, and have examples and use cases to say this is how we should be simplifying our approach to KYC, our approach to credit risk, and other things.
We've definitely seen that in Brazil. The central bank is very forward on regulation and driving, you know, innovation and driving inclusion through regulation, actually, which is almost the opposite of what you see in other markets, as you said. So, Nathan, you have a little bit different perspective in Germany, but I guess you also see some
one would think in Germany that we should have no problems. I mean, it's a first world country, the first world country, I would say, with impeccable infrastructure. An impeccable financial services industry, probably the world's strictest regulator in BaFin, 1,400 banks for an 80 million population, and yet young founders who are not plugged in to the network have simply no access to credit, and that's the travesty that we are trying to address. In terms of, I think, numbers that you were looking for, I'd look at our own portfolio so you can understand what's the difference between what we do and what a bank does when it does it, or actually they don't actually do it very often anyway. The typical age of an MD in Germany is 52 years old. The typical age of the MDs of the companies that we finance is 34 years old. We have a female founder or MD quote of something like 15%, compared to then we'd look at venture capital, which funds about 2.5% of female founders. 17% of our loan receivers of our loans have an immigrant background as well. So these are guys that, when they start, our customers, our business customers, when they found their companies, the only real option that they have to start is really e-commerce or the digital economy. And they end up founding companies that are high growth, asset light. They're in an industry that has some volatility, and that's everything that the German banking industry hates. It's everything that we love, because we love this data. And we can get our hands on the data, we can build our own credit scoring bottom up. And for me, financial inclusion, it's not about this equality of outcomes. It's not about making sure that there's 50% of our loans go to females, 50% go to people with immigrant backgrounds, 50% of a certain age group. It's really about equality of opportunity. So we are blind to absolutely every demographic that there is, and we see cash flows. And we built our credit scoring totally based upon these cash flows. So we can't help with that very, very first 0 to 1. But as of that point, if some founder manages to get off the ground, very, very quickly, we can get the capital to them that they deserve.
Very good. Just to add, one point in terms of especially the SMB market in Brazil, in terms of GDP, the percentage of the overall GDP is just a fraction of what you'd see from SMBs, for example, in Europe. However, the fast-growing, SMBs in Brazil are driving 60 to 80% of new GDP, of new employment. So that's really, if we can help them become a greater percentage overall of the total economy, they'll continue to drive growth, but then also be much more representative. And a big reason that SMBs end up failing is because of financial disorganization or the mismatch of cash flows. And so that's something we're focusing a lot on is how do you give people the tools to actually manage their business better and spend more time thinking about the business and less time thinking about really about just the pure financial operations. Even me running a startup, I spent an inordinate amount of time actually talking about why didn't this payment work? Why did this service go off? Because the credit card is not going, not being processed. And so I think a lot of things that people take for granted in developed markets still have a ways to go in emerging markets. And if we can help to kind of bridge that gap, naturally people who are entrepreneurs and going after big opportunities will do better and have this huge impact. And so I think that's where we see really a lot of opportunities. One thing I think would be interesting, we've kind of talked about what we're working on, but obviously if you look at different countries, you look at different segments, there's still, I think, tons of white space, tons of opportunity for people to do more. So as you kind of think about either for people that might be entrepreneurs thinking about this or regulators or big companies that could collaborate, what's an area maybe that you'd like to see kind of something more done, or do you think there's an opportunity still for people to dive into to create more financial inclusion?
Yeah, great question. And I think so in Brazil, the truth is, although there are millions of companies that are open every day, chances are that in 2 years, half of them will be dead, right? And why is that? Especially because there's so many regulations and so many financial needs and taxes that need to be paid. And the guys that are opening a company, they are opening a company to do what they are good at, right? Not necessarily they're good at get paid or good at accountancy. So I think the role of Cora is to simplify the life of SMBs, and by doing so, we are launching products in order to do that. And I think, tying back to your question, Ben, I think the biggest opportunity is going to be through connecting with other softwares, other tools that we as a bank, we are not focusing on developing, but we know that exist. Camino is one of them, and we are partners in that sense. So by combining our offering with other offerings, we are able to give or provide to those guys everything that they need to free their time to focus on their businesses. So we started doing that a couple years ago with accountants in Brazil, and we do have a program called Cora Aliados, which is Allied. So it's an affiliate program, and by doing so, we offer the ability for your accountant to get the data from your company in a very easy way. So that's one example. We are building in others. Yeah.
Happy to comment, actually. So you just finished on saying about how getting your data in a much easier way.
Yeah.
And so I think that an opportunity which is there that we have to really all, I guess, lobby for is to get to a world of data standardization, of harmonization of the rule, and simplification as well, right? And I think that the problem is that we work within financial services and fintechs and regulated fintechs as well as not work in an environment that is heavily regulated, which can be really a barrier to entry as well, right, for innovation and for innovators. So I think that what we really should be targeting from an inclusion piece is to get to a point where the way we define an individual or a company, the data standards around that, or a particular product are actually much more simplified and are actually, going almost to the core of the ingredient of how someone should be defined. And so that will allow for much more financial inclusion. It allows for business that can be cross-border. It allows for data to travel better from one person to another. We're really talking about like data portability, which we do very badly in financial services. And this is again something that I think emerging markets can do better at than what we have here, because there is a reality where sophisticated economies, or I guess I don't even know if that's the right word to use. They really they're hindered by legacy technology, by legacy mentality, by approaches to data standardization that don't necessarily work. Whereas again, this blank canvas reality for emerging markets is very real. And so you can be thinking about, pioneering thinking of data standardization, harmonization of the rules, simplification of the regulation as well. That's how I would look at it.
Awesome.
I think my view is simply that the future is verticalization. We live in a very exciting time where niches have become very, very large, and by being able to be a particular type of player within the financial services industry and focus on a particular type of niche, you can do something differently. We shouldn't have the expectation on banks all the time to be able to provide the whole portfolio of financial services. Banks are highly regulated for a reason, because if cash doesn't come out of that machine tomorrow, we all have a big problem. So some types of business, particularly maybe lending to young, high-growth, volatile companies, it's better if they don't do them. They're not equipped to do them. They're running the marathon, not the sprint. So I think what would really help would be a more happy hunting ground, a better environment for companies like my own and others to recognize, okay, let's get capital, let's get efficient capital into companies like Fulfin. Our cost of capital is immense, and we have to pass that cost on, unfortunately, to our customers. Now, if we can get state-sponsored capital that is there specifically to target underserved niches, that will all feed straight back into the GDP of the economy.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, I would just add, kind of even tying this together a little bit, oftentimes the banks kind of feel like, okay, we have all this compliance, we have all this regulation, therefore, we can't innovate, we can't, do a lot of things. And I think, if they could get more comfortable with, you can go farther than they are today and do more collaboration, because I do think fintechs are going to be more agile, they're going to tend to have more, focus on the customer and the customer needs, typically the user experience, and the customer support is going to be better. But inevitably, fintechs will have a higher cost of capital. They'll have less scale, for a lot of back office and collections and things like that. And so, the more that kind of the regulation and compliance can become clear, and the banks can take a little bit more kind of forward risk and collaborate, I think will drive a lot of financial inclusion forward. Because I don't think any of us alone are going to be able to do this for an entire country. But the banks are maybe not always so inclined to be the first one to take that step. And so I think if we can kind of step together more than compete, it would be a good start.
I mean, I know our clients don't want banks as their partners. Our clients are digital natives. They're partially digital nomads. COVID was a little bit of a game changer with the banks. The first time in Germany, you didn't actually have to go into the branch to get a loan, but you still mainly have to go into the branch to meet it. They want a product, they want a service that is fully online, that is where it starts to end, and the process is hours and days, not days and weeks and months. So banks just simply they have to be legacy, they have to be robust, and that doesn't match with it doesn't give them the ability to get product market fit with this new type of entrepreneur.
And actually, one example from Brazil is just Nubank, which I think a lot of people know. If you look nowadays at like the consumer banking apps of the big banks, at least like Itaú, which is a well-known one, their consumer app is actually pretty good because they're being pressured by Nubank for the last 10 years. Yeah. Otherwise, it'd probably look like it looked 10 years ago. So I do think as you have these kind of fintech challengers that are become very relevant. It pushes also the incumbents to become better, and you see that across industries, right? Taxis, all kinds of things. And so I do think, even if we can start pushing, it pushes everyone else to do better as well, which is, a big opportunity.
They have to step up their game.
Did you want to add something?
No.
Okay. I would just say, in terms of the time we have left, if you now look forward, so if we're here, 5 years from now or something, what would you like to see, having happened, or what new kind of technology or trend do you think is maybe going to drive us much faster going forward.
I think we heard so much about AI, right? So it's like all over the place, and during these 2 days was a lot of talks about it. And in our case, we were like created in a world of AI, right? So 4 years ago, that was already a reality. So, and we think that we can integrate even more. And now we have a team, a generative AI team within Cora to try to learn how to build new products and new solutions, especially to help the management system, right? So as we're talking about simplifying the lives of SMBs, so how can we bring that experience, the management experience to the UI, and AI is going to help us a lot in that sense. So that's where we are like putting our bets, yeah.
How does AI mix with regulation and compliance?
It's a huge opportunity, not just I think for regulated entities, but also for regulators themselves. How do they use, machine learning, artificial intelligence in the future in the way they supervise? I think what happened with Silicon Valley Bank is a very good example of a failure of supervision, effectively, that could have maybe been more, efficient. There's so much data, right, that comes out of regulation and compliance that is actually very close to impossible for a human being to analyze manually. So I think that there's a huge opportunity there. We leverage of natural language processing in our software, machine learning, and all that good stuff. AI, though, for financial services is still almost a dream, right? And part of the problem is precisely the issues we have around data and data standardization. To train really algorithms, you need copious amounts of data, and the data in financial services is polluted, to say the least. So, the biggest opportunity is definitely that level to reach that mecca of automation that AI presents. But to get there, I think we need to be very aware of the steps that are important to succeed. And for me, very much harmonization, data standardization, think about regulation as something that should be machine readable, almost as a requirement, is key. So I would say those are my big trends. AI, machine learning, definitely, but we need to get to standards to make that happen.
Do you see AI as being relevant with what you're looking at as well?
We sit on top of two of Germany's what are termed elite universities, the Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich and the Technical University of Munich. 25% of our organization is data scientists, products and tech. You can't not say it. We use it in everything from transaction categorization to data cleansing to evaluating the risk factors that we use to then evaluate the companies, to converting that to explainable AI so that our underwriters can understand that black box that comes out. And it's still not the most important thing. What's the most important thing is regulatory mandated access to data pools. So open banking was the game changer in Germany. So it's APIs and the regulatory mandate behind that to say banks open up, allow fintechs to access this data, and then standardization within that as well, because we spend a lot of time normalizing and standardizing our data as well.
So do you say open banking has helped your business overall? You have seen that to have an improvement?
And it's not where it should be. I mean, open banking kind of opened up the door to allow us to look through and go, this would be a great world, but they only opened up the door that much. So we get 3 months of financial transactions if we connect to a client's bank account via the regulatory mandated open API. If he sends us in CSVs or sends us in PDFs, we can get 2 years of financial transactions. We can make a better decision. They should open up that API so we can get 2 years of his transactional data if he wants to give us 2 years of his transactional data in return for us creating value. And it's frustrating that the regulatory framework protects the user beyond what he wants to be protected. This is where it's very, very slow and a frustrating process, and then we have to kind of find workarounds to enable our business to function better.
But you see, that's exactly the opportunity in my perspective of emerging markets. Even use cases like this, trialing them is so much easier to do in emerging markets, because you really can do test cases, have the conversation about open APIs. The World Bank, for example, has done a lot of work in Latin America in particular around how fintech can be promoted through doing real test cases of innovation.
Yeah,
so
there's a lot to do with like the current central bank. The guys who are there, they are very driven by this agenda of opening up the market for fintechs and helping decentralize a market that was only 4 or 5 banks 5 or 10 years ago. Yeah.
And I think in the U.S., you have the FICO score, which is kind of just good enough, and so they've kind of stopped there. But in Brazil, you don't even really have a real truly powerful, credit score. And so that's where, you need to have other, sources coming in.
true.
And I would definitely say, having been very involved in the open banking movement in Brazil, there's still a long way to go about, the quality, the consistency, how much data can you actually access. And I feel like, especially with AI, either like you go across all the internet and then you get, the good and the bad of, this very, very broad data set, or if you're training it on your own data, it can be very powerful, but it's only a specific use case. Ideally, we would be able to like really get a clear view across all the bank accounts and all the ERPs and all these kind of different data sets which are relevant for our customers, and they're wanting to put them together, and different barriers are there, trying to keep this stuff from being put together. And ultimately, I think letting the customer choose what data do they want and how do they want to use it is better than I'm going to try to keep the customer from leaving basically by trapping them. So I think that's where hopefully fintech will be able to keep kind of pushing the envelope. And I do see like tons of countries actually copying Brazil's central bank to try to develop instant payments, trying to look at their open banking regulation. The Brazilian central bank basically copied the open banking regulation of the UK, but then learned what had not worked in the UK and made it better. And so I do think there's this very interesting role for regulators to see what's been done and try to do it better, as opposed to kind of saying, okay, it's just good enough. So we're, I guess, running low on time, but if you may just want to make, anybody has a last comment or a last positive word on where we're going with financial inclusion, feel free.
Yeah, I think it's important to say that in times like this ones, that there are less capital around, we tend to go after like profitability or CAC, LTV, and we need to think and tie back to the purpose, right? So of like making financial inclusion possible. So this is like something that I would advise you guys to keep your minds on, like look for the long-term effect and not necessarily only the short term.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that, thinking back of emerging markets and the opportunity there, I always like to think of this example from Google. They did an open source project on transportation, on data transportation in Mexico with the World Bank, which basically has ended up being this big success globally because, from Uber to Citymapper to anything uses that standard. So I think that that's very much, entrepreneurs, we live by the motto of MVPs, minimum viable products. And I think, we really need to think of emerging markets. They cannot set the standard, but they can lead the way and they can be the pioneers in a lot of these conversations.
Yeah,
awesome.
I think financial inclusion isn't a charity case, it's an amazing business opportunity, and it needs minor tweaks to the regulatory environment and to the investor mindset as well, to the VCs as well, to understand we have to go after banks' balance sheets. The balance sheet business is so much of what a bank does, the credit aspect, and companies like ours need support from providers of equity capital to be able to do that. But I mean, with CAC, CLV, our metrics put most SaaS companies to shame. It's a really exciting business opportunity, and it should get more capital that it deserves, so that we can get the capital to younger entrepreneurs that deserve it.
For sure. And I would just say, the last piece in terms of if you're really driving real social impact, it also helps for recruiting. You get better people on your team, more motivated people on your team. So even from that perspective, I think aligning your business goals with the social impact goals can be very powerful as you're building out the company. So I think that's it for time. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And let's hope 5 years from now we see a lot more financial inclusion examples here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Quick picture, please. Picture. Very good. Big applause to all four of them. Thank you very much for joining today. Pleasure having you on stage. And we're hitting the final stages of this stage. I'm going to keep talking about sustainable investment. And in particularly, we're going to be now talking about probably, I would say, there are many fields that are pretty critical in, let's say, in the planet, but for humans. But absolutely, agriculture and agri-food, how we feed ourselves, is one of those super critical aspects. And there's been more and more investment in that area. but it's becoming, it's challenging. There are many different challenges, both from what are the red flags that you normally see on a project when you're going to invest there, and also how do you get big corporations to incorporate the SDGs around this kind of the food value chain. And precisely to talk about that, we have our next panel. So please welcome Sustainable Investment, ESG in Agri-Food, with our first speaker, Melina Sanchez, Principal, and VP at ANU. Big applause, please. Come on, big applause. We're small, but we can make a lot of noise. Thank you. And to join Melina, we have Amparo de San Juan, Entrepreneurship Program Manager at EIT Food. Big applause. Thank you for joining, Amparo. And our next speaker, Mark Turno, Managing Partner at Rockstar. Big applause to Mark. Thank you for joining. And last but not least, to join the three of them, Alberto Criado, Associate at Cardumen Capital. Big applause. And to run the show, my dear friend, we're going strong with Bulgaria here. Konnichiwa, Maria Konstantinova, CFO at Japan at Agrana. Big applause.
So, do you hear me well? Yes, very good. So, welcome everybody. It's a little bit late tonight, but I hope we're going to make a fruitful conversation. Thank you for joining us, guys. So, let's talk about ESG in agri-food. So, by incorporating ESG into their strategy, companies can do a lot of good, not only for their employees, but also for their financial performance. There's no doubt in that. So my first question, and predominantly to our investors on the stage, would be, what are some key ESG factors that investors should consider when evaluating investments in agri-food? Maybe we start with you.
I'm following me there. Yeah, thanks, and good afternoon to the audience as well. So just to give some context, Rockstart is an early stage investor. So we're investing at pre-seed up to Series B, but we're always doing our initial tickets very early in the startup's life cycle. We do have an ESG and impact-driven thesis, which means that we are actively screening for those companies that are bringing additionality, basically. So they should be bringing something towards climate improvement or societal change.
Of course.
So we do screen for it, but at such an early stage, it's difficult. What do you look for? There's nothing to measure. So many of the topics we're looking at are qualitative. What's the intentionality behind board and governance, for example, on the G side of things? On an environmental aspect, usually we're looking for something, an impact metric to underpin the environmental ambitions of the business. So we'll be digging into that, the aspirations around what they'd like to do in terms of life cycle and impact down the line with their product. And from a societal perspective, we also look at what their diversity across the team is. So we basically have a large sheet of filter questions that are descriptive and qualitative, and there's very little to measure when we make that first investment. That changes as we get closer to Series A, Series B, which probably a colleague on the right can speak a little bit more to, because you guys are later in your initial tickets.
Sure. So a little bit more of context also about ourselves. Cardumen Capital is an early stage investor. We have been investing for 5 years now as Cardumen, mainly in early stage in Israel. Recently, we decided to also launch an agri-food tech fund. This fund is, by the way, an Article 9 of FSDR, so we do, like yourselves, look at this criteria during the evaluation process, and then also we very much look afterwards during the monitoring and the governance process of these companies. Now, our thesis, if you will, is quite broad. We see a lot of value being created across the entire food value chain, so much like what you were saying, the KPIs that we're going to look at, they're really going to depend based on the type of business that we're going to be investing in, right? And like you, we invest in late seeds and Series A's, so we will predominantly look for this let's say, agreement and binding agreement through the SPA with entrepreneurs that they're going to be aligned with these values, whether it is carbon emissions reduction or better waste management. It really depends on the type of business.
But you guys focus on early stage, you as well, correct?
Yes.
predominantly early stage, but you mentioned also later stages or early stage?
We'll continue to invest up to Series B.
Okay.
And that's when the, the ESG and impact measurement aspects become interesting then.
Yes.
So
okay.
There, we're going to be really looking for monthly, if not monthly, at least quarterly reports on specific impact metrics that we've decided upon. Usually this should be linked to some business unit. You want to create an algorithm, so X units of product sold equates to so many tons of CO2 coming down, and we'll then actively report those metrics onwards to our LPs, and you'll be able to see impact. This is where all these impact reports come out as a marketing tool often for funds as well. What I would say is I think one of the things we've been very actively doing at Rockstar is trying to protect our founders from overkill of reporting on ESG and
there is such a trend to do too much.
There's a real it's quite attractive to be either an Article 8 or Article 9 SFDR registered fund at the moment. We are Article 8 light green by decision. It's taken us about 18 months to finally decide, yeah, we're going to do that. The reason being that the regulations are not clear enough. They need more clarity on what the bar is, what's the expectation. And if we were to go as far as an Article 9 reporting, the pressure that would put on the founders, when we're investing, it could be a team of 2 or 5 people who are trying to find product market fit. And we have to trust in those founders that the aspirations towards ESG and impact are there and baked into their mission. That's what we're investing in. And then only later, once they've got the resources post-Series A and we've put a larger check down, then our expectations on reporting would increase and become more granular. So.
Interesting. Melina, maybe we...
Yeah, sure. So I wanted to provide a different perspective because both of you spoke about ESG when it comes to startups, so the startups that you invest in. There is the other side, which is ESG in corporates, right? So what are corporates in the agri sector prioritizing, agri-food sector? And one of the new trends that falls also under the terminology of ESG is biodiversity. So a lot of companies like, let's say, Danone and other food companies are looking at their supply chains and saying, hey, these supply chains need to be more resilient. We need to ensure not only that our carbon footprint is being reduced, but also that we have, the soil to continue growing, for example, the grains that we need, or we need to make sure that the farmers we work with are resilient to the climate impacts. And so when corporates are looking at ESG from that perspective, from a venture capital side of things, it's also an opportunity to look for startups and founders that are solving those ESG pain points to a certain degree of corporates. And one example within biodiversity, a company that we invested in is called Agrina. It's a regenerative agriculture company that is helping farmers transition from traditional agriculture to regenerative agriculture by providing a new revenue line for farmers, which is soil carbon credits, but also financing the transition. And in that model, a lot of corporates, for example, are interested in insetting emissions, but also looking at biodiversity. And this is the perfect type of company that an investor would, well, obviously, if you check all the other factors that you need to check when you're investing, that would solve for this ESG issue within the agri-food supply chain. And just as a way of introduction, my name is Melina. I am a principal investor at Enu. We are a climate tech fund based out of Berlin, Germany, launched last year with 100 million in assets under management. We do seed and Series A, so also early stage in Europe and the US. And we have invested in a couple of food tech and agri-tech companies, Agrina being one of them, and NextGen Foods on the alternative protein side being the other one.
And you're more stage agnostic, right?
Seed and Series A.
Seed and Series A. And do you notice differences, or as he mentioned, between the early stage and the later stage companies?
Well, I totally agree with what you said. So we are Article 9. For those of you who don't know Article 8-9, Article 9 is impact fund. Article 8, you would say, is ESG, very, very broad terms without going into the details. And yeah, I totally agree. When you're investing in early stage companies, you cannot force, metrics and reporting upon, like 2-3 founders. You need to understand where they are, what resources they have, and then really seed the right terminology and the right ESG factors that you might want them to focus on down the line when they are at growth stage. And definitely that's something that most impact and climate funds and hopefully ESG funds as well know and are aware of. I think there are very few that would force, all the metrics, down to them from day one.
Of course. Thank you so much. Now, let's talk a little bit about what are the challenges in agri-food and agri-tech. Maybe from EIT food perspective, you can tell us a little bit more what challenges you currently see, how we can tackle those challenges in the sector.
Okay, so maybe I'll explain a little bit what we do.
Yes,
we are at
exactly.
EIT
Short
Food
introduction of EIT Food, but it's a very famous name, I guess.
Thank you. So I would say that we are mostly not an investors. We do invest, but this is not our mission. So we are an organization operating at EU level with a mission to help the transformation to the agri-food system into more sustainable, more innovative, and more resilient. So we are a community of 200 plus members, among which we have the largest corporates in Europe, Danone, Nestlé, John Deere, etc. We work with the key research institutions and universities in Europe in the field, and also, of course, we support the startups. So every year we select more or less a little bit at 200 startups, and we support it in all different stages. And then at the end of every year, we invest of our own fund, of our own grants from the EU, I would say. We invest between 2 to 3 million in a few startups, up to €500,000 per startup. So we already have a portfolio of 15, 16 startups. And we also have the view of corporates and also investors. No? So that's, for us, right now, one of the big topics is how to help companies to achieve net zero. And therefore, for companies in the transformation industry, the big challenge is how to reduce their Scope 3. And Scope 3 for a transformation company, for Unilever, for a Nestlé, for Danone is basically the farmers, the farming part of it. And there are a lot of technology challenges. No? There are many areas in agri-food sector that then to be able to monitor and to review and to validate carbon sequestration, soil health, biodiversity, you need technologies that are not in place. Because right now you can do it, but it's very expensive. So you cannot do it at a scale. So you have to take samples of the soil every time you want to measure the situation of that particular piece of land at different spots on a particular farm, then it's very costly. So we need to find a way, either by satellites, satellite images, drone pictures, and whatever algorithms. We need to really find a way that is scalable, and we need technology. So when you're working with corporates that are looking at the area that is beyond the huge transformation that is needed from the side of farmers, you need to identify the technologies and to develop the technologies that are able to do so at a cheap way. No? So that's one big piece. Then, of course, maybe we can talk later. There are also other areas. Around the agri-food value chain is so large and so diverse that you find challenges everywhere. No? And when we talk about ESG goals, that's okay, but that's super fine. That's okay. Maybe I was too negative. But then, when you talk about agri-food, you always have to consider that whatever you do has to be also healthy. So there is an additional challenge to it, no? Because you can change eating patterns or eating affecting the people, the intake of people, but eventually this in the medium and the long term has to have a good effect, or the effect on the health of people has to be also better. So there's an additional difficulty.
So from investors' perspective, what are the major difficulties or the major challenges in the food tech and agri-tech, and how we can solve those?
Just jump in there, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
The opportunity is clear, right? If we're going to be able to mitigate climate change the way that we want to and to adapt, then the food system is essential. It's touching upon our oceans, which is 70% of the planet. It's touching across soil health and biodiversity that was mentioned there, which is the skin of our planet. And not to mention, it's one of the largest contributors within logistics and processing, right?
Correct.
The challenges, though, are very nuanced. Like if you bring it down to one of the examples that you gave earlier was on corporates' intention and their excitement around insetting. So one of the best insetting tools would be trees, because trees capture quite a lot of carbon into the soil. Though, who's got land? Farmers have got land.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put trees on land. Well, no, hold on. The regulation says that if the tree looks like it could be a commercial enterprise, that farmer's not getting the carbon credit. It can't be a spruce tree, which is great, right? Because spruce trees are all lined up, and all of that carbon is in nice rows, all going down into the ground, nice and deep. No, it needs to be like an oak or an elm, which takes a lot longer to grow, and ensures that there's no commercial enterprise on the farm that is going to interfere with the carbon credits that are open to these farmers.
Mm-hmm.
So farmers that I talk to, I come from an agricultural background, are saying, why on earth would I take that field and put it into a bunch of elm trees that are going to take the next 15, 20 years to come through, and I'm going to get somewhere between £2 and £8 in the UK per acre. Why would I do that? So that's a big challenge, right? It's coming down to the operational, the business operations of a farm is impacting the overall transition. When we talk about it at this high level, the aspirations are good, the tools are getting better, the insights are starting to emerge. But when you talk to the people who are actually sitting on the land, it needs to make sense to those business models and to their livelihood.
Yeah. I would say also beyond that, one of the main challenges that most of the food tech companies share, although it really depends on the type of company, is the capital requirements now in this state of, let's say, high interest rates, right? Now, access to capital is not the same as it was before. Mm-hmm. It's true, though, that there has been, especially last year, a lot more climate tech funds, if you will, that have begun to invest into food tech. But we see that as a challenge, because the reality is that, at least in Spain, there are many funds in the early stages, and then as you move along the growth curve, if you will, there are less and less growth funds. So, specialized, I mean. So in this case, what is important for us, I think, as investors specialized in this niche, is to actually network beyond our current network of food tech or agri-food tech investors, and bring along more generalist investors that already have that dry powder that is going to help the companies grow, right? And also in some cases, definitely not for everyone, but like regulation can be an issue, right? So we, as I said before, we invest in Israel. And Israel, it's an amazing country for technology creation. Mm-hmm. But it's also a very tiny market, right? It's just 9 million people. So when we speak to entrepreneurs there, they always think, so what's going to be my market? Is it going to be Europe, or is it going to be the US? And what we need to bear in mind in Europe as an ecosystem is that if we want to remain competitive and get entrepreneurs to actually launch the companies here, is that regulation should be faster in terms of regulatory approvals from regulatory agencies.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very, very good point. Okay, while we're on the topic of problems, let's talk a little bit about COVID-19 and how the whole crisis impacted the sector. Honestly speaking, there seems not to have had a big COVID had not a big impact on the sector. Seems the sector is continuing to grow. Do you agree with that? What is your observation after the crisis?
I think it depends on the point of view. Yeah. So I think that the good thing of COVID for the sector is that most people and even investors realize that the sector was key. Maybe we never pay attention to how food got in our table, so there was a case for the sector. So there was more eyes on it, also related to different trends, consumer changes, consumer different tastes, sustainability, etc. So they put a focus on the sector, and I think that the sector worked through very well the COVID. But now, not from the startups. I mean, startups. From the startup point of view, still is a good moment because they are fundraising. They have more. If they are fundraising, they have more funds looking at them, etc., etc. For the sector, for SMEs, and for corporates. Now they're facing the Ukraine war, the increase of prices, the increase of raw materials. I mean, that's a huge challenge to keep business as usual, because everything has an impact on the consumer eventually, and there are some. When you look at the farmer side, they're having difficulties to even keep farms open, especially for livestock. So also this year it hasn't been great. Now it's raining. I mean, if you're in Spain, Italy, or in the south of Europe, eventually, finally, it's raining. But it's been a very long, very dry year. So that's this from that point of view, from the farmers and the transformation industries, perhaps not the best, no? There's still challenges there.
Melina, what's your opinion?
Yeah, I'm going to focus on the Ukrainian energy crisis. I think that that's a lot more present.
Also, yeah.
And also a lot more, it has affected a lot more, I would say, the agri-food sector over the last years. And I think it's both a challenge and an opportunity. Why? And I'm putting here the hat of the startup. So you have, for example, startups doing vertical farming that require a lot of energy, and all of a sudden, after Ukraine and the energy crisis, half of them went bust, and many others are, trying to survive. So definitely that's affected a lot of startups in the food industry that have been working with a lot of dirty energy so far. But it also was an opportunity because the energy crisis, the Ukraine crisis, also increased the prices of fertilizers. And all of a sudden, all these startups that were working on alternatives to fertilizers, could become a little bit more competitive. So I've seen the crisis being both a challenge and an opportunity for startups that are doing vastly different things within the agri-food sector.
Okay, and then from investment perspective, did the crisis change something in the sector for you?
I would say the biggest impact has been on funding and scaling availability for our portfolio companies.
Wow.
Because there's a whole chunk of the world that just stopped engaging. Stopped engaging with it. We work with a lot of farmers out of Denmark and the Nordics who have got their primary production in Russia and Ukraine. And we're talking about hundreds of thousands of hectares, where previously we would have startups that would have access to that land to go and test and pilot their products. Suddenly they couldn't do it. Not only that, but those massive farmers were also co-investors of ours who were going into these early stage startups, Danish farmers who've got big production in Russia and Ukraine, and suddenly they're thinking, well, no, I can't, because everything's about to be wiped off. There's a war happening. So that was a real tangible impact. We've also had situations, the human factor is there too. We've had a number of our Russian colleagues across the portfolio who wanted to get out of Russia, or Ukrainian colleagues who either wanted to get back in or out. We had whole software teams based out of Ukraine that needed to take some pretty tough decisions. Most of them chose to stay and engage in the conflict. So there's a real human element to this that is impacting the teams, and there's also a kind of knock-on that means that, at least in our world that I'm talking about within our portfolio, access to that channel of funding and scaling opportunity is just one day to the next was just closed.
Okay, I understand. Okay, the next topic I would like to discuss is greenwashing. So for the crowd, greenwashing is basically the practice when our company makes people believe that they're doing more to protect the environment than they really are. So unfortunately, this trend is kind of widespread currently. I want to ask you and the panelists, how are you dealing with the greenwashing problem? What is your secret to tackle this challenge? Maybe we start with the investors first.
Okay. Yeah, so we've been operating only for a little, but what we know, and is something that Mark has pointed out before, is that still regulation is at a very high level. And I think that these sorts of problems are going to still happen, so as long as there is no tighter regulation that actually helps people really understand what is sustainable from what it isn't, and what is it actually required for an investment to be considered sustainable, right? With very clear metrics. And I think that this is a road that we need to make all together, and we need bigger support from regulators so that they can actually limit things a little bit more, because otherwise I think this will still happen. In any case, as a GP, governance is key. That is what I can say.
Absolutely. Amparo, you want to say?
Yeah, we work with corporates, and I have to say on behalf of them, and it's big good word for them because the ones we work with that are the largest multinationals, they do really believe, and in fact they would like to speed more the goal of towards net zero, but it's difficult for them, and they have difficulties to scale. Some of them I already mentioned. It's true that they have quite some uncertainties around regulation, the carbon removal regulation that is coming in the next years, and also some other areas about the use of fertilizers that is complex for them. But I do think that they're making efforts and they made serious commitments to achieve either regenerative inputs or a more sustainable production or net zero goals. And I do think that they're doing right things. That there is one thing around regulation, there is also around certification, because how do you ensure that what you are getting as a consumer, you can trace the value chain backwards, and that has the qualities that you are expecting. So you need traceability solution of different formats and certification. So there is still, that could avoid greenwashing, but I have to say that with the largest and most serious multinationals, they do really believe, and there is a serious case of market demand, because there was a study a couple of years ago from McKinsey on the superior growth of brands and products that have a ESG claim. So that really over the past years, the non-ESG products with non-ESG claims, they were growing 20% on an accumulated period of 5 years, and products with ESG claims, they were growing 28%. So that difference in retail is really meaningful, specifically in retail. So there is a demand case behind that.
Okay, absolutely. And we have to make sure that these ESG investments do not become pure marketing, exercise. We just claim something that is not there. Melina, your short opinion?
Well, from a venture capital perspective, especially being an impact fund, the best that we can do is invest in startups that are helping these corporates green or make their supply chains more sustainable. And we have our own regulation, as you were referencing, on our shoulders to make sure that the startups we're investing in comply with all the ESG requirements that SFDR asks for now and in the future. But I also think that regulation is coming up also for larger companies. I don't know all the nomenclature, CFRD and things like that, too many of them to keep track of. But definitely this regulation is helping us when we invest in companies that then plug into supply chains of big corporates and then ultimately help them. But eventually also this regulation will force these companies to have minimum standards that can be comparable and that can be verified.
Good, thank you. Then let's finish on some positive note, I would say. Give us some success stories for companies that successfully implemented ESG sustainability and brought also financial returns, or some success stories. Huh? I was watching the investors first, but...
Yeah, I can start off. There was a company that we invested in back in 2019 called Agranimo, and this was a company out of Chile originally, and then they expanded their operations to Germany, so they had a kind of LATAM European hub, and what they did was microclimate information for fruit trees.
Okay.
So you'd put a sensor in the ground, and basically is using a combination of chemistry and biology and infrared sensing, you'd be able to get a picture of what's happening around that tree. Their ambition was to link that through the supply chain so that retailers would be able to start making a clearer picture of the yield, of the quality, and we would have less spoilage, less wastage, etc. But for the startup team at that time, and also this 2019, there wasn't as much capital flowing into that space. They're finding it incredibly difficult to make the step beyond the farm gate. So yeah, we hooked them up with a company out of South Africa called HM Hall, which is the largest fruit producers and exporters out of South Africa. We did a nice exit for ourselves out of that on a secondary, and they were able to become the digital backbone of that logistics network now. So that's really hopeful. That means the largest producer and exporter of fruit and veg in South Africa have got a 10-year horizon that they're looking at to build out this digital spinal cord through their entire logistics network, all starting from the soil of a tree. So
beautiful.
It was really nice, yeah.
Beautiful. Amparo, any example from you? Success story, quick one?
Maybe I'm
very short.
Okay, so maybe I'll speak for one of our latest companies that went through our programs. It's not huge yet, but they're very successful. They have 100% success when they approach a corporate. They call Bio2Code, and what they do is natural coverage for fruits. You can they extend the life shelf of certain fruits, and every time, the very early stage, and every time they talk to a corporate that is doing, or a cooperative, they get the pilot. So that would be a success for next year.
Idea. It's incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you for the participants. Thank you. Have a good evening, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Picture.
A picture. Oh.
Oh, picture.
Thank you. Big applause, please. Thank you very much for joining. Okay, and we are with our last chat of the day 2 of South Summit. Last one of the day, so let's see if we can keep up the spirit. Those of you that are there at the back, you can come a little closer. We have plenty of space here. And we're going to finish. Please, guys, if we can go there. There you go, smart people, very good. People there at the back, we have plenty of space here. So we're going to finish with a very interesting conversation around decarbonizing. We're going to stick on the theme of food, agriculture, agri-food tech, and how do we decarbonize the agricultural space, which is one of the most polluting in the world, with several others, but it's definitely one of the most serious ones. So we're going to have a very nice chat to finish the day to talk about how we can do that. And they promised me that we're going to solve the issue. What do you think? We're going to solve the issue? They're going to solve the issue? Yeah? We're going to solve the issue? Okay, so please welcome our two last speakers. Big applause to Ludmila Jordanova, co-founder and CEO at Plan A. Big applause. Thank you very much for joining. And to have the chat, please welcome Marcus Linder, founder of Inoco. Big applause for Marcus too. And enjoy.
Hello everyone, super excited to be here in Madrid tonight, together with wonderful Lubomila, who I really admire for all the work that she's doing in the space. And we're going to talk about linking plates and the planet today. Before we introduce ourselves, I would like to get into the topic a little bit by figuring out how well you guys have prepared to join this session today. So who of you thinks that the carbon emissions, the global carbon emissions that are kind of created or influenced by our food system exceed 25% of the overall carbon emissions? Anyone believes it's more than 25%, the food related? You, yeah? Who thinks it's less? Okay, so we're a bit undecided. Actually, 34%, up to 34% of our global carbon emissions are caused by the food, by the drinks that we choose every day, that we eat every day. And our food is not only responsible for a huge amount of the carbon emission, it's also responsible for 70% of biodiversity loss on land. It also has a huge impact on our health. So it's a super important topic that we need to solve, and we are super excited to talk about this today. First of all, let's maybe start off with a quick introduction. Do you want to share with us how you got into the topic of sustainability? Tell us a bit more about your background. Yeah, and then I'll be happy to do the same.
Amazing. Thank you so much for opening up the chat. So my background does not start anywhere related to sustainability. I used to be in investment banking, then I was in VC in Asia, and then I moved back to London to work in fintech. But in 2016, I found myself on a beach in Morocco, which was a serendipitous moment to figure out that I had no clue about pollution, I had no clue about climate change, and that kicked off a one-year journey where I just decided to read a lot of scientific papers, cried at a lot of documentaries, and then also link myself to people that were informed on what it really mattered. The outcome was quite devastating because it was quite clear that businesses had a big responsibility to play, scientists were giving the facts, governments were trying to figure out how to set up the regulation, but ultimately it was quite of a mess. Thank God that was in 2016, so things have changed significantly. But the exciting bit is that after this long journey, I still stand strong behind the mission and believe that we can fix it.
Perfect. A quick introduction from myself. So I founded my first startup, Suvu, back in 2006 in Vienna. It's meanwhile a global market leader for AI digital sales assistant, conversational sales technology. Startup has raised more than 200 million in venture capital. After 12 super exciting years, I decided to bring in a scale-up CEO, hand it over to him at the triple-digit growth rate, then left the business a little bit less than a year after. And I decided to take a year off with my family. So we bought an RV and we traveled through Northern Europe, Norway, Finland, Sweden. And that was obviously an amazing time from a personal perspective, but it was also a time where, you know, very similar to what you just told us about, learned a lot about the climate crisis. We were standing in front of those glaciers, seeing how they are retreating year over year. And at that time, my second son was on his way. And I just figured out, okay, there's nothing more interesting, nothing more important for me than to really address those two biggest issues of our time, climate crisis, biodiversity crisis. I then got active investing into climate, into biodiversity, into pollution startups as a business angel through Triple Impact Ventures, which is my investment vehicle, which is run by a great investment manager, while I'm focusing on my second startup baby, which I decided to found at that time, which is Inoco. And yeah, happy to tell you a bit more about Inoco later. But before we dive into what our companies are doing and how we help food and beverage companies and grocery retailers to really make progress on their sustainability journey, can you tell us a bit more about what are the levers that really push companies towards taking action now? Is it just because they want to, you know, be good citizen and have good PR, or what's behind it?
The beauty of the sustainability topic today in any industry actually is that there's a lot of dramatically intense forces that are pushing for the shift to happen. 3 years back, this was a totally different situation. But today you have a lot of regulatory changes. So the European Union in particular is pushing a lot of these reporting standards to be set out. Also a lot of decarbonization planning to be now explained, and then essentially if you don't achieve it, it will be penalized against your revenues. And then there's also, of course, the employees. I think on the food side, we know also as consumers that we have a big choice to make on a daily basis. And finally, you have investors, which is what is quite exciting because these ESG labels are starting to build a lot of depth into the minds of investors because they're becoming a lot more tangible. They're not only just a number or a label, but they're an explanation whether the business is going to have longevity or not.
Absolutely. Can you tell us a bit more about CSRD? It's a huge topic that lots of corporates are affected by now. What's the impact of that?
So there's been more than 200 different legislations that the EU accepted last year, which essentially are pushing different types of businesses to change something about their sustainability agenda. CSRD is the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which ultimately requires any company above 250 employees to report on their emissions and environmental impact. That, if we look at the scale of some of the food agri companies, is ultimately impacting 90% of those that are in the market. And essentially, it will push 75% of the European Union economy to prepare for the first time this kind of a format of a report. What this means is that it now is not anymore a choice to do sustainability. It's not a tick of the box, but it's really allowing yourself to digest your performance at the moment and then set out a plan on how you're going to improve.
Yeah, I think this is really key to understand for businesses out there, that large businesses really need to prove that they have a path towards carbon neutrality by 2050, and that's a law. And if you don't show progress on that, yeah, you're basically going to have to pay fines for that, and that's obviously a big trigger. But also from a consumer perspective, we obviously see a lot of consumers taking action. How do you see the current economic environment, inflation affecting that?
I mean, we spoke earlier with you, and also, of course, I know what your product is. One of the reasons why you get to offer your solution to businesses is because this transparency is expected from consumers. If I have to think of what is the triggering point, or kind of how do we think about the legislative standards starting to embed themselves, and then obviously this combined with the economic situation creating a lot of disbalance in businesses, then we end up in a situation where today businesses are having to think about sustainability. They're limited sometimes on budgets, so they're trying to find shortcuts, but they are not able to respond to them if they don't either use a solution like yours, or if they don't find an incredibly talented sustainability team that can take care of that, because all of these legislative standards, they require depth of knowledge that is not simply, let me prepare a report based on some financial accounting KPIs that everyone has studied in business school.
Let's maybe get a little bit more into practice. Let's talk about how grocery retailers, how the food and beverage industry can really measure the impact of their business and how they can reduce it. And I want to start by sharing some insights how that works from a grocery perspective. So what we do at Inoco, it's basically a software as a service platform that allows those grocery retailers to assess the impact of their thousands of food and beverage products at scale. So they have the possibility to really share with you as a consumer from dark green to dark red how sustainable is this product from a climate perspective? How is it doing from an animal welfare perspective? So that you as a consumer, or we all as consumers, can ultimately take more sustainable choices. So the way it works is basically we take the data all those retailers have today about their products, the ingredients, the order of the ingredients, the nutrient values. That allows us to understand, to basically figure out what's the recipe of the product, and then we can apply conservative emission factors onto these processes and ingredients involved, and really give you as a consumer, but also the business for reporting, good insights into what's the carbon footprint of a steak that you're purchasing, what's the carbon footprint of the famous avocado. What do you guys think? How bad are avocados really? Are they really, who thinks they're extremely bad? Hands up.
I'll jump in here because this is my most hated question. I think climate action is really not about trying to quantify everything that you're doing bad. It's about identifying what really works for you so that you're part of this movement. When it comes to quantifying these things, and believe me, we have clients not only within the sector that we're discussing here, but also the BMWs of this world and the BNP Paribas of this world, and there you get to scientifically indigestible numbers, because obviously the carbon footprint is quite shocking. It is a matter of identifying these actions that then will turn this either person or the entity itself into a vehicle of change as fast as possible. So if you like avocados, eat them, but then find another product that you're also going to be switching so that you feel that you're contributing. I've stopped eating meat now for 5 years, and it's been okay. I have not been able to give up cheese. I do like eggs as well. I don't know how is it for you, but yeah, the famous avocado should be also in a bucket with a bunch of other famous things that we should not blame for climate change.
Absolutely agree, and that's also so the good news for you guys is avocados from a climate perspective, are not even nearly as bad as if you compare it to a steak or something like that. So keep continuing enjoying your avocados. Try to limit your consumption here because they have other impact, like huge amount of water use, social impact. But overall, the message is it's not about us all having to become vegan. Even I still eat meat. I mean, I try to reduce my meat consumption to maximum once a week. And when I eat meat, I only eat organic meat, because also animal welfare is super important to me, and also from a climate perspective, that obviously makes a difference. So it's not about us all having to go vegan from one day to the other. We actually all can feed 10 billion on that planet by transitioning to a concept which is called planetary health diet. And the key essence of that is that we should try to eat, 50% of our plates should be full of vegetables, should be full of fruits And if we do that, and if you reduce our meat consumption, 10 billion people can be fed on the planet. So it's not just about, this thing is bad, that thing is bad, but it's really about overall getting more conscious, getting a better understanding, and trying to really, figure out how you can, move into the right direction, basically. But what do companies do within their own scopes, within scope 1 and scope 2, in the retail, on the grocery retail side, on the food producer side? How do they try to reduce the impact?
So maybe it's useful to explain what scope 1, 2, and 3. There's a scientific format, methodology that is used internationally called the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, and it's divided in 3 layers. Scope 1, facilities and vehicles. Scope 2, electricity, heating, cooling, and then scope 3, suppliers, investments, logistics, employee, travel and commute, and a bunch of other elements. As you can assume, if you're talking about an automotive company, probably not all of these elements are associated to it. Maybe they don't have investments, maybe they don't have particularly, let's say they don't have offices, so they don't have facilities. There's other cases where if you take a food company, obviously they're heavily reliant on suppliers, maybe if they're a grocery store, and they're heavily reliant on logistics if they deliver and so on. So if you look at these 3 levels, I would say one of the biggest challenges that is still quite visible across the space is how do you get the data? Because obviously you can think of all of the people you need to call just to ask them, what's your electricity bill this month or this year, to essentially cover just your suppliers. We have clients that have 4,000 suppliers. That's a lot of phone calls you need to do, so not exactly the best. The second challenge that you have is really the discrepancy in education. We might be excited about sustainability. That's not the truth about, I would say, either the whole industry or the stakeholders, let alone within this industry. So a supplier that is based in the middle of Spain might be a lot more educated because here, obviously, there's a lot of concern for water consumption, for drought, for wildfires, and so on. Someone that is in the middle of Poland might have a bit of a different perception. So bringing everyone to the same level of knowledge is also another important challenge to tackle as a business. And then the final element, I would say, is the narrative, and that's something that many people perceive as a qualitative element, but the truth is that if we don't explain as a business, and that I'm putting myself in the shoes of the companies that we're talking about here, like the grocery stores, the food producers, the whole process of them either decarbonizing or going on a sustainability journey, when you're selling something that goes in a supermarket and people go, look at the label, they see the score that you've given them, they're like, why am I signing up for this versus something else? Maybe you have some insights on why people do that, but my key kind of challenge that I've noticed is that many companies just fail to explain why sustainability matters and is embedded in their values.
Yeah, this is super important learning also that we made, that it's not just enough to tell you as a consumer this product, has a low footprint or a high footprint, but what you really want to know is what's in it for me as a consumer, what's in it for the planet, what's in it for animal, what's in it for other people if I choose that product, or if I replace the product that I'm wanting to buy by a more sustainable alternative recommendation. So it's not just about grading and rating products, but we call that impact insights, really using those digital means, in-store apps, to really get the message across. Why is this product having a rather positive or rather negative impact, as well as, for example, recommending more sustainable alternatives. I think we're already moving towards the end of our session, but I think what, from your perspective, can we do as consumers to really have an impact in this area?
Sustainability is a very individual journey, and as consumers, we quite often purchase food. We quite often maybe buy travel, or maybe you buy clothes. I've reduced my consumption significantly. And we need to understand that the biggest power that we have as individual consumers is really our purchasing capacity. You go out with your credit or debit card, and every single day you stand for the values that are maybe connected to sustainability, maybe not yet. But if you still question some of the decisions that you make, you should make sure that you at least have the question mark in your mind, even if you want to buy this product that comes from a fast fashion company or from maybe an unsustainable food producer, that is okay. Just make sure that you overcompensate somewhere else. The only way we can assume that this reality is going to change or we're going to feel comfortable with the next decade that is ahead of us is really when we understand that we hold a lot of power as individuals that are going out and buying stuff, as individuals that work for companies, and as individuals that also have the possibility to vote. So consider yourself as a powerhouse that is maybe not utilizing all of its powers on a daily basis for the goodness of humanity. I truly believe in the positive outcome of this challenging battle that we have, but it's only because we all exist. Nothing else is actually going to be effective otherwise.
Indeed, I think it's the challenge and the opportunity of our lifetime. It's not just a challenge, it's not just a problem, it's an opportunity to really transition towards a healthier life, because the good news is a climate-friendly nutrition is very much aligned with a healthier nutrition. So it's not only good for the planet, it's also good for you to really look into your nutrition, try to reduce your meat consumption, try to reduce your consumption of animal-based products, enjoy more plant-based meals. And you as a consumer, you as an employee, and here you have huge power and influence, but also as a business, we all can do our part to really transition to this bright new world which we all want to live in the future. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus, Lubomila. Pleasure having you. Big applause, please, for them.
Oh.
Thank you. Whoop, there we go. Let me get out. They were waiting for you there. And the music is right on cue. Well, it's been a pleasure sharing this afternoon with all of you, and hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow morning. I'll be at the Space Tech part.